Chapter 3562. Amitabha. The monk sauntered towards the bowl. His expression made it apparent how happy he was. The students had no words to describe this. Prior to this, the monk used a Buddhist bowl to hold roasted meat. This was disrespectful enough. Now it was time for the fish soup. Even a fool could see the value of that treasure bowl. Many students here knew about its frightening origin. Generations of sacred monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple kept then passed it down to the next. They also empowered it with their blessing. Thus, this was nothing short of a holy artifact, a symbol of Heavenly Dragon Temple's boundless abilities. Golden Siddhartha was given this bowl after gaining the recognition of the sacred monks due to his peerless talents. Alas, no one expected him to use it for meat and wine instead of subduing evil and spreading Buddhism. Nonetheless, they still found his current action questionable because they saw the dog and boar licking the soup bowl just now. This still wasn't enough to stop the monk from using his holy bowl. This was nothing short of sacrilegious and disrespectful to the temple and its sages. Unfortunately, Golden Cicada treated the bowl as nothing more than an old bowl for eating. If I do something like this, my seniors would break my legs. A student murmured. Others shook their head as well. Only Golden Cicada wouldn't pay attention to his prestige and background. Not quite true, the Supreme had a similar style back then. Everyone says that the Buddhist child might be the next in succession. An older student quietly said. The group shuddered after hearing the word Supreme. They didn't dare to comment about this matter. Gao! Gao! Lil Yellow saw the monk being too greedy and immediately barked. He didn't only want the soup but also the fish itself. Lil Yellow naturally wouldn't stand for this. Amitabha, I only want a piece, just a tiny piece. The monk said this but he continued to pour the fish into his own bowl. Lil Black didn't mind initially but eventually growled after seeing how greedy the monk was. Lil Yellow barked louder and louder while showing him its sharp teeth. If it wasn't for Li Chia, it would have bit the monk's hand already. If the high monks of Heavenly Dragon were here, they might actually vomit blood at this sight. The temple's reputation was thrown away just like that. Little monk, don't push your luck or I'll let my dog bite you. Li Chia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. Gao! Gao! Lil Yellow became more aggressive after hearing this. Its eyes exuded ferocity, ready to tear off the monk's hand if he dared to take the entire fish. The monk saw this and instantly let go. He revealed an awkward smile and said, It's just a misunderstanding. I never had any intention of taking the whole thing. He only took a portion of the fish before running away to the side and gulping down the bowl. The two animals also learned from this and started devouring the soup. They didn't even spare the fish bones. This was the case for the monk too. He cleaned up the entire bowl without leaving anything behind. He continued to lick the bowl as if not satisfied. The students thought that if it wasn't for his fame, people might actually mistake him for a terrible monk who didn't follow any creed. Amitabha, praise be Buddha. The monk rubbed his stomach and smiled. Benefactor, is your temple still recruiting? I don't mind staying here. The monk spoke as if he was ready to abandon Heavenly Dragon Temple for good food. No, you have a bad stench of meat on you despite being a monk. Li Chia shook his head. Amitabha. The monk placed his palms together and smiled. Benefactor, my bag of skin might be smelly but my appearance is brimming with Buddhist light. Get out. Li Chia said without bothering to look at the guy. Little monk, provoke my young master and he'll throw you into the wilds as a feast for the beasts. The old man shook his head. Golden Cicada shuddered and placed his palms together. Amitabha, thank you for the meal, benefactors, I'll be going now. Having said that, he bowed then waved his sleeve, leaving in a cool manner just like a dignified monk. The only problem was how oily his kaya was. The students watched him leave and didn't know what to do next. However, a dozen men descended from above. They were from the academy judging by their uniform. Finally found you brats. The leader was a middle-aged man with a muscular build. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing all of them here. Idiots, you think you're strong enough to run around in myriad beast mountains? You must be tired of living. I might as well throw you all off a cliff. Teacher do, the students obediently accepted the scolding. Whatever, it is good that nothing happened. The man glared at them and said, Remember, you're responsible for your own death here. Though the academy had abstained from any responsibility, some teachers still tagged along in order to avoid needless casualties. That would be a heavy loss for the academy. Who are these gentlemen? The man noticed Li Qie's group afterward. Teacher, he is young noble Li who helped the three of us, taking us in last night. Xiao Ling reported. Thank you. The teacher bowed, finding the whole thing strange. He has never heard of people living here before. Moreover, he couldn't see through the old man at all. On the other hand, he didn't care for Li Qie because the guy was too ordinary and obvious. Leave if there's nothing else. Don't disturb my young master's peace, the old man said before Li Qie's command. He didn't know what the temple meant to Li Qie, but the guy clearly didn't like people arguing here. Yes, of course. My apology for troubling you three. The teacher bowed again and left with the students. Nonetheless, he couldn't help glancing back at the old man one more time, thinking that he looked a little familiar. He thought that they had met but didn't remember the exact location and time. This was a strange feeling. He shouldn't have met a servant like this in the first place, let alone having a faint recollection. Chapter 3563. Teacher Du tried for a bit and couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps he hasn't actually met this old man and that this was only a weird feeling. Being stuck in this made him only think about the old man and not Li Qie. Who was that old man? Teacher Du realized he forgot to ask earlier. The young man was young noble Li. One of Xiao Ling's two friends answered since they were the most familiar. We don't know the old man, but the young noble calls him attendant. Attendant. Teacher Du frowned. Those without a name usually had a lowly background. Therefore, he shouldn't have met the guy before. Young noble Li? He focused on Li Qie instead. This guy left no impression on him. Just another passerby. He's a woodchopper. The student named Zhang Yu said, not hiding his disdain and anger. Someone like Li Qie wasn't qualified to stand before him. However, the guy still killed his mount. If it wasn't for Xiao Ling, he would have killed the guy. A woodchopper? The teacher became surprised. He noticed that Li Qie was a violet marquis, which wasn't that weak. He could easily become a wealthy man in the mortal world. Why would he be working as a woodchopper? Young noble Li does gather wood and burn them to make charcoal. Xiao Ling said. But I feel that he might have another reason for staying there. A while ago, she thought that a cultivator acting as a woodchopper was too illogical and self-destructive. Upon further rumination, this might not be the case. As the old attendant kept on repeating, his young master had his reasons for doing things. Others couldn't speculate this. She initially thought that he was just trying to be mysterious. A woodchopper living in the wilderness had no future to speak of, let alone acting inscrutable. She had a change of heart afterward. He's nothing more than a woodchopper. He can burn all he wants and won't get immortal metal, only charcoal. Zhang Yu said. No precious metal, but he still gained a lot living there. For example, that 7-colored draconic loach. He must have been staying there for a long time and know all of the precious materials and herbs. Another girl said. Xiao Ling and her two friends have changed their perspective on him, no longer looking down on his choice. Humph. He's nothing more than a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. Zhang Yu went on. There are precious materials everywhere in that mountain range. Anyone else born there would have picked up a 7-colored draconic loach too. What are you all talking about? Teacher Du was surprised. Young noble Li actually boiled a 7-colored. The friend told the story in detail. The students who were there became envious. One said, he's so lucky, even finding that great fish. Teacher Du frowned again. He was more knowledgeable and experienced than these students. It wasn't that easy to find a 7-colored draconic loach. It's not just luck. Xiao Ling said. Young noble Li said that he was used to the place. He probably grew up there and became neighbors with the beasts. Is that so? Teacher Du pondered. This might be one possibility, but there was still something strange about the whole thing. Of course, some students disagreed. One objected. How can that be? It's the rule of the jungle there. The beasts respect power. Any of them can eat him. That's right, princess. He was just boasting, so don't believe him. Zhang Yu added. Meanwhile, Teacher Du contemplated without saying anything. Golden Cicada Buddhist child was there too. Teacher Du smiled after hearing about the monk and the fish soup. He had heard about the youth's gluttonous nature before. Seems like this will be fun. Our academy's genius is here too. Maybe they'll meet. He revealed. Senior Sister Lon is here too? The students became excited. Some of the males' eyes turned bright. Yes. Teacher Du nodded. We'll see if you're lucky enough to see her in action. It'll be a shame if she leaves too early. She'll show her prowess here. Everyone wanted to watch. I'm sure it'll shock everyone. We'll be able to see her supreme temperament and aura. Another female friend said excitedly. It didn't take long before the entire group talked about this Senior Sister Lon. Some male students didn't hide their admiration at all. They were talking about their academy's top genius, Duga Lon. She was the most talented on top of being a direct disciple of the current dean, five-colored sacred sovereign. He was one of the 4 grandmasters of Buddha Holy Ground. Duga Lon was known to be undefeated in the academy. Even the majority of teachers thought that they were weaker. Both the male and female students considered her as an idol or goddess. She rarely appeared in public, so few of them were fortunate enough to see her. Thus, her trip to Myriad Beast Mountains made the group excited. Teacher Du led them across numerous peaks. Suddenly, gales blew away the clouds. The students looked up and saw a dragon, no, a massive serpent. 3-headed winged serpent. Xiao Ling and her friends became afraid and had the urge to flee. However, they noticed that there were people standing on top of the serpent now. This fierce creature has been tamed. Divine Ghost Tribe. The academy students noticed the fog and mist surrounding that group. Friends, where are you going? Teacher Du started a conversation. The old man controlling the serpent also greeted with a smile. Dao Brother Du, it's nice to see you here. Duality Academy was one of the strongest powers in Buddha Holy Ground. No teacher there was weak. Some could dominate the entire world. For example, 5-colored sacred sovereign. That's why he wasn't ignored like the students a while ago. The old man from the ghost race exercised prudence and respect when talking to Teacher Du. No one dared to look down on duality in the entire Holy Ground. Not even Heavenly Dragon Temple, Vajra Dynasty, or Divine Ghost Tribe. Same. Where are you heading, Dao Brother? Teacher Du smiled. I heard that someone had found a mystical gem tree further ahead. The old ghost didn't hide this information. Chapter 3564. A magical gem tree? Not just the students but even Teacher Du were surprised. The fruits of that tree are magical, capable of changing one's constitution. Just one fruit can fetch a sky-high price on the market. The student from the alchemy clan said. Magical indeed. The teacher nodded. Yes, it'll change a young cultivator completely. He himself was tempted after hearing about the fruit. Teacher, should we go take a look? One student became eager. Brother Du, it should be good. The old man invited the students from Duality in order to foster a good relationship. He smiled and said, the tree is still uncaptured due to a dichromatic ape. No one can get close. Let's go, teacher. The other students lost their patience. Teacher Du glanced at them and said, it'll be a waste of time. That ape is a famous monster here at the heaven level. It'll kill you with one slap. The students shuddered, especially the younger classmates like Yang Ling. Just one high earth level was enough to make them pee in their pants. Maybe Teacher Du himself wouldn't be able to handle this creature. We'll just watch from a distance, no need for the fruit. One student still didn't give up despite fearing the monster. Brother Du, it's fine to let the young ones see the world. We'll just stare enviously at that fruit. The old ghost smiled. All right, we can go. Teacher Du saw the eagerness in the students and said, when we get there, you must listen to me, don't do anything stupid or be tempted by the fruits. Otherwise, don't blame me for dying. The students applauded. Of course, they only wanted to go for fun. They didn't dare to think about stealing the fruits from such a mighty creature. They followed the members of the ghost tribe and crossed several more peaks. A big crowd gathered ahead. In front was a cliff with a tree growing beneath. It had plenty of branches and leaves, causing it to have the shape of an umbrella. The older branches looked like bridges while the leaves were green and shiny. This was a magical gem tree. It had plenty of fruits the size of a peach. It had different color glows. A red color was a sign of maturity. It exuded a unique fruity scent that could be smelled from far away. People couldn't help wanting to take a bite. When the students from Duality got close enough, they heard groanings and moanings. Blood stained the area near the tree along with corpses and dismembered body parts. The stench and corpses made people tremble. There were 1,000 or so cultivators present from all over the region. Necropolis, Heavenly Dragon, Mortal King, Buddha Emperor. The various tribes and races were here as well. Humans, ghosts, blood members, heavenly devils. None of these experts dared to get close due to the presence of a large ape. It leaned on the tree like a tiny hill. Its fur was black from top to bottom with a luster. The thick hair looked like black needles draped on its body, adding to its power and ferocity. The only other color it had were its eye sockets. They had hair as white as snow around the outline, looking quite eye-grabbing. Thus, it was obvious that this was the famous dichromatic ape. It lazily leaned on the tree while glancing at the experts gathering around the tree. It seemed to have nothing but disdain for these weak cultivators. This isn't a regular heaven chaos primal beast, it's at the high level already. The students became startled. The heaven classification was naturally divided into 3 levels: low, intermediate, and high. The gap between the low and high level was immense. This ape could easily massacre everyone here. That's why an ancestor from the Moon Ghost tribe earlier got killed after one smash. An old cultivator shook his head, not daring to get close. The students were smart enough to keep a distance as well. It's not just the ape. A student noticed more chaos primal beasts resting beneath the tree: coiling serpents, the roosts of massive birds, a leopard, other aggressive apes. They were weaker than the dichromatic ape but still strong enough to intimidate the cultivators present. They're the ape's underlings, Teacher Du concluded. Underlings? Many students found this strange. Primal chaos beasts have intelligence after reaching a certain level. Teacher Du said, most preferred to be alone but some would team up. Moreover, the hierarchy was strict too. The strongest rules while the weak serve. A large group would be just as powerful as a minor dynasty. The students learned another thing today after listening. They then stared at the beasts again. The beasts on both the branches and on the ground kept a certain distance from the dichromatic ape, not daring to overstep their authority. They stared at the beast with great reverence. The ape's dominant status in this group was abundantly clear. Has anyone gotten a fruit yet? The old ghost who led them here asked while looking at the fruits. Obtaining them would be extremely beneficial for a sect. The scent of the mature ones was irresistible as well. No one can break through that defense. People have tried and failed. Someone who was here for a while elaborated. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon fought several beasts earlier. Eventually, the dichromatic ape joined in and sent him flying with one palm strike. He ran away with grievous injuries. The students became more impressed at this ape's power, capable of defeating a high monk from the great temple. Alas, people still didn't want to leave. They thought about waiting for someone else to try, then they could take advantage of the distraction and grab a fruit or two. This opportunity was just too tempting to pass up. Should we try again? A few experts from a clan in Necropolis wondered. They were wounded from a previous attempt. Forget it, this ape is just too strong. The leader shook his head. We'll lose our lives before getting to eat those fruits. With that, he led his group away. Poof! A mist of blood manifested on the horizon. It disappeared, revealing a dozen or so cultivators. They were quite strong. The leader was young but the old men behind him had billowing vitality. Experts from the Nightwalker branch. Many recognized them due to their unique mist of blood. Chapter 3565. The group attracted everyone's attention. The mist of blood kept pulsing on and off around them. They seemed to be on the verge of disappearing at any moment just from a gust of wind. All in all, they had an ethereal characteristic. Nightwalkers. The crowd focused on the leader. The majority of the group was old at the sacred level. They were either elders or something higher. However, a youth was still leading them. The blood mist around him wasn't as concentrated as the old men's. Thus, his cultivation might be weaker. The most interesting thing about him was his eyes. There seemed to be a red light pulsing deep within them, capable of turning into a blood wheel. It gave everyone a strange feeling. Is he a disciple of 8 Tribulation Blood King? A youth became startled after hearing about the Nightwalkers. People would always think of the Blood King when this race was brought up because he was one of the 4 Grandmasters. The 4 beings were top existences in the south, only behind the 2 Great Supremes. No, not a direct disciple but still from a side branch. A powerful cultivator said, Xueqi, the junior brother of Phantom Sacred Child. Ah, No wonder why he's leading such a group. Looks like he's capable enough to rule his own domain. Someone had no idea of Xueqi but has heard of Phantom's sacred child before. Phantom was one of the top talents in Buddha Holy Ground. He was the direct disciple of 8 Tribulation Blood King, famous alongside Golden Cicada and Dugalan. Some thought that he would be able to unite the divine ghost tribe and compete for authority over the Holy Land. Thus, being the junior brother of this sacred child was a big deal. He is more than just his relation to the sacred child. Just a member of a side branch isn't enough. The real reason is due to his unique eyes, the blood eyes of the Nightwalkers. It's quite powerful. Someone in the know revealed. Xueqi's eyes flashed after coming here akin to 2 turning blood wheels. Staring at them would make people dizzy at first. A bit later, they would feel as if their soul was being dragged away. Don't look at his blood eyes for too long or it'll leave an incurable internal wound. A senior warned the curious juniors who were staring into his eyes. Rumble! The elders of the Nightwalker spread out and summoned multiple pillars. They had clearly engraved runes on the surface and were refined specifically for a grand formation. Gentlemen, please give us some room. We're about to start a formation here. Xueqi addressed the crowd after the pillars were pinned to the ground. They want to go big for those fruits. An expert from the previous generation understood their intention right away. Many started moving back to leave an open field for them. The Nightwalker was a large tribe, not to mention the prestige of the Blood King. Moreover, no one could take the fruits from the dichromatic ape anyway. Why not let this group give it a shot? Perhaps they would be able to attack successfully, then the rest could take advantage of this opportunity. Virtuous nephew, you want to have a direct contest against that ape? An expert familiar with this tribe asked. No, we're planning on taking a big risk by separating the primal beasts and sneaking in for the fruits. Xueqi responded. That's possible? Someone nearby immediately said, the ape's power is unimaginable. It's impossible to trick it. Xueqi was annoyed at being questioned in this manner. He glared at the cultivator and sneered. Mist sealing 8 firmaments is a supreme formation of our tribe. Mist sealing 8 firmaments. Those nearby became startled. That's one of their key formations, extremely powerful. Not just powerful. An elder from a big sect said while staring at Xueqi. Your blood eyes will amplify the formation's effects. You have great insight, senior. Xueqi was happy to hear this and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the students from Duality were watching the elders of the Nightwalker set up the formation. Can they really get the fruits before the great ape? One student wondered. There's a strong probability. A stronger student commented. This formation of theirs is wondrous. Once trapped inside, each step has the distance of an entire world. No one can escape this confinement with one exception. Xueqi. His eyes will serve as the formation control so he won't be affected. He'll become a part of the formation and can use it to stop the enemies. Sounds amazing, right? The students nearby were impressed. One of them said, no wonder why Xueqi is highly regarded by his tribe. Failure is likely. Teacher Du shook his head with a serious expression. Don't look down on the dichromatic ape. It is a famous beast here. Very few in the entire Holy Ground can defeat it. The students didn't expect this. The Holy Ground had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Nonetheless, they thought that a high heaven-level beast should really be this strong, enough to intimidate anyone. Go! The elders moved in unison to control the pillars. The grand formation activated. Rumble! Pillars suddenly burst out of the ground near the tree. Bright Tao runes emerged and crisscrossed everywhere. Boom! In the next second, the formation encompassed the entire area around the tree. The mist turned everything white. Rah! The beasts nearby immediately lunged into action. Unfortunately, they found themselves to be stuck in the formation. Just half a step here required crossing 10 million miles. They instantly became lost in the numerous dimensions. Incredible! All the experts became startled. The tree was lost in the formation, but so did the guardian beasts. Let's go! The elders shouted at Xueqi. He was already prepared, so his eyes became resplendent and red like rubies. He turned into a mist of blood and became one with the formation, no longer in sight. 1. Tribulation can be era. Chapter 3566. All of the Chaos Primal Beasts were lost in the misty formation, unable to find a way out. Meanwhile, Xueqi has integrated himself into the formation. Is he about to do it? Many experts murmured since the beasts had no idea where he was. Success meant that he would be able to grab the fruits. An extreme harvest for his tribe. The spectators became greedy just thinking about the fruits. Some started scheming in the background. The ones from Duality Academy watched with bated breath. Teacher Du stared at the misty formation and finally glanced at the ape. Ever since the Nightwalkers got here with their formation, the ape hasn't moved at all. It seemed to be sleeping, unaware of the development with the sealed area. Not necessarily, they're underestimating the dichromatic ape. This formation shouldn't be enough. Teacher Du shook his head. He wasn't the only one with this belief. A few ancestors felt the same way, thinking that the Nightwalkers were thinking too highly of their formation versus a high heaven-level beast. Of course, the elders of this tribe were nervous as well. They were controlling the formation so they could spot Xueqi. He was extremely close to the tree now. In reality, they knew that this formation alone wasn't enough to trap the ape. It was certainly mighty, but the ape was a true monster. For example, they wouldn't be able to trap 8 Tribulation Blood King with the formation. Nonetheless, they hoped that the formation plus the Blood Eyes would be able to slow the ape down a bit. They didn't want all the fruits. Just 3 or 5 would have been more than enough. Get ready to back off. They exchanged glances and made preparation. It's about to happen. The other ancestors saw this and knew that Xueqi was close to the tree. The beasts such as the serpent, leopard, and others were still stuck in the formation. They didn't know that there was an intruder either. This is the key moment. Teacher Du stared intensely ahead. The students became anxious as well. They wanted to know if Xueqi would actually be able to do it. Is it over? How many fruits did he get? One student grasped their sleeves tightly and sweated for Xueqi. Trying to steal the fruits from a dichromatic ape was quite audacious. Rah! Just when everyone thought that success was imminent, the ape sleeping by leaning on the tree suddenly opened its eyes. It knows. Everyone became startled right away. Boom! The ape stood up and a terrible chaos energy shot out. The mist of the formation was instantly separated. Withdraw! The elders of the Nightwalker became aghast and made a fast decision. Rumble! The thick pillars flew out of the ground and headed straight for the ape just like thrown spears. Buzz! A faint mist of blood could be seen below the tree. Xueqi didn't get greedy and stopped his mission. He channeled his eyes and shot out of the formation like a bloody arrow. Boom! The ape smashed downward with one hand, carrying the destructive immensity of heaven. The penetrating pillars weren't effective in the slightest and crumbled beneath its palm strike, piece by piece. Xueqi was a split second away from getting out of the formation. Alas, the shock waves of that palm strike still struck him. He was forced out of his mist form and got sent flying, bloodied. Go! The elders weren't afraid and rushed towards Xueqi. They caught him and carried him towards safety before stopping. Meanwhile, the entire formation finally collapsed from the ape's one move in a loud manner. Once the dust settled, the tree appeared before everyone again. The leaves were still fluttering to the wind. The fruit still had the same tempting luster. Rah! The ape roared again, causing all the spectators to tremble. After seeing that a point was made, it went back to sleep beneath the tree. Shit, that ape is so strong. The students from Duality were still shuddering with fear. That powerful formation, mist sealing 8 firmaments, couldn't withstand one move from the ape. That's a high heaven-level beast for you. Cultivators in the same realm still can't touch it. Teacher Du didn't find this surprising. He's already lucky to be alive. Everyone saw Xueqi being healed in the distance and thought that he was fortunate. His condition was stabilized thanks to the effort of the elders. Even that formation doesn't work. An expert shook his head with regrets. A little bit more, just a little bit more. Xueqi got up and stared at the fruits on the tree with an ugly expression. He acted haughtily earlier, not expecting failure. With this development, the crowd thought that no one could take down the ape's defense. Don't mess around, the mighty ancestors need to come themselves or no one will be able to get the fruits. A pessimistic air of helplessness permeated the area. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. A relaxed voice suddenly sounded. Everyone saw a young man slowly sauntered over. He wore a shabby robe and had a woodcutter hanging by his waist. He carried a shoulder pole with timber on it. Why is there a woodchopper here? The cultivators became surprised. Why would there be one here in Myriad Beast Mountains? Hi, young noble Li. Yongling came over to greet him. This woodchopper with a calm expression was none other than Li Qiye. He smiled and nodded at her. You're looking for firewood here? Yongling and her two friends asked. No. Li Qiye shook his head. The area is still several peaks ahead. I'm just thirsty and will be grabbing some fruits. Chapter 3567. What fruits are you looking for? Yongling asked since this was the natural conversational flow. Li Qiye looked over at the magical gem tree and said, Over there, that tree has plenty of fruits. Magical gem tree. Yongling thought that she had misheard him. Initially, Li Qiye didn't garner a lot of attention. Some found his appearance strange but didn't pay any more mind. However, his comment made everyone stare at him. Do you know what those fruits are? The girl's eyes were wide open. Fruits are fruits, to quench thirst. What else can they be? Li Qiye shrugged. Ignorant brat. Zhang Yu, who had a feud with him, immediately jumped in. You don't even know magical gem fruits. Stop speaking or you'll embarrass yourself even more. The other students from Duality stared strangely at Li Qiye. Some had disdain in their eyes. Others thought that he was as bizarre as can be. Gem or no gem, as long as it can quench my thirst. Li Qiye answered with a leisure smile. Nonsense, a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Zhang Yu sneered. You're not qualified to eat those fruits. Humph, you can't even touch them. That dichromatic ape can smash you to death with a single finger. Why must I be subjected to so much blabbering when I just want some fruits? What's so hard about plucking some? Li Qiye shook his head. What's so hard about it? Zhang Yu purposely raised his voice to stop Li Qiye from backing out. Am I hearing things? A woodchopper just declared that plucking the magical gem fruits is an easy task? Is he looking down on all the heroes in the world? The listeners certainly thought that Li Qiye was being bombastically ignorant. The brat doesn't know the power of that ape. A few experts shook their head and didn't like the nonsensical comment. Those present, including the ones from the Nightwalker tribe, have failed to grasp a single fruit. Thus, Li Qiye's comment could be construed as insulting them. How ludicrous! Xueqi was annoyed already from being injured earlier. Now he snorted and stared at Li Qiye. The thing protecting those fruits is a dichromatic ape, a high heaven-level chaos primal beast. Just one breath from it can turn you into blood, yet you dare. His strong reaction was understandable. His anger couldn't be taken out on the ape. Li Qiye became the new target. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Li Qiye waved his hand and interrupted the guy. Xueqin's anger nearly rushed out of his throat in the form of blood after hearing this. How are you so sure? Xueqin glared at Li Qiye. Of course. Li Qiye smiled. Completely nonchalant. Not a single soul in the crowd believed him. No one here can make this claim. An expert shook his head. I don't think you can ever get one in your lifetime given your power. He's just spouting bullshit. Zhang Yu laughed and didn't hold back. Can't believe you all are having such a hard time getting a few fruits. Looks like your intelligence is far below average. You overestimate yourself by coming to this mountain range for an adventure. Li Qiye smiled. This line offended virtually everyone in the crowd. The benevolent ones chuckled and ignored it. However, a few became aggressive. For example, Xueqi. Li Qiye's comment struck him hard because he failed to grab the fruits just now. Haha, I see. If you can get even one fruit, I'll call you master. Xueqi sneered. I don't want a disciple like you. Li Qiye refused. Xueqin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He restrained his anger and threatened, if you can't do it, then you need to bow to me 3 times. Otherwise, he didn't finish, but everyone knew what he wanted to do just by looking at his eyes. The two of them had no prior feud. Alas, the guy just needed to vent while Li Qiye purposely brought this on himself. So you insist on me grabbing those fruits? Li Qiye became amused and grinned. Unfortunately, people here were foreign to this grin. Scared now? Zhang Yu said. Words can't be taken back just like spilled water. It's too late for you to change your mind now. If you want to give up now, bow obediently 3 times. Xueqi uttered coldly. Brat, just give up. Your life is more important. It's not shameful to bow to young Lord Xueqi. An expert wanted to help Li Qiye. This was reasonable because in their eyes, Li Qiye was only a woodchopper. On the other hand, Xueqi was a genius with boundless potential. A few bows meant nothing. No one here thought that he would be able to grab the fruits. It was nothing more than a fool daydreaming. I was going to grab them anyway. Li Qiye smiled and pulled up his sleeves, then walked towards the tree. Young noble Li, forget it. Just apologize to young Lord Xueqi. That ape will really kill you if you provoke it. Yang Ling thought that Li Qiye was going for real. It's no big deal. Li Qiye continued forward. Junior sister, just let him die since that seems to be his wish. Another student said. It's courting death. The spectators could see the outcome already. Just watch when he gets closer, the dichromatic ape will crush him to a pulp with one finger. Zhang Yu snorted. In fact, the ape didn't need to do anything. The other chaos primal beasts were more than enough to devour Li Qiye. Unfortunately, an extremely bizarre scene unraveled next, causing them to be slack-jawed. Chapter 3568. The dichromatic ape didn't need to do a thing against someone of Li Qiye's cultivation. Just any of the other beasts could easily reduce him to a pile of meat. As Li Qiye drew closer, these beasts immediately got up to everyone's horror. The ape itself actually got up this time too. Heart started skipping beats. Be careful. Everyone immediately retreated several steps backward in order not to be dragged into this mess. They couldn't handle the wrath of the ape. The brat's finished. Many had this thought. Li Qiye had no chance of surviving because a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple still couldn't on this ape. Stop! Yang Ling and her friends shouted, feeling very nervous. Unfortunately, Li Qiye didn't get smashed and betrayed their expectation. They saw the beasts including the ape bowed their head towards Li Qiye with a respectful expression. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Just think about it, these beasts were extremely strong, especially the dichromatic ape. It could fight against any human cultivator. Fear wasn't part of its mentality. Thus, this development left the crowd in disbelief. The woodchopper wasn't a supreme character or anything. If he were a peerless Tao Lord, then it would be understandable and acceptable. Alas, something even more ridiculous happened next. Lil White, get me some fruits, I'm thirsty. Li Qiye waved at the ape with a natural demeanor. A while ago, this would make everyone burst out in laughter. Why would a high-level heaven beast listen? Truly a suicidal attempt. However, the ape actually climbed up the tree and plucked several fruits. Moreover, it carefully selected the largest and ripest ones before respectfully handing them over to Li Qiye. How can this be? The spectators became petrified. This was more outrageous than certain myths. Hey, pinch me, I must be dreaming. A cultivator told his friend. How the hell is this happening? Even the experienced ancestors found this unimaginable. The ape considered the magical gem fruits as precious as its own life. That's why it spent all day and night protecting this place, always fighting the intruders. However, the ape actually gave Li Qiye the best fruits. He was nothing more than a woodchopper with average cultivation. The crowd simply couldn't digest this. On the other hand, Li Qiye had no problem taking a bite and swallowing the fruit. They could hear how watery it was after the first crunch. That hits the spot. Li Qiye continued eating the fruit while the crowd salivated. Little friend. Wait, Dao brother, are your fruits for sale? One cultivator had an idea and immediately presented a pouch of primal stones to Li Qiye. He happily said, I have 500 primal stones right here, 1 billion times more than what you'll make chopping woods in your lifetime. All for one fruit? Though he couldn't get the fruits, he could still buy them off this woodchopper. The guy probably knew nothing. Maybe these primal stones would be enough to tempt him. It would be an incredible profit. Humph, can't believe you have the audacity to say something like this. Other experts were moved too. Fellow Taoist, I will give you 5,000 stones for one fruit. Someone offered tenfold. 10,000 here. Another joined in with haste. So many cheapskates, I will pay 50,000. A student from Duality participated. 80,000 from me. Fellow Taoist, I just want one. Someone from the last generation lost his cool. These prices were all low compared to the actual value of the fruit. The buyers wanted an unrealistic profit and competed for it. Friend, I will give you 200,000 and take you in as my disciple. I'll pass the sex merit laws down to you. Even an ancestor started persuading Li Qie by extending his branch. It didn't take long before the other experts offered higher bids. At the later stage, the offers were actually serious and tempting. For example, becoming an ancestor's disciple was an offer that a woodchopper couldn't refuse. Any weak cultivator would start palpitating with excitement. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything while eating his fruit. He acted as if they weren't precious in the slightest. 1, 2, 3. The number gradually dwindled to everyone's horror. They felt the pain from the ridiculous wastefulness. Please, please stop. An ancestor shouted after there was only one left. Li Qie's hand with the fruit stopped in midair, adding to the tension. All eyes were on this final fruit, afraid that he would take a bite out of it. What? Li Qie glanced at the ancestor. Aren't you listening to us? Do you know what you're holding? The ancestor was going crazy. Yes, a thirst-quenching fruit. Li Qie answered in a matter-of-fact manner. A thirst-quenching fruit? The ancestor shouted loudly, getting the urge to choke Li Qie. Everyone else felt the same way. Chapter 3569. One would be hard-pressed to find a more wasteful event than treating magical gem fruits as something for regular consumption. Chomp. Li Qie bit the last fruit before the astonished spectators. No, please stop. The ancestor screamed while the rest became slack-jawed. Unfortunately, Li Qie was a quick eater and the fruit disappeared from sight. Everyone felt their heart bleeding a little bit. Magical gem fruits. One expert wanted to send Li Qie flying since he had successfully enraged every cultivator present. Do you know how much wealth you had just eaten? The ancestor glared with indignation. Wealth? The purpose of this fruit is for eating. Li Qie replied. The ancestor tapped his forehead in exasperation, thinking that he was playing music to an ox. This brat had no idea how precious the fruits were. Truly an idiot. However, one smart elder realized something. His eyes shifted back and forth. He told Li Qie, go get a few more fruits and my sect will make you our first disciple. We'll give you 300,000 primal stones and teach you our best arts. The ape showed zero aggression towards Li Qie even though he had consumed its precious fruits. Because of this, it seemed like obtaining more fruit was still possible. The other experts' eyes lit up after hearing this good idea, especially the ancestors. If Li Qie were to join their sect, this meant that all the fruits would be theirs as well. Not interested. Li Qie refused with a smile, stopping everyone else from offering. They didn't expect him to say no to such a tempting offer without a second thought. Why not? An ancestor from a big sect couldn't help but say, if you join my sect as the first disciple, you'll certainly become famous and soar. All you need to do is to pluck some fruits. Do you sell your neighbor's items? Li Qie glanced dismissively at him. Sounds like you're a thief. You. The ancestor had no response. What a strange response. Teacher Du found Li Qie's perspective to be bizarre. It's because young noble Li considers the beasts here to be his neighbors since he grew up here. That's why he has a deep relationship with them. They live peacefully together, so I guess the beasts share their things with him too. Yongling said. Such a strange thing does happen. Teacher Du stroked his chin and murmured. He actually didn't believe this too much because chaos primal beasts weren't that nice. Weaker existences were nothing more than food in their eyes. How could a weak woodchopper be friends with the beasts here? Because they were neighbors? He's being foolish in my opinion. Another student commented. Even a fool knows what to do here. He won't ever have a chance like this again. Becoming a first disciple was a godsend opportunity, especially for those with weak cultivation or humble background. However, Li Qie actually refused this. Thus, the majority of the crowd thought that he was stupid beyond cure. His head must be different from everyone else, rendering communication impossible. Meanwhile, Li Qie walked to Xueqi's front and said, kneel and bow 3 times. You. Xueyun turned red with rage. All eyes were on him now. Everyone nearly forgot about the bet earlier. Xueyun said that he would bow 3 times if he were to lose. This should have been impossible and Li Qie should have been killed by the ape. Xueyun needed to carry out his promise now. He was in a tough predicament since people were staring at him. His anger was unbearable for 2 reasons. First, Li Qie did what he couldn't so easily. Second, the guy wanted him to kneel and bow. Truly humiliating. It was just a joke, no need to take it seriously. An elder from the Nightwalker tribe tried to mediate. I don't treat my words frivolously. Kneel now, don't waste my time. Li Qiye responded. Xueyan's expression became unsightly and red like a pig's liver. He was a famous prodigy. How could he kneel to a woodchopper in public? Don't push it, take one step back and everything will be fine. Xueyan took a deep breath and said, It's your loss. A man can handle losing instead of reneging. Yongling interjected. That's right, don't renege. Other cultivators wanted to stir the pot. This made it impossible for Xueyan to stop this. Of course, the crowd knew that there was no way Xueyan would actually kneel in public. And if I don't? Don't overestimate yourself. There's nothing you can do to me. The weak are prey to the strong. Be smart now. Xueyan glared at Li Qiye. This was a blatant threat. Not only would he refuse to carry out the bet, but he might also kill Li Qiye. Most found this contemptible, but he was right. This world really belonged to the strong. What could Li Qiye do? His cultivation was too weak to do anything. Further provoking the guy might end with death. It was smarter to just let it end and leave this place as soon as possible. So shameless. Yongling naturally took Li Qiye's side. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as Xueyan either. Rah! Suddenly, the dichromatic ape stood up and roared while loudly beating its chest. When people regained their wits, they saw the ape standing near the Nightwalker experts. The other beasts also surrounded this group. Their bestial auras engulfed the area like a terrible storm, rendering others breathless. Shit, the ape is going crazy. The spectators ran far away, not wanting to be crushed to pieces by the great ape. Those trapped inside were naturally scared out of their mind. Chapter 3570. The elders from the Nightwalker tribe wanted to escape, but it was too late. Powerful beasts have already surrounded them. The ape, in particular, stood in the opposite direction. They had no chance of fleeing. What do you want? A frightened elder unsheathed his sword, causing a loud clunk and a pulsing flash. The disciples of the tribe also readied their weapons, ready to fight the beasts. Huh! The ape roared and took one step forward, completely spittling the ground. A terrible torrent of power rendered resistance futile. Even the elders staggered backward from just the sound wave. As for the other disciples, their chest was smacked repeatedly. Some dropped to the ground. The spectators nearby were pale and didn't dare to get close, let alone trying to save the Nightwalkers. See, my neighbors won't stand for this unfair treatment. They have my back. Li Qiye smiled and said, It's not too late to bow, or don't blame me for being cruel when you're nothing but meat paste. After all, my neighbors have a hot temper. It'll be out of my control when they go crazy. The Nightwalkers couldn't help staring at Xueyan after hearing this, the same with the spectators. It was true that Li Qiye couldn't do a thing to him or his tribe. However, no one expected these chaos primal beasts to interfere for his sake. How magical! An expert murmured while staring at Li Qiye. So the brat really grew up here and became the favorite of the mountains? He must have deep ties to the beasts here. Another elder found this unbelievable. Chaos primal beasts and other creatures were wild and ferocious. This made it impossible for a peaceful coexistence with cultivators, let alone possessing a good relationship. The only exception was when a cultivator was strong enough to control them. However, for something like the dichromatic ape, even a heaven sovereign couldn't command them. Now, it was willing to stand up for a mere woodchopper. Thus, they agreed with what the elder said earlier. That seemed to be the only logical explanation. Just accept defeat and kneel. The strongest elder of the Nightwalker was terrified. Forcing their way out was impossible against those beasts. The price would still be monstrous in the case of success. Nothing's more important than staying alive. Another elder said, Heroes suffer setbacks at times, lose today and win tomorrow. Xueyan's expression was extremely ugly. To kneel before a woodchopper in front of everyone was more agonizing than death. He thought that he was stronger than Li Qiye, so he reneged. Now, any of these beasts could easily kill him. Even the elders told him to kneel. If he didn't do so, the entire group would die here. He would become a sinner of the sect. Thus, his knees fell to the ground. He immediately bowed his head 3 times, thinking that he would never forget about this humiliation. His hatred for Li Qie was deep to the bones. He tried to stand up afterward, but Li Qie stomped down on him. Normally, he would have cut the guy to pieces, but the circumstances were against him. He had to swallow this anger. "What are you doing?" He gritted his teeth. "You haven't admitted defeat despite losing." Li Qie smiled. Everyone thought that Li Qie was being a tad overbearing. However, this was to be expected of the loser. So domineering. One student quietly praised. "It's idiotic, he better changes his ways soon or death will come knocking." Another student scowled and disagreed. Many agreed with the latter. After all, not just Xueqi but the rest of the Nightwalkers wouldn't forgive Li Qie for this humiliation. Xueyun's expression was as twisted as can be beneath Li Qie's foot. Unfortunately, his peers and seniors were staring at him. "I fully accept my loss." His words betrayed his thoughts. Alas, he needed to endure this shame. "Now that's better," Li Qie said. "Remember to open your dog eyes wider in the future or you won't be as lucky." Xueyun clenched his fists tightly, swearing of eventual retribution. "Okay, I'm no longer thirsty. Time to go." Li Qie laughed and patted his hands. He then picked up his carrying pole and left without looking at anyone else. "Young noble Li, where are you going for wood?" Yang Ling asked. "A place with good ones, of course." Li Qie's voice came from the distance and he started singing again. Everyone watched the guy disappear into the forest, forgetting about the beasts. However, they have already dispersed and returned to the tree to rest. "I'll never let this go." Xueyun's fingers dug into his palms. Revenge was necessary in order for him to have peace. He wanted to let Li Qie taste a fate worse than death. "Let's go," the elder of the Nightwalker told the disciples. There was no need to stay here any longer since they have failed to grab any magical gem fruit. Plus, they have been humiliated enough already. "What a devilish brat," one expert said regarding Li Qie. "A miraculous one, a product of myriad beast mountains. I wonder what he can do in the outside world. Perhaps more miracles?" An older master praised. "I've never heard of anyone being able to live in harmony with the beasts here. Truly unprecedented." One ancestor stroked his chin and mused. "We're going." Teacher Du didn't say anything and stood there in silence for a bit. He eventually led the students away. The latter didn't dare to linger around and gave chase. Teacher Du found the whole thing very strange. At first, his sole focus was on the old attendant. Now, it looked like Li Qie was the one deserving his attention. Chapter 3571. The relationship with the beasts was one thing, but Teacher Du was equally perplexed regarding Li Qie's attitude and bearing. When he faced certain temptations, he chose a different choice from the rest. He was still a violet marquis cultivator and should know the importance of joining a large sect for better merit laws. Becoming the first disciple of one meant soaring to the sky. Those from a humble beginning would certainly trade the fruits for this chance. It would be countless times better compared to staying here as a woodchopper. Thus, people should have focused on this more than the beast's issue. In retrospection, his moral character was worthy of admiration. A true man of virtue sticking to his path. Teacher Du couldn't help admiring the guy, and even thought about recruiting him into duality. Of course, this had nothing to do with Li Qie's ability to grab the magical gem fruits nor his friendship with the beasts. This wasn't for any personal benefit. He simply appreciated the guy's choice. Everyone knew that they lived in a cruel dog-eat-dog world. It was rare to see someone going against the mold. "I can't believe young noble Li and the beasts here are actually neighbors," Yang Ling said to one of her friends. He told them this before, but they dismissed it, thinking that he was just exaggerating. This was no longer the case. It has to be his characters. Anyone else growing up here might not be loved in the same way. She thought about it and added, "It's extraordinary that he didn't trade the treasures of the beasts for his own gains." She wholeheartedly admired him for his choice because she wouldn't have been able to do so. Characters? More like idiocy. Zhang Chongyu became jealous and snorted. "I think there's something wrong with his brains. An early death is inevitable for someone like him." "Nonsense." Yang Ling became infuriated and glared at him. "Don't put someone down because you can't do the same thing. It paints an unsavory picture of yourself." Zhang Chongyu was furious too but didn't dare to argue with Yang Ling. He shut his mouth and directed this anger towards Li Qie. "I'm not quite sure. I think it was indeed foolish for him to not join a sect by trading the fruits. An older student said, it was a godsend opportunity, it's hard to rise without one. The disparity between a first disciple and a woodchopper is obvious. Moreover, that would give him more room to become an incredible existence who can perform wondrous tasks. That's why, in my opinion, his choice was narrow-minded. Not necessarily. Teacher Du shook his head. Missing the chance to join a big sect might not be a loss. There are fortunes decided by the unknowns. Perhaps a bigger opportunity awaits him. The students exchanged glances. Some agreed while others didn't feel the same way. The latter thought that these fortunes were too intangible. Direct benefits such as joining a big sect were far better. That may be the case, but what he did to Xueqi was too much. That's definitely a looming disaster. Another student said, there is no perfect strategy that covers all bases. Cultivation is throwing away the fear of death. If one always thinks about the pros and cons, it'll lead to stagnation. They might as well stay immortal. Teacher Du put on a dignified expression and elaborated. On the other hand, young noble Li didn't care about the benefits, nor was he afraid of a stronger foe. This should be the mindset of a cultivator. It'll allow you to go further. The students contemplated after hearing this. Teacher Du stared at his students and went on. Numerous sects and cultivators have existed in history, the same with invincible merit laws and peerless geniuses. However, very few actually reached the apex to illuminate the realms. Do you think those who became Tao Lords did it because they had top talents and the best merit laws? His eyes became profound after saying this. Then what about your group? Duality Academy has numerous top merit laws that you all can access. Ask yourself, would you be able to surpass those before you and become a Tao Lord? He asked. The students didn't answer. Their talents weren't inferior to the others, hence their entry to the academy. Moreover, the academy was the #1 in the south. In fact, it might be one of the best in all of 8 Decelaces with regards to merit laws and manuals. Would they be able to reach the apex given the favorable circumstances? They didn't dare to answer. The biggest aspiration of some was to become a heavenly sovereign. The realm of invincibility was too far to reach. Normally, the most important thing to become a Tao Lord is actually the Tao heart. Teacher Du finally concluded. Some students have heard this before from the other teachers or the seniors back in their own clan. However, they thought that it was too intangible. Teacher, what is a Tao heart? One female student asked. He slowly explained. People have different definitions, but in my opinion, young noble Li not caring about benefits nor fearing the strong is a type of Tao heart. He looked at the group and continued. You might think what he did was truly stupid. However, could you have done the same thing? Your talents and cultivation might be higher, but I'm afraid there's a chance that he'll accomplish more in the future. Many students didn't buy this. They had prestigious backgrounds and incredible talents on top of using high-ranking merit laws. How could a woodchopper surpass them? This Li Chia hasn't cultivated anything worthwhile. He's nothing more than a woodchopper in myriad beast mountains. How strong can he become? One student objected. Supreme merit laws mean nothing. Don't forget the phrase left by our progenitor, the Tao comes naturally. Teacher Du responded. The students trembled with pride. Their progenitor was a renowned figure. Duality Master. They heard about his exploits and stories at a young age. He was not a Tao Lord yet was still greater than one. No one dared to refute Teacher Du in history. Duality had a unique position, so his teachings were respected. In fact, even the Tao Lords wouldn't dare to question him, let alone these juniors. Boom! A loud explosion destroyed the peace. The ground shook violently and a beam rushed to the sky. What's that over there? The students stared in that direction. That's the beam we saw the other night, right? One of them said. Chapter 3572. The beam illuminated the mountains and alerted both the cultivators and the beasts. Numerous experts from the great powers rushed towards the base of the beam. This was their initial goal in the first place. It was just that once they got here, the beam was nowhere to be found. Now, the opportunity has resurfaced. The cultivators rode the winds forward, including Teacher Du's group and others from the academy. It's over there. Teacher Du's eyes were fixated in that direction. They looked up and saw numerous beams shooting through the sky. A flood of cultivators was also heading there. Fellow Taoist He, do you know what's ahead? Teacher Du noticed a familiar person crossing through the air and started a conversation. Fellow Taoist Du, the expert stopped and answered. A supreme treasure of the Buddhist affinity has emerged. I'm not too sure. This is just information from my senior brother. I'm going ahead now. He then continued onward. Everyone who heard about this Buddhist treasure competed to be the first there. A supreme Buddhist treasure? Teacher Du's eyes slightly shifted. To be addressed as such meant that this artifact must be quite amazing. This was because there were plenty of Buddhist treasures in the holy ground. The students behind him had a look of anticipation after hearing this. For cultivators of this realm, possessing a treasure like this had significant meaning. Teacher, let us hurry and get there? They couldn't wait to take a look at this so-called supreme Buddhist treasure. Of course, obtaining it would be even better. The academy was a relatively special existence in the holy ground. It didn't forbid students from cultivating Buddhism, nor did it actively spread this doctrine. All in all, the academy allowed the students to do as they please. All arts and Tao were accepted. Thus, the students didn't particularly want Buddhist treasures and merit laws. Nonetheless, they wouldn't refuse one of this level either. You want to give it a shot? Teacher Du glanced at them and said, not to mention the experts from all over the world, you can't even outcompete your seniors. Excitement turned into wry smiles for the students upon hearing this. The group was the youngest right now in the academy and also the weakest. They naturally couldn't compete against the seniors who have trained there for several years or even decades. We just want to broaden our horizon, nothing else. One student awkwardly answered. They naturally understood their limits. Thus, their goal here was for sightseeing and increasing their knowledge. Follow right behind me and don't cause trouble. The ferocious beasts are one thing, but people are vicious too. Don't blame me for not warning you first. Teacher Du said. He was experienced enough to know the perils of the world, unlike these young birds. Yes. The students cheered after getting permission from their teacher. Teacher Du sighed and brought the group towards the source of the beam. During their trip, they saw numerous cultivators soaring above them without hiding anything. Mighty auras engulfed the air like torrential storms. Of course, these brazen men were clearly powerful and had strong backgrounds. That's why they could travel in this manner. They also heard loud explosions from cavalries grinding the air. Murderous intent and battle-hardened presence could be easily sensed. They felt their scalp tingling as a result. The border guards are here too. One student became startled. Does that mean His Majesty has ordered the troops to come for the treasure? The political landscape was complicated at the holy ground. Though the Vajra dynasty was in charge, there were many countries and sects not under its jurisdiction. That's why some didn't like the dynasty extending their armies throughout the region. This army guarding the border was one of them. It's too complex for you all to understand right now. It's best not to comment. Teacher Du nonchalantly said. Though this wasn't a warning, the students kept their mouths shut on this topic. Of course, Duality Academy didn't need to look up to Vajra dynasty. However, most students were from Metropolis Division, meaning that they were nobles. Their seniors and ancestors have worked for Vajra, so it was better to refrain from talking about it. They were aware of the ongoing political competition. The light had disappeared before they made it there. This didn't affect much because too many people were heading to that area. Once they got close, they saw people on the peaks and trees. Armies also floated in the air. The place was completely packed like a busy street. Tens of thousands of cultivators were present. However, they were greeted by an unpleasant stench of blood as well. Its thickness made people want to vomit. The streams nearby no longer had clear water, only blood, flesh, and viscera. The group didn't get close and chose to stay on top of a peak to judge the situation. In reality, many students from Duality got here before them and camped on this peak. They were older and stronger than Yongling's group and had teachers with them as well. What's the situation? One student asked after finishing the climb. An older student shook his head. No one can get into that valley. Yongling and the others followed his gaze. They saw a valley with abandoned temples inside. Not a single one was intact. They were as broken as can be. Some only had walls left. This location meant for Buddhists has gone unnoticed in this mountain range for some time. How come I've never seen this place before? Teacher Du was surprised. It was sealed by a top Buddhist technique. Another teacher explained. I just don't know who broke a hole through the seal. Take a look. Teacher Du saw one peak on top of the valley with a broken hole. Runes were still floating around there. Chapter 3573. The cultivators outside were completely attracted by something within the valley. The large area only had one entrance. The other entrances have been sealed by a mighty force. This entry point was the broken hole on the peak with a flight of steps leading down. To the right and left of this path were numerous Buddhist statues. They have been here for who knows how many years and were covered in moss. The temples inside had irreparable damages outside of a few. For example, the largest one could barely be recognized. However, one hall within remained intact. Because certain sections were broken, those waiting outside could see inside the hall. They saw shelves made from precious sandalwood containing treasures and scriptures. These things still had a luster after so many years. The scrolls, in particular, were magical. When the breeze blew the pages over, an ocean of runes would emerge along with wondrous hymns. These phenomena made it obvious that they were top scriptures. Even the high monks of Heavenly Dragon Temple would be tempted. The treasures also had incredible pulses, seemingly opening up portals that can lead others to salvation. However, the thing commanding the most attention was a stone platform in the center. It was made from individual blocks that were quite coarse. However, once placed together in this manner, it looked natural instead of simple. An egg was on top of this platform, around the size of a bowl. The shell was golden, seemingly cast from gold. The shell wasn't glossy and smooth. It had many bumps, a sign of struggle during its inception. Strange runes covered the thing, chaotic yet naturally formed. Some could view the runes as the true shell of this egg. It was also absorbing Buddhist light from the treasures and scriptures on the shelves. No light could escape from this golden egg. The absorption process would make the runes flash and slightly move. Then next came the hymns of thousands and thousands of Buddhas blessing this egg. All of this made its value apparent. People couldn't help but salivate while staring at it. What is this egg? Both the early and latecomers had no idea. Even the knowledgeable ancestors have never heard nor seen such an egg. Teacher, do you know what that egg is? A student from Duality asked. Teacher Du and the others glanced at each other. The teacher in question shook his head. I have never seen it. There aren't any records relating to it either. What beast is that lying on the platform? Yongling's friend noticed a chaos primal beast. In the beginning, the group fully focused on the egg and didn't notice the beast. It looked like a hornless dragon with some differences. Its scales had a blue glow and were covered in mysterious diagrams. They looked like paintings of landscape. The beast wore a crown with feminine characteristics. The creature was clearly a female. It occasionally opened its mouth to suck in and release chaos energy. It seemed to be gestating the egg. That's a world draconic king in the myths. It's stronger than the dichromatic ape. Teacher Du said seriously. Stronger than the ape? Yongling blurted out. The ape is a high-level heaven beast already. It's a high-level heaven king, hence its name. Another teacher said. High-level heaven isn't the strongest rank. There are kings, emperors and gods. The students took a deep breath after learning about this. The ape earlier was already strong enough. This draconic creature was even stronger? So that's the draconic king's egg? A female student wondered. An older teacher stared intensely at the egg before concluding. No, I was fortunate enough to see a world draconic king's eggs during my youth. They don't look like this one. This egg must be something else. The draconic king is willingly trying to incubate it. It must be another high-level heaven emperor. Maybe the god level. One more teacher said. A god-level egg? I've never seen one before. The older teacher said, that's a chaos primal beast capable of fighting against Tao lords. There aren't that many in all of history. Not just that, this egg might have deep ties with Buddhism. Teacher Du added after seeing how the egg captured Buddhist lights. Hard to say, if this is the case, it'll cause a disaster. The older teacher looked up and said, I wonder if those old geezers will be able to restrain themselves. The students didn't notice anything, unlike the powerful teachers. The latter noticed numerous ancestors hiding above in the clouds. They had various reasons for not showing up. Rumble. Meanwhile, fierce battles waged outside the valley entrance. An army of powerful cultivators was fighting against chaos primal beasts in order to break through the entrance. The primal beasts also had numerous groups led by heaven-level beasts. Some among them were actually at the high level. They seemed to be patrolling and protecting this valley. Judging by the current situation, they weren't here at the start and only came recently. The powerful cultivators were currently fighting against lion-like creatures. Heavy casualties occurred. That's the border army, right? A student became surprised. Unfortunately, this mighty army was on the verge of being routed. Rah! The crazed Lion King roared furiously and opened its mouth, swallowing 1,000 troops in the blink of an eye. Boom! It sent the commander flying with one smash. Its victim vomited blood continuously. The commander couldn't escape before being surrounded by another horde of beasts and was torn to pieces. Chapter 3574. The frontier army was reduced to dust in no time at all. Not a single soldier survived the hordes of beasts. Their commander suffered the same fate. Several more groups were attacked in no time at all. They didn't even make it near the entrance before being surrounded by beasts. More than 1,000 cultivators were killed. These groups came from the big powers and had ancestors at the sacred level. This was still far from enough. The students from Duality finally realized the reason for the carnage and the stench of blood earlier. They're so strong. All cultivators shuddered in horror after seeing the massacre. The groups earlier were nothing short of impressive, especially the frontier guards. They were battle-hardened but didn't last long. Who can actually get in there? One student murmured. Isn't first senior sister here? Another said. You're right. Maybe she can give it a shot. The first became excited and looked around. They were talking about the academy's top genius, Dugalan. She might be the strongest there as well, at least among the student body. It's useless. A teacher who got here early shook his head and said, Student Lan managed to escape the beasts but still couldn't get through the powerful defense inside. She couldn't? The students shuddered. If Dugalan couldn't, no other students had a chance. Even the teachers would find it impossible. Xiaolan failed. Teacher Du was surprised and stared at the valley. What kind of defense is in there? Do you see those steps? The statues to the left and right are just too strong. Student Lan was repelled by them. The teacher pointed forward. All eyes turned towards the entrance with the steps leading down the cliff. Numerous statues there were covered in moss. Prior to this, the students assumed that they were mere decorations. This was no longer the case. Maybe the headmaster can do it. A teacher said. No one else but those on his level can obtain this golden divine egg. Is the headmaster here too? Some students blurted out. The teachers exchanged glances and didn't answer. However, judging by their expression, the students thought that the headmaster might actually be here. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to see the headmaster's might. Some became excited. The current headmaster of Duality was Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign, one of the 4 grandmasters of Buddha Holy Ground. He became a heavenly sovereign at a young age and was among the top experts of the South. His involvement here would naturally shock the entire region. With enough time, the other grandmasters might come too. One teacher glanced at the sky and said seriously. The students took a deep breath after hearing this. The 4 grandmasters were 4 giants pushing up the sky here. It was hard to find others at this level. Moreover, they were elusive too and rarely showed up. Their presence meant that something big was happening. According to the teacher just now, this place warranted the appearance of more than just one. Fellow officials, it's time to work together. One old man suddenly declared. No one can enter alone. His voice wasn't particularly loud but everyone could hear him. They all stared in his direction. He wore an official robe and had an impressive stature. His expression was fierce and powerful. He looked more like a general than a court official. Senior Defender Shang from the Ministry of War, a general under Minister Sima. An expert immediately recognized him and became startled. He didn't come alone and had a valiant group behind him consisting of incredible experts with strong bloodthirst. Sir Shang is a brutal figure who flattened numerous problems for Minister Sima. Others shuddered. The Minister of War was notorious in the Holy Ground, known for his ruthless and decisive measures. He flattened many obstacles for Vajra. The legions of Vajra became stronger now than at any time in the past. He was gifted in the military arts. Numerous powers wanted to join him in order to create something great. Sir Shang was one of his generals. This meant that either the Ministry of War or the dynasty itself desired this golden egg. In reality, no one ruled forever. This was an accepted fact in the holy ground. Vajra was in charge for now but not in perpetuity. This golden egg had deep ties with Buddhism. It could strengthen their authority and sovereignty, so it was crucial the seniors and elders exchanged glances after hearing him. Some powers didn't care enough to give him face, but this wasn't the case for both who were from the noble clans. They were from the dynasty, more or less. "You're right, sir," an old man wearing an embroidered robe said. "These beasts are just too strong. We have no chance without the help of a grandmaster. It's better to work together." The Marquis of South Peak. Eyes turned towards him. He was granted a noble title by the court along with hereditary territories, meaning that his son would inherit both the title and his land. He was an important official in the frontier. 1,000 experts behind him made his power obvious. "Who will the egg belong to if we get it?" one person asked. Everyone wanted this supreme Buddhist treasure for themselves. How would they split it? "This egg belongs to the virtuous," Xueqi said. "Who in this land is more virtuous than His Majesty? Thus, when we get it, we'll offer it as a tribute," Xueqi said with a serious tone. People exchanged glances after hearing this. "I don't know if his cultivation has improved, but his sycophantic ability certainly has." One high elder snorted and spoke among his group. The powerful ancestors felt the same way but didn't comment on this. Vajra was currently in charge, but it wasn't an ironclad reign. The ancestors from the 5 divisions of Buddha Emperor Plateau didn't think much of it. They naturally wouldn't offer the egg to the king. The conversation came to a lull until a Buddhist chant could be heard. Amitabha. Chapter 3575. People stared ahead and saw a monk standing by the entrance to the valley. His kasaya was stained with oil. His expression wasn't dignified like a monk's should be. Golden Cicada Buddhist child. Everyone knew who this monk was, the genius of Heavenly Dragon Temple and the beloved disciple of Wisdom's sacred monk. Unfortunately, his gluttony nature actually overshadowed his cultivation and Buddhist attainment. Everyone in this region knew about this. Since when did he get there? No one saw him a while ago since they were focusing on the conversation between Xueqi and South Peak Marquis. He actually made it through the beasts? The crowd became surprised. Tens of thousands of beasts were patrolling right outside of the valley. Not even water could get through. Numerous cultivators have tried only to fail. Most became food for the beasts. Thus, the monk's success took everyone by surprise. Golden Cicada lives up to his fame. He must have some heaven-defying abilities. An ancestor couldn't help but praise. This young monk is qualified to fight Student Lon. One teacher nodded approvingly. He's that strong? Some students didn't believe it. Though people knew that he was a top genius and an enlightened monk, most didn't have a good grasp of his actual power. They only focused on his gluttonous image. How can the disciple of Wisdom's sacred monk be weak? Teacher Du said. This was indeed the case. Wisdom's sacred monk was on the same level as 5-colored sacred sovereign. There was no way that the monk would be weak. It was rather understandable that he would be able to contest against Dugulan. Meanwhile, Golden Cicada had a serious expression while standing at the entrance, with zero sign of complacency. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. He placed his palms together and respectfully said before taking the first step onto the stairs. Buzz. The step beneath lit up upon contact. A Buddhist light emerged and illuminated the rest of the steps along with the dozens of statues. The spectators could see that the statues weren't actually moving. However, there were illusions of them opening their eyes and lowering their head to look at the monk. It's happening, let's see how capable this young monk is. One teacher said with eagerness in his voice. Buzz. Golden Cicada started glowing as well. His oily kasaya had Buddhist runes on the surface. The movement of the runes opened a scripture. This activation created a barrier. Amitabha. He walked forward with reverence onto the valley. Halt! All the statues roared at the same time, akin to great Buddhas taking down evil. The listeners were scared out of their mind, feeling suppressed from the pressure. They simply roared and chanted to stop the monk instead of directly attacking him. Rumble! Waves of Buddhist chants smashed him without any mercy. However, the kasaya's runes served as an ocean of power. They built a wall around him to stop the sonic attack. Alas, he was still trembling inside. Everyone could tell that he was experiencing painful blows. As he took more steps, the roars became increasingly stronger. Boom! One could see cracks among the thick runic barrier. Clank, clank, clank. He took out his Buddhist bowl and started hitting it. With each hit, the bowl shot out bright lights. Within the lights were sacred Buddhas. They started roaring in the same manner. The various sonic waves started smashing each other. Rumble! The remnant forces caused the entire valley to quake. Weaker cultivators couldn't handle the roar and had to run away. Most were pale as a result. These sonic waves weren't aimed at them yet were still unbearable. On the other hand, Golden Cicada was facing the full brunt. Most people in his shoes would have been reduced to blood. He's not letting his master down. An ancestor wasn't stingy with his praise. The students of duality got a new perspective on his power. No wonder why their teacher said that he could fight against their senior sister. Golden Cicada made it to the half-point mark. His kasaya was visibly drenched with sweat. The two sides didn't use any technique from start to finish. However, this competition was extremely dangerous. Just one mistake would result in death. The struggling monk seemed to be faltering by this point. It's over, the young monk still can't do it. A teacher with eyes as bright as torches concluded. Boom! He didn't make it to the 2/3 mark before losing to the statues. In the next second, he used a peerless speed to retreat. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat too late. A terrible wave struck him and sent him flying backward while vomiting blood. Nonetheless, he used the momentum to make it back to the entrance. He didn't bother wiping the blood off his mouth before disappearing from sight. The beasts couldn't make it to him in time. Failure. Many cultivators shook their head after seeing the wounded monk. Of course, some heaved a sigh of relief because the monk wasn't able to get the golden egg. Looks like we'll have to work together. Eliminate the beasts first, then think of a way to get in the valley. Otherwise, don't even think about the golden egg. Senior Defender Shang reminded everyone. Though some didn't want to work together with Vajra, the guy actually made sense. Working alone wasn't viable. I agree. Just the beasts alone are insurmountable when alone. South Peak Marquis supported. Chapter 3576. Most agreed with the Marquis regarding the difficulties of getting through these beasts. They didn't have the means to sneak past them like Golden Cicada Buddhist child. If only young Noble Li is here, he'll be able to go there without losing a hair regardless of how many beasts there are. Yang Ling couldn't help thinking about Li Chia and murmured. Though she was quiet, the senior defender had sharp ears. He immediately turned around and asked her, "Who is young Noble Li? What is his ability?" Yang Ling didn't expect anyone else to hear her. She had to answer, "Young Noble Li is a woodchopper in Myriad Beast Mountains. He lives peacefully together with all the chaos primal beasts here." Sir Shang didn't care much after hearing that the guy was only a woodchopper. That's not useful to him at all. "Just a woodchopper," he said. "This woodchopper is devilish though." Someone who has seen Li Chia before spoke out. Even a dichromatic ape was friendly towards him and gave him its prized magical gem fruits. It's unfathomable. Dichromatic ape? Sir Shang immediately changed his tune and asked this cultivator, "Really now?" "It's true, why would we be lying?" This cultivator became annoyed and said, "I'm not the only one who saw it, others who are here did too." He asked the ape to give him fruits and it did. The listeners were startled since they didn't see it in person. The dichromatic ape was famous as a ferocious beast in this region. No one could get close to its magical gem tree. It's a high-level heaven chaos primal beast. No one can control it. Both Sir Shang and the Marquis didn't believe it. The Nightwalker tribe knows this best. The one being doubted turned towards the Nightwalkers. Xueqi and the elders were present and didn't appreciate being in the spotlight. Xueqi scowled and turned away. This was utterly humiliating and he didn't want to bring it up again. "That woodchopper can order the beasts here?" Sir Shang directly asked the elders. Xueqi would have acted out if the guy asking wasn't a big shot. The brat is strange indeed. He can live together with the chaos beasts, or at least the dichromatic ape. An elder didn't want to antagonize Vajra. This confirmed the event, so both Sir Shang and South Peak Marquis exchanged glances. In reality, this couldn't be fabricated since many saw it with their own eyes. It left a deep impression on them. Maybe if we let this Li Chia come here, he'll be able to talk to them and enter the valley. One older expert suggested. So what? It's not that easy since even golden cicada Buddhist child couldn't make it through the steps, let alone a woodchopper. Xueqi finally spoke up. Don't be so sure. Young noble Li grew up here and knows the place like the back of his hand. Maybe he'll know another path into the valley or the beasts will lead him inside. Isn't there a world draconic king there? There must be other paths. Yongling defended Li Qiye. Humph. Still only a woodchopper. To which Xueqi only snorted. Where is he staying? Sir Shang has made up his mind and asked Yongling, an old temple inn. Yongling instinctively answered before realizing that this could cause trouble for Li Qiye. She immediately stopped. Where is the exact location? Sir Shang's eyes narrowed, looking quite fierce. Senior defender. Mind your words. We're students of duality, not subjects of the dynasty. We have no obligation to answer your questions. Teacher Du stepped forward. This served as a warning to Sir Shang and as a reminder to his students. Those nearby became excited after seeing a potential conflict between duality and Vajra. Vajra was the sun in the current generation. However, duality has been around for so many years, witnessing one Tao Lord after another. This was a testament to its power. It had no need to suck up to Vajra, so a teacher there could speak to a senior defender in this manner. Fellow Taoist Du, you can't put it that way. Sir Shang was a fierce general who had killed plenty of people. He strongly responded, this pertains to the foundation of the holy ground, which is why its current leader, Vajra dynasty, is being involved. The golden egg can't fall into evil hands. Everyone should work together and share the responsibility with His Majesty. Sure, that's true for the officials of Vajra, not the members of duality. Teacher Du didn't give him any face and responded. That's why you need to stop interrogating our students. He was as clear as can be, not allowing the senior defender to question Yongling. Duality Academy is quite imperious now. One spectator commented. Many powers weren't under the jurisdiction of Vajra, but they still gave it some face, at least on the surface. Duality wasn't one of them. Don't forget how duality was built. An older expert said, Duality Master creating the academy back then actually affected the foundation of Buddha holy ground. The academy was nothing in the past, but it still maintained an unyielding attitude. This isn't something new. Everything belongs to the king. Do you dare to not listen? Sir Shang's eyes turned cold. He was part of the Ministry of War, so his stance was naturally on the side of the dynasty. He also had the belief that Buddha holy ground belonged to Vajra. Senior defender, I don't agree. An old teacher immediately shouted back. Have you forgotten about Sacred Mountain? The holy ground is led by Sacred Mountains and the Supreme. The king doesn't possess everything. Sir Shang's expression changed, realizing that he had carelessly misspoken. Vajra was current in charge, but it was only because Sacred Mountain didn't want to directly rule the holy ground. The real master of this region was Sacred Mountain and its Supreme. Though the latter hasn't shown up in a long time, he was still the apex existence here. The strongest in the south weren't the 4 grandmasters but the 2 supremes. One of them was the master of Sacred Mountain. The holy ground started with Sacred Mountain. The source of Buddhism was also there. Vajra was only a manager of sorts. Sir Shang has overstepped his bounds with the previous comment. Ahem. South Peak Marquis tried to mediate the situation. Focus on the issue at hand right now, which is how to obtain the golden egg by working together. If anyone has a good idea, feel free to say it. For example, that woodchopper mentioned earlier might be one. No one else brought up the issue again after this divergence. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. Suddenly, an ode could be heard from a distance. Chapter 3577. The ode attracted everyone's attention. They saw a young man meandering over. He dressed in a simple manner without any decoration. A woodcutter was hanging by his waist, a carrying pole on his shoulder. He had a natural and free expression as he sang a strange song. Young noble Li. Over here. Yongling called out for him. Li Qiye stopped and stared at her. What is it? It's nothing. This place is very lively with everyone gathered. You should come with us. She winked at him with good intention. She thought that Sir Shang might be scheming, wanting to use Li Qiye. Thus, if he were with the academy, at least Sir Shang wouldn't dare to do whatever he wanted. That's Li Qiye? Sir Shang wasn't impressed by Li Qiye since he really looked like an ordinary woodchopper. A cultivator at the Violet Marquis realm was insignificant in his eyes. The Marquis and the others also stared at Li Qie. They found it hard to believe that this woodchopper could coexist peacefully with the chaos primal beasts here. Yes, someone else told Sir Shang. He really got some magical gem fruits from the ape. Even a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Nightwalkers couldn't do it, yet he had no problem. He then gave a brief recollection of what happened during that event. That's nothing short of a miracle. Both the senior defender and the Marquis remained skeptical. Sir, it's absolutely true. Thousands of people saw it. Those from the Nightwalker tribe even experienced this. The cultivator swore. As for duality, the students who weren't there became very curious. They believed it because Yang Ling's group had no reasons to lie. Unfortunately, Li Qie seemingly didn't see Yang Ling winking repeatedly. He shook his head and smiled. If there's nothing, I need to bring some firewood home, can't be delayed. Yang Ling stomped exasperatingly on the ground since Li Qie didn't notice danger was approaching. She said with an urgent tone, "Just come over here, I'll explain later." "No need, gathering wood is more important." Li Qie shook his head and refused. Yang Ling felt the urge to beat someone since Li Qie couldn't tell good from bad. She wondered if he was dumb beyond cure. "Princess, just let him die if he wants to so badly. Zhang Changyu would be more than happy to see Li Qie die." "It's none of your business." The anxious Yang Ling glared at him. Zhang Changyu never dared to go against Yang Ling, so he kept his mouth shut. The anger once again was diverted towards Li Qie. Teacher Du decided to descend to the ground, landing in front of Li Qie. "We meet again, young noble Li." He didn't put on an act at all, looking as friendly as can be. "What is it?" Li Qie seemed disinterested in the amicable teacher. Anyone else wouldn't like this. After all, Teacher Du was a man of status, around the same level as an elder from a big sect. He was well respected by the students in duality as well, the geniuses included. Teacher Du didn't seem to mind and smiled. "Young noble Li, Duality Academy always has love and appreciation for talents such as yourself. Would you like to join our academy to advance your studies?" The students from Duality were surprised first, then the rest of the crowd. Though Duality had its door open for everyone in the world, the entry requirements were severely stringent. The students either had an incredible background, strong talents, or something brilliant about them. 1 in a billion wouldn't be an exaggeration. An invitation like this was very rare. Only others asked to join Duality, never the other way around. Humph. Duality is quite calculating. They're inviting him in order to monopolize the fruits. An elder calmed down and sneered. Right. Other experts clapped their thigh in full agreement, thinking that they knew Duality's goal. They started sneering at the academy. Teacher Du turned a deaf ear to this and only focused on Li Qie. "What do you think, young noble?" Li Qie also ignored the others and stared at the teacher. He smiled and shook his head. "No point in going to Duality to learn more, it's more comfortable chopping woods here. Nonetheless, I will remember your goodwill." The refusal was certainly unexpected for the students. It took immense effort for them to join, needing to surpass numerous trials. Now, Li Qie was turning down this great opportunity. "This is a mistake." Yang Ling performed her trademark foot stomp again and hurriedly told him, "You should know that joining our academy is far better than staying here. It'll guarantee you a great future." She implicated that the senior defender wouldn't be able to do anything to him if he were to join their academy. Vajra might be strong, but it wouldn't directly confront Duality, nor would it do anything to a student there in public. "I prefer my current life." Li Qie waved his hand and smiled. "Idiot, I'm trying to save you," she murmured, vexed. "Just let him fend for himself." Other students snorted since their teacher was refused. They had a terrible impression of someone so unambitious. "If you ever change your mind, our door is always open for you. We truly appreciate talented people and will not let you down if you visit us." Teacher Du stared at him and said. He then paused and glanced over at the Marquis and Senior Defender, whether on purpose or not, then said, "Of course, if you have any problem, you're welcome to come to find us. You know where we are." With that, he floated back to the peak. "Brother Du, this brat is worthy of your effort?" A different teacher asked him. "Yes." Teacher Du's eyes were profound as he stared at Li Qie. "I've never seen someone with that type of personality and character before. Just that alone is worthy of joining our academy." His talents don't matter. What do you mean? An older teacher joined in. Unmoved by external temptations, Teacher Du responded seriously. Chapter 3578. An elder from a big sect descended to talk to Li Chia right after Teacher Du. Young friend, are you interested in learning peerless merit laws? The elder smiled at Li Chia. Here at Shifting Cloud, we have an 8-step Zen search technique. It would allow you to fly freely in the air. Do you want to take a look? He then took out a scroll. Clouds emanating from it, seemingly wanting to lift Li Chia up. 8-step Zen search? Li Chia smiled while looking at the scroll. As long as you're willing to join Shifting Cloud and be my newest disciple, you can start learning it right away. Plus, you can learn even more in the future. You'll have the clouds hidden in your sleeves and will gain numerous abilities. The merit laws of Shifting Cloud aren't that strong. Another ancestor appeared in front of Li Chia. He took out a treasure bottle and opened it. It seemed to be capable of swallowing heaven and earth. He said, "This is the all-encompassing bottle of our sect, the Night Court. If you are willing to become our royal clan's first disciple, I'll give you this bottle along with our top techniques." Humph, your Night Court isn't strong enough. A sect master floated down in front of Li Chia and said, "Young friend, join me as my first disciple. You'll be in charge of 3,000 martial brothers and sisters, a territory consisting of 8,000 miles as well. Young friend, join our clan and I'll let you have my daughter's hand in marriage." Numerous sects and kingdoms tried to recruit Li Chia in no time at all. They understood his value after hearing the story with the dichromatic ape. His mediocre cultivation and talents didn't matter. The same with him being a woodchopper. Just his access to those magical gem fruits alone was priceless. These ancestors and sect masters didn't mind giving him good stuff in the beginning in order to bait him into their sect. Future promises could change later on. Nothing was more important than getting him in the door right now. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in any of your things. Li Chia waved his hand and said, "Merit laws and the role of first disciple? I would rather be free as a woodchopper. As for treasures, they can't match my woodcutter." He patted the hatchet hanging by his waist. Everyone became speechless. They stared at him as if he was an abomination and thought that they had misheard. The conditions and promises were incredible. He could have become the first disciple of a big sect or the chief of a royal clan. Others dreamed about being in his position, especially those from lowly backgrounds. Hard work alone wasn't enough to achieve these things. Alas, Li Chia refused all of this. They thought that only a fool would do so, but Li Chia didn't look like a fool. "Are you sure? I guarantee that you'll be a marquis if you join me in the future." One ancestor asked for confirmation. "Absolutely. I am free to do what I want here as opposed to being a first disciple or successor." Li Chia chuckled. The ancestor had nothing else to say, thinking that Li Chia was just an unambitious fella. "See," Teacher Du told his peers since they were watching as well. The teachers found this quite strange. This was their first time meeting a weird fella like Li Chia. "He's interesting. No wonder why you tried to recruit him, Brother Du," one teacher replied. "I'm interested too." An older teacher smiled. "If he joins our academy, I'll want him. You'll have some competition." The students found this astonishing. Though they had prestigious backgrounds, they would have salivated at the offers prior. Some of them wanted to run up to Li Chia and slapped him, telling him to just accept the deal. Others wanted to split his head open to take a look inside, to see if there was something wrong with him. That's the only explanation. So idiotic, giving up godsend opportunities. One of them said bitterly. Imagine wanting to be a woodchopper instead of a first disciple. Another was jealous. An idiot like him will be nothing more than a dreamless woodchopper. There's no fixing rotten wood. Zhang Chongyu coldly uttered with disdain. Of course, he felt great jealousy inside and wished that he was in Li Chia's shoes. No one is truly free in this world. Senior Defender Shang and South Peak Marquis finally joined. "You are a citizen of Vajra and must obey." Sir Shang glared at Li Chia. "What's Vajra?" Li Chia acted as if he had never heard of the dynasty. Such impudence. Another official yelled right away. "Ignorant brat, questioning the dynasty's authority is punishable by death." Clank. He unsheathed his sword and bright gleams shot out. "Sir Shang, watch your dog from overextending its paws." Teacher Du spoke up. Act with propriety and know that Vajra is not above sacred mountain. Not everyone who lives in the holy ground is a citizen of Vajra. The same with the territories here. All eyes turned towards Xueqi after hearing this. In reality and to a certain extent, the 5 divisions were actually equal. The other 4 in Buddha Emperor Plateau had no need to give Vajra any face. He's right. Another sect master spoke up. Are you saying that you can command us and that we must obey? Xueqi, you can't represent Vajra. Not even Minister Sima would dare to do so. One more added, only Sacred Mountain has jurisdiction over Buddha holy ground. Chapter 3579. Careless words from the senior defender were met swiftly with rebuttals from dissatisfied sects and kingdoms. Of course, they had a reason to speak up right now. In recent generations, Vajra has been growing stronger and more prosperous on top of stretching its authority. In the last few years, Vajra carried out expeditions and unified many sections. This caused plenty of war and backlashes. The other 4 divisions naturally didn't appreciate this since Vajra was coming close to infringing on their interests. Moreover, the dynasty was only acting as a surrogate for Sacred Mountain to deal with administration. It wasn't qualified to unite the holy ground. Nonetheless, its ambition to overstep its boundary was as clear as day. Xueqi spent his entire life working for Vajra. In his mind, Vajra was the ruler of Buddha holy ground. He was smarter than to actually express this thought since it would lead to attacks from all sides. No disciple from Sacred Mountain has shown up for a while. The same with the successor and the supreme. No one knew if the supreme was still around. Nonetheless, Sacred Mountain was still the lord of the region. Its reputation and prestige didn't diminish in the slightest. After all, the supreme there was a being comparable to a Tao lord. The 4 divisions would never agree for Vajra to replace Sacred Mountain. However, Xueqi's words implied so, hence the instant backlash. Not to mention a senior defender like him. Even the current king of Vajra couldn't utter this treacherous sentence towards Sacred Mountain. The rest of the region would go against them. For millions of years now, the governing power required the permission of Sacred Mountain. In this particular case, Vajra. Therefore it was trying to bite the hand that feeds it. Ah, gentlemen, Xueqi didn't mean it like that. He only wanted our little friend here to contribute, that's all. South Peak Marquis had no choice but to mediate again. He knew to tread carefully lest they wanted to suffer the wrath of everyone here. It was a shame that he was on the same boat as this senior defender. In his head, he cursed the guy for being an idiot. Xueqi's expression wasn't pretty to look at. He couldn't say anything right now under these unfavorable circumstances. In fact, if this escalated, Vajra would be the first to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Li Qie had an idle expression, seemingly enjoying the development. Eventually, Xueqi coughed and told him, I am a senior defender of Vajra. Today, I wish to ask you to contribute to the dynasty. Earlier, he acted as if Li Qie was doing something punishable by not following his order. Now, his tone suddenly shifted into something softer. This Vajra dynasty or whatever has nothing to do with me. Li Qie replied. You. The senior defender had commanded 100,000 troops before on the battlefield. People cowered after hearing his name. Not to mention a lowly woodchopper. Even top experts would keep their mouths shut in front of him. Now, the former actually insulted the dynasty as well. Normally, he would have killed the transgressor already, but the current situation didn't permit it. Every sect present wanted to recruit Li Qie. This was especially true for Duality Academy. He, unfortunately, didn't have anything to hold over Li Qie. The guy wasn't from Archaic Sun nor was he an official for Vajra. Young friend. The Marquis joined in with a smile. Xueqi has no ill wills towards you. He only wants to give you a chance to make something of yourself. If you're interested, we can recommend you for a spot in the court, at least the 5th rank. This is enough to rule a region with plenty of treasures and beauties. If you have no more fart to let out, stop wasting my time. I'm very busy with unfinished wood to chop. Li Qie said. Fool. Xueqi trembled from rage for a while before finally uttering. The experts in the other sect laughed. They felt quite good watching the senior defender not being able to do a thing to Li Qie after his haughty act earlier. The brat is very funny. Even the teachers from Duality became amused. Meanwhile, the students still found Li Qie's choice to be inscrutable. They have thought about becoming officials for Vajra in the future. Perhaps a role like the senior defender. Where are you going to start gathering more? The Marquis remained friendly and asked, wanting to get closer to Li Chia. Over there. Li Chia pointed at the valley and smiled. There are old trees that have grown quite big. It's time to chop them down. Everyone became astonished. There were indeed some trees in that valley. The problem was, that place was a forbidden zone right now. Know your limits. Xueqi, who has been quiet, finally snorted. Do you know the seal around this valley? A woodchopper like you can't enter. Li Chia didn't mind at all, treating the guy as heir. This made Xueqi feel as if he had just missed a punch in an awkward manner. You can enter the valley, young friend? The Marquis stared at Li Chia in disbelief. The others felt the same way. Why not? Li Chia answered. You can't. Well, yes. The Marquis replied. There is a power blocking us. Really? I don't notice it. Li Chia shrugged. So there's a shortcut? The crowd became excited after seeing Li Chia's nonchalant answer. They took it as confidence. Humph, no way. The beasts might spare him, but he can't make it past the steps. Zhang Chongyu snorted. Remember, young noble Li grew up here. He might know another way. Yang Ling gave him the side eye. Both the teachers and the students were paying full attention at this point. How do you get in? Sir Shang's eyes lit up as he shouted. Ears seemed to be growing as everyone tried to listen to Li Chia, wanting to know the alternative entrance. Chapter 3580. Li Chia solely had everyone's attention. Some even inched closer in order to listen to his response, not wanting to miss a single word. After all, knowing this other entry meant potentially grabbing the golden divine egg and changing their future trajectory. By walking, of course. How else can it be, crawling? Li Chia smiled at the Marquis. The listeners became speechless with black lines on their forehead. They exchanged glances with each other. Some glared angrily at Li Chia with fury in their eyes. They felt that Li Chia, a lowly woodchopper, was playing with them. The Marquis thought that he would be able to get the right answer from Li Chia, not expecting such an answer. You! The hot-headed senior defender was livid while shouting. Brat, you must be tired of living to mess around with us. He was already furious about this matter, so this naturally didn't help. Li Chia smiled at him and said, So you have a problem with my response and prefer to crawl? Sir Shang, young noble Li isn't wrong. Of course one would have to walk to enter that valley, but if you choose to crawl, I'm sure nobody will say anything out of respect for your choice. Up on his peak, Teacher Du clapped and laughed, clearly adding oil to the fire. Unfortunately, the senior defender couldn't do anything to him outside of wearing an ugly expression. The guy snorted and waved his sleeve angrily. The Marquis took a deep breath to calm down. He asked seriously, You can really just walk in, young friend? Of course, no need to perform a full kowtow rite or anything. Li Chia nonchalantly responded. Impossible. Many among the crowd blurted. There were numerous chaos primal beasts guarding outside the valley. Many experts and elders have been killed. As for Golden Cicada Buddhist child, he managed to get through the beasts but not the defense inside. Both his cultivation and Buddhist attainment were impressive, but not enough to deal with the sonic waves from the statues. Now a woodchopper said he could go there? How could anyone believe this? Moreover, they could see that he was only a violet Marquis. Such a cultivator could be found everywhere in Buddha holy ground. Even if a miracle were to happen for someone to successfully enter the valley, it definitely wouldn't be him. He's just boasting. The students didn't believe it after seeing the failed attempts and bloody aftermaths earlier. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Chongyu said. Even if the beasts let him in, just one roar from the statues is enough to turn him into blood. I agree. The majority had this belief. However, Yang Ling trusted him and said, He'll definitely have a method after growing up here. It's useless, the only thing that matters is strength here. If one can rely on methods and schemes to win, there's no need to cultivate. Zhang Chongyu snorted. So will you bow and accept defeat if he can actually do it? Yang Ling taunted. Zhang Chongyu didn't answer because he would never bow to Li Chia after the guy killed his mount and humiliated him. Meanwhile, the teachers talked among themselves. The older teacher said, What do you think? He doesn't look like he's boasting. Some teachers thought that Li Chia was a talent worthy of development. However, They remained skeptical and were being polite by not expressing this. It's difficult, nothing short of a miracle. Another teacher said. Just watch, judging by his appearance, he's not lying nor bragging. Plus, given his characters, he shouldn't do something like that. Teacher Du said. The teacher stopped talking and waited for the result. Anyone can brag. I'm afraid you won't be able to back it up a while later. Xueqi snorted, only to be ignored again. He gritted his teeth angrily. The other experts didn't think that Li Qie could do so either. Even the ancestors had no solution to this problem. You really can go in? Will you do it right now? The Marquis started losing his patience. Sounds like you want to make a bet with me. Li Qie said. I'll do it. What will you bet? The Marquis hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. You're at least more interesting than the fool next to you. Li Qie chuckled. Brat, you want to die? Sir Shang gripped the hilt of his blade and roared. Li Qie had insulted him several times just now, fully testing his patience. He wanted to cut the guy down. The Marquis hurriedly stopped him and laughed. Sir Shang is a general used to the battlefield. He has a straightforward personality and doesn't hold back. Please excuse him. The Marquis was smooth and slick, aware of how to please people. He grasped his opportunity and said, All right, let's have some fun. Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you if you can't go in. I just need a favor or two. But in the case of success, I'll give you 1 million stones. Not interested in that. Li Qie smiled at him. You just need to bark like a Pekingese after I win. It's not a bad choice considering your personality. Hey! The Marquis' expression changed. He would rather lose the stones than bark like a dog. Forget it if you don't want to. Li Qie said. No, I'll bark if you can go in. The Marquis found value in Li Qie's friendship with the beasts and actually agreed. Not bad. Li Qie nodded, thinking that this Marquis was flexible enough to be successful. And this sir over here, do you want to bet too? Li Qie smiled at Sir Shang. The latter snorted and turned his head away, not paying attention to Li Qie. And you? Oh, don't forget what I said last time. Li Qie glanced over at Xueqi. The youth turned red and scowled, not wanting to bet against Li Qie. The last loss was already humiliating enough. Anyone else? Li Qie turned towards the crowd. They exchanged glances. Men of status like them naturally didn't want to bark like a dog. Seems like all of you can't match up to this pretty boy. Li Qie tapped on the Marquis' shoulder. The Marquis became awkward. He was quite old already, yet Li Qie called him a pretty boy. Chapter 3581. Thus, only South Peak Marquis agreed to bet with Li Qie. Forget it, I'll stop messing with you all since it's wasting my work time. Li Qie shrugged and headed for the valley. Young friend. You're going without any preparation? The Marquis called out after seeing this. No need to take a shower and light some incense first. Li Qie chuckled. The Marquis smiled wryly. It looked like he was being bothersome by worrying. Li Qie made it to the outer region filled with tens of thousands patrolling beasts. The leaders were high-level heaven, strong enough to break down any cultivator. The spectators watched his steps with bated breath. He'll be torn to pieces walking in like that. One expert noted that Li Qie wasn't on guard, still carrying the shoulder pole in a relaxed manner. It was as if he was strolling through a village instead of walking into the jaws of beasts. He's not big enough to fit between the teeth of one beast. One expert murmured. Most became anxious and started sweating for him as he got closer and closer. The ones currently in front of the valley entrance right now were primal lions. Not long ago, they had just annihilated the border army. Even the commander went down. This is the end for this brat. Someone who hasn't seen Li Qie before murmured the moment he saw a lion showing its fangs. On the contrary, Li Qie was completely nonchalant. Hey Lil Spot, looking good and in high spirit? You too Lil Fur, you all must have eaten too much. Look at your bloated stomach. How many people did you eat? Li Qie got up and chatted with them. The lion earlier ran over and started licking Li Qie like a puppy. It showed its fangs to greet him, not to bite him. This was also the case for the other leaders. Some ran over and licked his legs. Others rubbed their head on his thigh or playfully pushed him. They were all at the high level of the heaven classification. Anything lower didn't dare to get close. In other words, they weren't qualified. The crowd became slack-jawed, unable to believe their own eyes. How could these high-level beasts act so familiar with Li Qie? It was as if they wanted to be closer to him. Are you seeing this? One ancestor asked in disbelief. These things can kill sacred-level ancestors. Why are they so docile towards a woodchopper? One sect master took a deep breath. This is like something from a dream. A high elder's mouth was wide open for a long time. The beasts could easily take down sacred-level big shots, maybe with just one slap. Now, they looked like Li Qie's pets. For example, the horde of lioness creatures took down an entire army just now. They were as ferocious as can be. This memory was still fresh in everyone's mind. It reminded them that these things weren't cute pets. The teachers of duality found this unbelievable as well, like a story from the legends. See, I told you that this brat is magical. Teacher Du wasn't surprised. Yang Ling took pride in this too and loudly declared, I said earlier that young noble Li grew up here. He can live together with the chaos primal beasts. They consider each other neighbors. Meanwhile, the students were left speechless. Okay, I need to get going. I'm behind today with gathering wood. Li Qie smiled at them. The beasts heard this and returned to their original position. They became powerful beasts once more, a stark contrast to a moment prior. What kind of charisma does this brat have over the beasts? Why are they so close to him? No one had an answer to this question. It's bizarre. One expert said, if I were in his position, I would stop chopping instantly and just become the king of myriad beast mountains. People found logic in these random comments. Li Qie had so many possibilities here instead of wasting his time gathering wood. No one could stop him from establishing his dominion. Once again, they found his choice to be baffling. This was akin to someone having a mountain of gold and silver yet still wanted to work on the farm. Nothing else in this world could be so utterly ridiculous and foolish. Impossible to believe and understand. The old teacher from duality murmured, this young friend either has great wisdom or the mind of a child. He's not a fool at the very least. That's why I praised his characters. Teacher Du said, right. I would have used this advantage for greater things instead of staying here to chop wood. A different teacher sincerely said. In reality, no one would pick Li Qie's route given the circumstances. It was too wasteful. We must either get this brat on our side or eliminate him. Sir Shang eventually calmed down and told his group. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. In his opinion, Li Qie could become a great threat to the dynasty. The Marquis didn't say anything. He had his own land, so his perspective and conduct were different from the battle-hardened general. Chapter 3582. He's entering the valley now. One expert said loudly. Li Qie stood by the entrance with the stone steps before him. Anticipation was at an all-time high for the crowd. What will he do to stop the test of the statues? Another murmured. I think all of his methods will be useless due to his cultivation. Only heavenly sovereigns can take it directly. An older expert commented while shaking his head. He wasn't looking down on Li Qie and simply stated the truth. The best example was Golden Cicada Buddhist child who fled due to injuries. Li Qie could be reduced to blood if he took this path. What will he do? Will the statues play nice with him too? One teacher from duality said. He wasn't the only one confused. Everyone else racked their brains and couldn't come up with a particular method due to the disparity in cultivation. They estimated that the heavenly sovereign realm was necessary to get through. No methods or schemes could make up the gap between a violet marquis and heavenly sovereign. Let's wait and see. Maybe he'll show us something unimaginable. Teacher Du had indescribable confidence in Li Qie. By this point, all eyes were on him. No one wanted to miss a single action. However, the only preparation he did was stretching before taking the first step. He seemed to be unaware of the danger. Watch out, the power there can reduce you to nothingness. A spectator shouted. Everyone assumed that the sonic waves would catch him off guard and kill him soon. Alas, nothing actually happened during his ascent. The steps didn't react at all. This was completely different than when Golden Cicada tried to climb up, since they lit up and the statues were activated. 1 step, 2, 3. Li Qie had no problem moving up while still singing. Why? The experts outside became as astounded. Golden Cicada wasn't the first to attempt this. Dugulan of Duality tried as well. The result was exactly the same, being repelled by the sonic waves. Their failure was a testament to the valley's defense. The question was, why is it not activated against Xueqi? The all-destroying sonic waves were nowhere to be found. How strange, the Buddhist test isn't happening to him. One knowledgeable ancestor had no explanation. Maybe it stopped working? Another cultivator wondered.
A senior immediately glared at him and said, "To lay down something like this required the power of the heavenly sovereign realm, at the very least."
Do you think such a character can make a basic mistake? The cultivator smiled awkwardly. The senior was right. This was akin to a Tao Lord making a mistake with an elementary move. Simply impossible. What sorcery is this? Sir Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was here relatively early and saw the repeated failures. That's why Xueqi's success was beyond his imagination. This exceeds reason and common sense. One duality teacher said. This line resonated with the rest of the crowd. I'm right again, this brat is as devilish as can be. Teacher Du said. Is it actually fine though? Some cultivators were still nervous because he wasn't finished. The statues could still suddenly activate and kill him. As time passed, he easily finished the downward steps and made it to the valley. The spectators finally heaved a sigh of relief. He's fine. One of them felt as if he was the one taking the trip. He did it. Yongling celebrated and finally relaxed. She was tense earlier and clenched her fists tightly, going as far as sweating. It seemed that Xueqi was telling the truth earlier. Everyone thought that he was messing with Sir Shang. Now, they finally understood his answers. For everyone else, entering the valley was a perilous undertaking, but for him, this was no different from a walk. There was no pressure and burden. Many became happy because they saw hope. Even a woodchopper could enter this valley. Pessimism struck them earlier because of the failures. They thought that only a grandmaster would be able to get the golden egg. Xueqi changed their mindset right away. He's going for the golden egg. Someone shouted. People calmed down and started watching again. They saw Xueqi walking towards the stone platform. Both the juniors and ancestors became tense again. They saw the World Draconic King not attacking him. The two seemed to actually be chatting. They just couldn't hear the conversation due to the defensive barrier of the valley. The brat really knows all the chaos primal beasts here. One ancestor was completely convinced by Xueqi's ability. Even this great beast was friendly with him. Doubters had no choice but to accept this strange reality. Chapter 3583. Eyes nearly dropped to the ground as the two conversed. This amazing creature is a king among high-level heaven beasts. Heavenly sovereigns are afraid of it. One expert became jealous since Xueqi could talk to it freely. No one here would dare to get close to this creature, but Xueqi treated it like a friend. My life would be so good if I can do this. Another expert salivated. Just think about it, being able to talk on the same level as a high-level heaven king beast. This would truly be beneficial for the future and made everyone jealous of him. They watched as he came closer and closer to the golden egg. The beast didn't try to stop him. Why isn't the king moving? It should be protecting the egg? One spectator took a deep breath. This egg was clearly precious beyond imagination, enough to make this beast king value it more than its own life. Nonetheless, it still let Xueqi get close. He arrived next to the egg and rubbed it with a natural expression. He looked as if he was touching an egg of a chicken from his farm. Everyone's heart started beating faster from being nervous. Take it, just take it. One expert clenched his fists while murmuring, "Take it out here." Another ancestor said. Virtually everyone wanted Xueqi to take the egg outside. Since they couldn't come into the valley, they needed Xueqi to bring it out. Various other possibilities would happen next. They could try to buy it from him or just rob him of it. Ultimately, the chance would be higher than zero. What do you think? The oldest teacher of duality looked at Teacher Du. I'm confident that he won't take it out. That's not who he is. Teacher Du shook his head with a smile.
Brother Du, you have great trust in him.
A different teacher smiled. I'm sure I haven't misjudged him, he deserves my trust. Teacher Du responded. Sure enough, Li Qie only gently rubbed it for a bit before leaving to gather firewood.
God, this brat makes no sense.
One spectator couldn't help blurting out. What's wrong with him? He must be sick in the head to care more about wood than that divine egg. One ancestor stomped the ground and cursed, not caring about his image. He has no idea what's precious and not. Another ancestor thought that his brains had some shortcomings. This was akin to ignoring a mountain of gold for a pile of scrap metals. Anyone would curse after seeing this foolishness. If one of my men does something like this, I'll make mincemeat out of him and feed it to the dogs. Sir Shang gritted his teeth. It sounded as if this was still a light punishment, not enough to satiate his anger.
An aberrant fella.
South Peak Marquis thought that Li Qie was the strangest person he has ever met. Conventional wisdom didn't work on analyzing him. Numerous crowd members despised Li Qie even though he didn't do a thing to them, wanting to stomp him to death. Picking wood over the golden egg? Letting him live in this world was a waste of food. Most importantly, they wanted him to take the egg outside. This completely ruined their plan. Next came the sounds of Li Qie chopping a tree in a rhythmic manner. It became the only sound here since everyone was preoccupied with watching him. They thought that this might be the stupidest thing a man could do given the situation. See. Teacher Du proudly smiled. Brother Du, your insight is incredible. I am lost in admiration. The other teachers were impressed.
I wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation.
The oldest teacher commented sentimentally while looking at Li Qie. The other teachers didn't say anything, admitting that they would have fallen to the temptation as well. The value of the egg was just priceless. What's wrong with him? One student quietly said. The egg is one thing, but if I were in his shoes, I would try to be famous instead of chopping wood. An older student started daydreaming. Just imagine, being able to live in peace with chaos primal beasts. There was no need to chop wood. Other things using this resource would allow them to soar. That's why you can't become someone like young noble Li. Yang Ling told them. He considers the beasts as his neighbors so he won't take their items. Humph. All of you are thinking about stealing from your neighbors. The students didn't say anything.
She made a lot of sense, but they thought that everything was possible when the egg was so valuable.
Embarrassment and shame no longer mattered. Just one decision then would make them world-renowned, 1,000,000,000 times better than being a woodchopper. The older cultivators present felt the same way and couldn't understand Li Qie. They considered him either unconventional or idiotic. After he finished chopping and placing the wood on his shoulder pole, he started singing again. He's coming out. Everyone became excited again to see this. Chapter 3584. A hush fell over the area as people watched Li Qie leave the valley from the main entrance. The wood on his pole seemed to be quite heavy, causing the stick to bend and creak, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. Alas, this weight didn't affect Li Qie. His back was still straight, his steps soft and his expression relaxed. This wasn't too surprising to the crowd because timber had a limit to its weight. After all, a violet marquis cultivator could still lift 10,000 pounds without a problem. However, their real focus was still on Li Qie, not the wood and the pole. The only sound that could be heard were his footsteps and the creaking of the pole. These were the only movements as well. No one said anything, yet they all unanimously crowded around him, whether it be the ancestors or experts from various sections. All of them had the same idea and goal. Keep Li Qie here.
The brat is in danger.
A teacher from Duality became worried since Li Qie looked like a fat sheep at this point. No one wanted to let him leave.
What, there's a party?
Li Qie put down the pole and smiled at the crowd, seemingly unaware of the looming danger. Be careful. The worried Yang Ling shouted at him. Of course, this didn't matter because Li Qie couldn't leave containment in the first place. Running wasn't an option even if he wanted to. Nonetheless, he harbored no such thoughts while smiling at the experts. Young friend, you have done something magical and opened our eyes. South Peak Marquis couldn't help praising. Words aren't enough to describe it. He was telling the truth. Li Qie's miracle astounded everyone. Don't forget the bet between us. Li Qie said.
I have lost indeed. You won in a magnificent manner.
The Marquis didn't play dumb. Gao! 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 Having said that, The Marquis actually barked a dozen times in a row without any hesitation and discomfort, to the astonishment of the crowd. He was a Marquis with bestowed land. His status was just as high as the senior defender, perhaps even greater. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him on even footing with a prestigious sect master. No one in his shoes would want to bark. Even if they had to, they would do it begrudgingly or try to twist the narrative. Or, they would only bark a few times just to get it done. The Marquis showed no sign of this, so the atmosphere wasn't too awkward for everyone else. The latter was both surprised and impressed. Not bad at all. You're quite a talent. Xueqi smiled at him. The Marquis chuckled and continued. It's a complete defeat with no chance of rising again.
He mocked himself, since this was indeed a humiliating event.
Little did he know how valuable it was to earn praises from Xueqi. What did you and the World Draconic King talk about? Sir Shang was standing closest to Xueqi. Just idle chat, like what did we eat today and when will the egg hatches, that's all. Xueqi smiled, not minding the potentially hostile crowd. More than 10,000 people were staring at him with greed flashing in their eyes. He resembled a delicious lamb right now.
All of them could lunge forward at any moment and devour him.
Anyone else would have been trembling in fear, but Xueqi had no reaction, as if he was born slow. When the divine egg will hatch? Xueqi became impatient and blurted out. However, he regretted it because Xueqi hasn't been answering him. This could be further humiliation. Unexpectedly, Xueqi actually answered him this time. Still missing a little spark, it needs more time. Why didn't you bring it out? An ancestor gazed at Xueqi with malice that wasn't hidden well. Why should I? The egg belongs to this place. Plus, nothing good will come of it. Xueqi became surprised.
Why is it not good?
Sir Shang uttered coldly. The king told me that this egg is ominous and dangerous. Taking it out will invite a calamity, something very frightening. It's best to leave it in the valley. Xueqi nonchalantly said. Nonsense. One high elder disagreed. I saw you touch the egg and you're perfectly fine right now. I'm familiar with it. Xueqi said. Maybe the egg has sentience and knows that I'm a neighbor. That's why it didn't hurt me. Who knows about other people? Ridiculous. No one is buying this. Sir Shang said. Your choice. Xueqi shrugged. Young friend, take the egg out and I'll give you 1,000,000 stones, 3 cities, and 8,000 beauties. One royal lord hurriedly offered.
Don't forget about our agreement.
Another big shot said. It's not the time for that yet. Still the time for a transaction. Whoever can buy it will get it, yes? The royal lord responded. It seemed that many powers have formed an alliance a bit ago. Sure. A sect master then turned towards Xueqi and said, Young friend, give me the egg and I'll give you 30 treasure chests and 8 merit laws. You'll be our vice sect master too. Young friend, we will let you marry our princess and give you 3 bottles of supreme pills, enough to give you 3,000 years of cultivation. In 3 years, you'll reach the Yin-Yang realm. Chapter 3585. Numerous leaders stated their price one after another. The value escalated until it became quite tempting. The listeners salivated and wanted to be in Xueqi's shoes. 8,000 miles of land, 80,000 beauties, numerous pills? Their hearts skipped a beat while listening to the offers. Just agree already. One couldn't help urging Xueqi, as if wanting to live vicariously through him. They fantasized about having their own territory and picking any of the beauties. This was the peak of life. Xueqi waved his hand and said, Tempting offers, but I won't do something like taking the egg out. What does it take? Just let us know and we'll satisfy your demands. One sect master didn't give up. Many sects and kingdoms were willing to pay any price for this golden egg. I don't want anything, especially not selling this egg to you bunch. Nonetheless, I appreciate the sentiment, but the only thing I want to do right now is to be a free woodchopper. He directly refused all of their offers. Silence naturally ensued as people stared at him as if he was a fool. Are you ill? One youth chastised him. There's a chance to become a king right now, yet you insist on staying a woodchopper. If you don't want it, let me take your place. You can stay a woodchopper. He was spilling out the thoughts of the crowd. My illness is a love of being a woodchopper. Xueqi smirked. The crowd had a hard time being angry since Li Chia was consistent from start to finish. Nonetheless, they thought that being this wasteful of an opportunity might cause lightning bolts to strike him. At this point, a few leaders exchanged glances and reached an implicit agreement. You might not have anything you want, but more power will grant you safety. Sir Shang spoke seriously with a glint in his eyes. Those nearby had the same thought. If persuasion didn't work, it was time for force. This was the most direct and effective method to solve this problem. The guy was only a violet marquis. Anyone here could easily subdue him. I'm very safe right now. Li Chia smiled. Is that so? Haven't you heard of this phrase, a man's wealth is his own ruin? Sir Shang said insidiously. No one here was willing to give up on the egg, and Li Chia was the only potential route. Thus they would do anything for it. Many powers weren't on Vajra dynasty's side a while ago. This was no longer the case since they had reached an agreement to resort to force and potentially torture. Moreover, Sir Shang was ready to play the part of a bad guy before them. They didn't mind this at all. Never heard of it before. Li Chia said. Young friend, the situation is unfavorable for you. The Marquis said. You just need to bring the egg out and don't worry about who gets it in the end. You can continue to live your life in peace by doing so and do your own things, such as being a woodchopper. No one will trouble you anymore. And if I don't? Li Chia smiled. I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to stay alive. A sect master was no longer joking around. His words were filled with murderous intent. As an official of Vajra, I care for the people and want you to be safe. Unfortunately, the will of the crowd is hard to change, so I'm powerless. The only thing I can do is make sure that you'll be fine after you bring out the egg. Sir Shang said. Such hypocrisy. Teacher Du snorted. A cat crying for a mouse. You're the one who wants the egg the most, so don't act so virtuous. Everyone can see through your plan. Sir Shang didn't bother responding to Teacher Du. The same with the other masters and lords. A while ago, they were actually on the side of duality to go against Vajra. Now, they chose the side of the senior defender and kept quiet for their own benefits. Sir Shang is right. We'll make sure that you'll stay safe if you bring the egg out. A royal lord said. Don't be afraid, young noble Li. Come to our camp and we'll escort you. Teacher Du declared. Unfriendly gazes fixated on the teacher the moment he finished. Teacher Du, do you wish to oppose everyone here? Can your academy handle it? The previous royal lord said. Have to try to know, it's a good chance to see what other sects can do. Teacher Du heartily laughed. I advise you to worry about your own business. Your academy isn't the only great power in the holy ground. A clan master snorted. Sir Shang and a few top leaders exchanged glances at this point. He suddenly shouted. Switch the location. Poof. A bright flash took everyone by surprise. When they regained their wits, Sir Shang and a dozen of sect masters and royal lords were nowhere to be found. Li Chia is gone. Those left behind panicked since they needed him for the golden egg. They took him away. An old expert's expression soured. Flash teleportation. The oldest teacher of duality scowled. Looks like they have strategized beforehand. Let's see where you're going. He swung his hand and began deriving the Grand Tao. Poof. The scene before Li Chia changed. They were now standing on top of a peak still in Myriad Beast Mountains. Sir Shang and other leaders were present. For example, the sect master of Shifting Cloud and the royal lord of Night Court. This was a temporary alliance forged for obtaining the golden egg. It's just you and us now. Sir Shang glared at him. Let's talk. About what? Li Chia chuckled. Young noble Li, we're not evil or anything. Just cooperate and we won't mistreat you. Don't make it difficult for us. Shifting Cloud sect master said. I hope you will pick the right choice. Don't force our hands, it'll be too late then. Another royal lord threatened. Chapter 3586. The leaders who tried to persuade Li Chia with sweet offers have finally shown their fangs, seemingly on the verge of eating him alive. They have resorted to an inferior strategy. It would have been great for him to accept an offer since this would make things simpler. There was only one egg, so whoever got it from Li Chia would be the winner. Now, it became a headache since no one had a clear claim to the egg. How could they divide it? And if I don't obey?
Li Qie was amused by the greedy eyes of these lords. Don't worry, we'll make you obey.
Sir Shang had a frightening gaze due to the glint, causing people to uncontrollably shiver. You will experience our military's 389 types of torture.
Ha ha ha, I'm sure you'll be begging for death soon enough, but I won't let it end so soon.
His nefarious laughter and bloodthirsty expression indicated a penchant for sadism.
I see.
Li Qie responded with a smile.
Feel free to smile, no laugh even.
Sir Shang said, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep that face once I start. You won't be able to cry either. His nefarious grin became wider as if he truly enjoyed torturing someone. The leaders here who knew him weren't surprised to see his twisted hobby. Even if you don't care for yourself, think about those close to you.
A sect master persuaded. I heard you have a servant and a young girl.
Trouble will come to them too if you pick the wrong choice. They won't have a good end if you don't obey. We won't do something like that, but what about the more villainous souls?
There's no guessing what they'll do and they don't hold back.
Another royal lord added.
Plus, if it's not us, others won't spare you and your friends after finding out your ability to access that valley. He continued. Your servant will die and that young miss will suffer extraordinary agony and it'll be your fault.
Cooperate with us and we guarantee with our reputation that nothing will happen to you, provided that you take out the egg. Next, you can continue being a woodchopper and no one will bother you, yes? A big shot kept the persuasive attempt going. These are reasonable assessments of the situation, so you must reconsider. This chance will only be there once. Don't blame us when you fail to grasp it. Sir Shang uttered. Just think about the little girl when she falls into the clutch of evil men. They'll torture her and she'll no longer bear any semblance to a human. That will be all your fault. This was no longer an implication. He clearly threatened that perhaps he himself would torture Li Qie's friends in order to make him submit. Plus, they were actually right about one thing. If they didn't do it, someone else would anyway. In a sense, Li Qie forced them into doing this by not obeying. This does make sense. Deep in Li Qie's eyes was a flash of amusement as he seemingly pondered. Unfortunately, they didn't understand his expression and thought that their threats have proven effective. The guy was changing his mind now out of fear.
They exchanged glances and Sir Shang spoke first. In order to avoid pain of the flesh and unimaginable consequences, obediently cooperate with us.
Young friend, it's not too late to change your mind or we won't be able to stop Sir Shang from his punishment.
He is known to carry his responsibilities above all else without showing mercy.
Another sect master said. Everyone labeled Sir Shang as the bad guy here since he was the first to reveal his nefarious intent. From now on, all the blame could be placed on him regardless of what happens next. But, this egg is ominous. Nothing good will come from bringing it out of the valley. Anyone who touches it will suffer a disaster. Li Qie hesitated. Don't worry, that's nothing. We have so many experts here. More than enough to suppress one egg. You just need to bring the egg out to us, that's all. One royal lord interrupted Li Qie. But I can't take it out. Li Qie waved his hands, acting helplessly. Can't take it out?
Why not?
A sect master shouted. Because there is a power binding it there, I can't move it. Li Qie said.
Really?
Don't think about lying to us. The consequences are grave. Sir Shang immediately shouted.
Why should I?
I might have already taken it out if I could. Li Qie replied. The group exchanged glances, still skeptical. If Li Qie really couldn't bring it out, then they would have wasted their time.
Don't try to bullshit us.
One royal lord bellowed.
I'm telling the truth.
Li Qie sincerely said with innocent eyes. They saw his appearance and were slightly convinced. Unfortunately, this meant that all of this was for nothing. Maybe he's telling the truth. One person said. After all, this might be the reason why Li Qie refused all the tempting offers. He couldn't bring the egg out in the first place. Everyone's mood sank to the abyss right away. The golden egg was right there. However, Li Qie said before pausing. What? Just spill it. The easily agitated Sir Shang shouted. I can't bring the egg out, but I can take you inside. It'll be up to your own abilities whether you can move the egg or not. Li Qie smiled. Really?
Everyone became excited and stared intensely at him.
Absolutely. Li Qie nodded earnestly and said. I'll bring your group into the valley. This is possible? They exchanged glances,
still skeptical. Yes, I've brought my old servant there before. It's perfectly fine.
Li Qie smiled. Hope surfaced again for the group. We can give it a shot. They eventually reached a unanimous agreement.
Brat, don't try anything stupid or your friends will get it.
Sir Shang coldly threatened.
I know, it'll be perfectly safe.
Li Qie seemed to have given up on struggling.
It's decided then. The group made up its mind.
Poof. Suddenly, several figures appeared.
Chapter 3587. The newcomers startled the group, who immediately turned around and saw the teachers from Duality. Teacher Du and the others have managed to calculate the position of the teleport and immediately ran here.
Wow, so admirable, a bunch of sect masters and kings kidnapping a junior.
You all have thrown away the Holy Ground's reputation.
Sai, you're misreading the situation.
One sect master responded. We're only negotiating with our young friend here about a few things. There were too many people back there, so we went somewhere else. We haven't done anything to him, look. Not even a hair of his is gone.
Right, we haven't done anything, you can ask him yourself.
Another royal lord laughed. They quickly absolved themselves of any responsibility for two reasons. 1. Duality wasn't one to be trifled with. Second, it wasn't good for their reputation either. If Sacred Mountain were to catch wind of this, they would be left in an awkward position.
Humph. Duality is overextending its reach? Are you purposely trying to provoke our dynasty?
Sir Shang snorted and said, If that's your intent, let's see what you can do.
I see, if you're interested, then let's see how your cultivation is.
Teacher Du snorted and gave him zero face.
Teacher Du didn't need to be polite.
Although Vajra was currently in charge, the academy was no slouch either. Their students consisted of heavenly sovereigns and even Dao lords. Please calm down, there's no actual feud or anything here, why draw the swords? One royal lord immediately stopped the two from fighting. The two sides were too even and had great influence. Many experts from various sects joined Vajra as officials. On the other hand, others also joined Duality to learn. In fact, some of them here were alumni. In a sense, the academy might actually have greater influence than Vajra. Yes, no reason to destroy the peace. Another sect master hurriedly chimed in. Sir Shang, take one step back.
Teacher Du, please calm down.
You know that Sir Shang doesn't hold back his words. These leaders knew that the senior defender was only a general under the Ministry of War and couldn't represent Vajra. He might be executed by his own dynasty if he were to provoke Duality. That's why they didn't need to offend the academy for his sake either. Moreover, they knew that Duality would only show consideration towards Sacred Mountain, no one else. It had plenty of alumni in high positions from the other 4 divisions. This was doubly true for Metropolis and many current officials. Thus, Duality could act without qualms and not care about any other power. Furthermore, their founder, Duality Master, was in existence who shook the holy ground to the core. From this, the academy was fundamentally fearless. Ultimately, the group right now deduced that Sir Shang was the one at a disadvantage in an actual confrontation. It was better to de-escalate the situation during this key moment. Sir Shang had no choice but to swallow his anger after hearing his allies.
How are you doing, young noble Li?
Teacher Du lost interest after seeing that a fight wouldn't break out. I'm fine. I'll just be bringing them in the valley for a look.
Li Qie smiled.
Bringing them there? The teachers stared at him in astonishment.
The egg is sealed by a great power that I can't move. We'll see if they can take it out or not.
Li Qie shrugged. Humph, they must be threatening you. Teacher Du and turned aggressively towards the rest. Sir Shang glared back at him without any hesitation. Brother Du, we're not at fault here. We simply reasoned with young noble Li.
One sect master said indignantly.
Yes, we're doing this for his sake. If evildoers were to find out, they wouldn't let him be. We're men of status, so we won't ruin our reputation over this. Another royal lord added. The teachers didn't fully believe this, but it made some sense. Eventually, Teacher Du told Li Qie, Young noble Li, as I said before, you just need to join us. Our academy has the power to keep you safe. He wasn't bragging. Everything would change the moment Li Qie becomes a student of Duality. This group wouldn't dare to cross the line and touch the beehive. Young noble Li,
Think about yourself and your friends. Sir Shang brought this up again. Senior Defender, any more from you and we'll make sure you won't leave this place. Teacher Du immediately retorted, threatening the Senior Defender who threatened Li Qie. The teachers were capable of making the mountain range Sir Shang's final resting place. This wasn't an empty threat. You dare to threaten a general of Vajra? Sir Shang's expression became unsightly. The threat earlier was no different from a slap to the face. Yes, if you aren't convinced, let us fight. If you defeat me, I'll leave right away. Teacher Du got straight to the point. Sir Shang trembled with rage, but this teacher was powerful indeed. Gentlemen, once again, there's no need for this. Sir Shang just isn't good at choosing his words. The others had to work hard again. I'm okay with just bringing them in for a look. The golden egg belongs to the faithful ones, those who can take it away. Li Qie smiled. Right. Whoever can get it means that it should belong to them in the first place. It's amazing that you understand this. One royal lord applauded. I see. Teacher Du couldn't do anything else and said, then let's go back now. Yes, yes. The rest was afraid of another potential skirmish, so they agreed right away. Poof. The scenery changed and they were back outside the valley. They're back. The tens of thousand cultivators became excited after seeing the group again. They were anxious a while ago since it was obvious what Sir Shang's group would try to do. Thus, they heaved a sigh of relief to see Li Qie perfectly well. How are you doing? South Peak Marquis came forward and noticed that the two sides didn't fight. Silence. Sir Shang has been angry this entire time, so he shouted thunderously. Numerous became frightened as a result. Everyone kept their mouths shut, but their eyes weren't on Sir Shang but rather Li Qie. Chapter 3588. Ahem, I have reached an agreement with Sir Shang's group and will be bringing everyone into the valley. The center of attention, Li Qie, cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. Just our group. Sir Shang interrupted him right away. Everyone else became surprised. They thought about it and it seemed that Li Qie was forced into submission a bit back. No, he said everyone. A quick-witted listener said. Since Li Qie could come into the valley freely, maybe he would be able to bring everyone else in too. They would have the chance to obtain that golden egg then. Li Qie acted startled by the shout. He then innocently stared at the senior defender and said, not everyone? Just your group? Of course you're bringing everyone in. The experts who didn't join the temporary alliance immediately shouted. That's right. Young noble Li, this egg is a gift from heaven and everyone has claims to it, as long as they are virtuous. You have to bring everyone in order to make it fair. A high elder tapped on Li Qie's shoulder and showed support. Why should Senior Defender Shang get to monopolize it? Does everything beneath the sky belong to Vajra? That would be too imperious and tyrannical. Another expert added. Vajra can't stop us from entering the valley. Does it wish to antagonize all other powers? Another side suddenly rose, completely opposing Sir Shang. The First Alliance naturally didn't like this development. They wanted the egg for themselves, but now, everyone else wanted a piece. Humph, the young friend agreed to let my group in. It has nothing to do with you. Sir Shang coldly uttered. The more people, the worse it was for them. Young noble Li has agreed to let us in now too. One ancestor didn't relent and snorted. He's not a member of Vajra and doesn't need to listen to you. Yes. A royal lord immediately added. Don't worry, young noble Li. Take us in there and we'll guarantee your safety. If you only bring the senior defender in, he might kill you after obtaining the egg to keep it a secret. What are you trying to say? Sir Shang's group became furious after hearing this. You heard me. The speaker wasn't afraid of the group because the tempting egg has emboldened him. No one would give ground when the egg was on the line. We're simply telling the truth. Your group might try to kill him, but if everyone else gets to go in, then I'm sure no one will dare to do anything to young noble Li. He continued. I think he's right. Li Qie said. Your group might really kill me to keep it a secret. I would rather have other powers join too. Sir Shang's group had an ugly expression. They already had an agreement with Li Qie, but things got more complicated now. Haha, Vajra can't monopolize the egg. We'll see what the other powers have to say about it. Teacher Du had a good time gloating. If Vajra insists on entering the valley alone, It means that it wishes to kill young noble Li on top of antagonizing everyone else. Another master took advantage of this opportunity for a serious accusation. Ahem. Li Qie said. Seems like your group really plans on killing me. It's better if I stay with them. He then slowly walked towards the other group. Yes, young noble Li. Stay with us and we'll guarantee your safety. There are thousands of sects on our side. Far safer than if you stay with them. This group immediately cheered. Come over here, young noble Li. One ancestor walked forward, seemingly ready to protect Li Qie at all cost. Sir Shang's group became more alarmed. This was akin to having their boiled duck flying away. No, no. The sect master of Shifting Cloud smiled at Li Qie and said, Young noble Li, nothing like that will ever happen. We guarantee your safety after entering the valley. You're worrying too much, young noble Li. The royal lord of Night Court also chased after Li Qie and said, You're perfectly fine staying with us. Really? I still think I'm safer with them. Li Qie remained skeptical. Absolutely. Shifting Cloud sect master patted his chest and guaranteed. I stake my reputation as the sect master of Shifting Cloud on it. I will protect you. Li Qie still looked doubtful after hearing this. In my opinion, we all need to go in together in order to keep young noble Li safe. That's the best course of action. You should really think about it, young noble Li. A clan master from the other side said with a serious tone. The members of this side loudly expressed their agreement. They naturally wanted to enter the valley too. Sir Shang and his allies exchanged glances. Their alliance was strong but still not enough to fight against all the other powers. Plus, Li Qie seemed tempted to join them right now. All of their efforts would be wasted in that case. Therefore, they reached a decision while debating it using their eyes and expression. The oldest elder of the alliance coughed and said, Ahem, let's just go in together. They had no choice but to agree because the majority was about to rob Li Qie from them. At that point, they would all die fighting outside before anyone could set foot into the valley. That's fine, we unanimously agree. An elder acted as the representative of the other powers. However, this doesn't mean that the egg is divided equally. Whoever is the most capable will get it. The listeners thought about it before nodding their head. Sir Shang's alliance was extremely strong but everyone remained confident and hopeful. They thought that during the actual skirmish, they might be the ones lucky enough to grab the egg first. Thus, the goal here was to enter the valley first. Of course, Sir Shang's alliance still had the biggest advantage right now. It's decided then. All eyes were on Li Qie. He stared at them and waved his hand. I can bring all of you in but that egg is ominous. Don't blame me if something happens. 1. Idiom meaning that something good is already in your grasp yet you still lose it. Chapter 3589. They naturally didn't heed his warning in the slightest while being fully tempted by the golden egg. The only thing on their mind was entering the valley. Don't worry, just take us inside and we'll handle other matters. One expert became impatient. But, Li Qie remained hesitant. The golden egg is evil and bloodthirsty, a disaster might be looming. If it's truly evil, then Vajra should guard it so that no one will become its victim. Sir Shang said. In that case, it's actually better to take the egg out so that everyone can work together to keep the world safe. Young noble Li, you have a responsibility to take us in there. An elder on the other side actually agreed with Sir Shang. He took the side of justice without feeling shameless at all. Young noble Li, let's hurry up. Others became restless. Fine. Li Qie gave up and said, Don't blame me if anything happens. He looked unwilling before warning. It's not too late to give up or death might be the outcome. We know, we're responsible for any danger, don't you worry. They all wanted to rush for the golden egg right now and actually thought that Li Qie was being annoying. I'll take everyone in then. Li Qie relented. Men, get ready. Everyone has been waiting for this. An elder commanded his group. Numerous groups lined up, seemingly ready to assault the valley. Secret alliances were made on the spot too. It became obvious that working alone wasn't enough to obtain the egg, hence the need for allies. Provide backline support and create a DAO platform. We're leaving the moment we get it. A few powers prepared backup plans and didn't bring all disciples inside. Those left behind needed to prepare formations and even dow platforms. This would allow them a swift retreat once successful. Whoever obtained the egg would become everyone's target. That's why a retreat plan was crucial. Sir Shang, members of South Peak will stay outside the valley as support.
We'll wait for your triumphant return.
South Peak Marquis didn't want to take the risk and decided to stay outside.
Very well, I'm counting on you, Marquis.
Sir Shang nodded. Due to their ranks, he actually couldn't order the Marquis. Moreover, he personally didn't want the guy to enter in the first place since he would need to share credit with the Marquis after getting the egg. He thought that he did all the work in creating an alliance. Sharing the limelight and rewards was unacceptable. Teacher, do we go too? Many students were eager to try while watching the mobilization. They were hopeful too. Perhaps they would be blessed by heaven and manage to grab the egg during the skirmishes.
Tired of living already?
The oldest teacher glared at them and scolded. Just watch here given your skills because when a fight actually starts, all of you will be crushed like ants. Stop fantasizing about being lucky. The students didn't dare to retort. Though they were gifted and could be considered heaven's favorites, they were still too young and weak compared to the senior students, let alone big shots such as ancestors from the other powers. The teacher was right. They would be crushed like ants in an actual fight. There's something strange amidst. That golden egg might actually be dangerous. We'll just observe. Teacher Du exercised caution. That guy might just be scaring people. Zhang Chengyu quietly said.
However, Yongling still heard it and glared at him. Young Noble Li has never lied before.
Zhang Chengyu once again lost to Yongling, unable to respond. Okay, let's go. Sir Shang didn't wait for people to get ready and told Li Qie. Sure, are we good to go? Li Qie shrugged and smiled. Yes, we're ready. Lead the way, young Noble Li. Others didn't want to wait a single second more and shouted. Off we go. Li Qie looked helpless as he walked forward to guide the group. The group followed right behind him. Everyone wanted to be closer to the front. Meanwhile, the Chaos Primal beasts still patrolled outside the valley. Their bestial auras combined together into an ethereal ocean of dread. As the group got closer, the beasts immediately glared at them. They naturally shuddered with trepidation. Even the ancestors became tense after getting close enough. They took out their weapons and put on a defensive posture, ready to fight at any moment. Li Qie began talking with the beasts. No one understood what he was saying, but it seemed effective. The patrolling beasts retreated like the receding tides and watched from the distance. Cultivators heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. It's impossible not to have a meteoric rise with such an ability. One expert became jealous. Li Qie could definitely become the king of this mountain range. I would be world-renowned right now instead of a woodchopper. What a fool. Others thought that there was something wrong with Li Qie for not taking advantage of this opportunity. All in all, the nervous cultivators followed Li Qie into the entrance. This is the last chance. It's not too late to change your mind. Li Qie told them. It's better to not mess with that ominous egg. We appreciate your concern. One ancestor immediately said, but as Buddhists say, who will venture into hell if not me? We need to take this risk if the egg is actually evil in order to watch over it. That's right, we need to make the sacrifice. Everyone else chimed in, thinking that Li Qie has been wasting too much time.
Very well, let's go in.
Li Qie turned back towards the entrance and whispered to himself. There's nothing I can do if you all want to suicide. Unfortunately, no one heard his last sentence. At the same time, the spectators outside the valley watched the group enter. They regretted it since nothing dangerous happened so far. If they had known this, they would have joined in for a chance at the golden egg. Chapter 3590. Everyone held their breath while standing before the stone steps, recalling the failure of Golden Cicada. They knew just how frightening these steps were due to the statues to the left and right. Very few among them could survive the sound waves. Could we actually make it down there? One high elder asked Li Qie. It's fine as long as you follow me. Li Qie nodded. Really, one expert was skeptical and said, what if the statues suddenly attack us?
Don't worry, that will never happen.
Li Qie looked quite sincere and innocent. I guarantee it, just follow me. Having said that, he took the first step. There was no reaction from the steps and the statues. They seemed nothing more than just inanimate objects. However, the experts on top were still afraid. They exchanged glances. None wanted to be the first. "Are you coming or not?" "I'll stop then," Li Qie asked while standing at the halfway point. "I'll give it a shot." One expert finally bit the bullet and moved his leg on top of the first step. Everyone watched with bated breath, not wanting to miss a single detail. Though this expert was ready for the worst, he was still overwhelmed with fear. He kept his eyes closed, but it seemed perfectly fine. Once he opened his eyes, he found that he was standing on the step, unharmed. "It's fine." He was ecstatic and moved down towards Li Qie. "I'm going too." After the first successful attempt, everyone else gave it a shot. The first step was still frightening, but the anxiety went away since everything was fine. "Let's hurry up." They gave chase. Others competed to be the first on the steps at this point, not wanting to fall behind. On the other hand, the older characters like Xueqi exercised caution. They didn't fully trust Li Qie, so they still maintained a full defensive state with their weapons drawn during the first step. After numerous steps, they finally increased their speed to catch up. "I told you that I would bring you into the valley. I'm not a liar," Li Qie said while looking at this group. They smiled with an awkward expression and didn't respond. "They're all in now." The spectators outside cheered for their seniors. "This whole thing is inscrutable." Teacher Du shook his head and said. The other teachers felt the same way. It was one thing for Li Qie to be able to communicate with the Chaos Primal Beast since he grew up here. However, the actual defense of the valley and the Buddhist statues were left behind by a mighty existence. Safe entry required immense power or a profound method. Both options didn't apply here. The former required the power of a heavenly sovereign at the very least. As for solving the puzzle, a Tao Lord might be necessary. Only a being at this level truly understood the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Li Qie was only a violet marquis, but he did something incredible. Able to bring thousands of people inside with him. No one could explain this. "He's just too devilish, that's why we can't understand." The oldest teacher shook his head. Their group couldn't see through Li Qie. He began to give them a bizarre feeling. "They're in now." One student shouted and pulled the teachers back from their rumination. Sure enough, under Li Qie's guidance, they were standing before the broken temple. The golden egg was right before them. Anxiety returned as if they were heading into battle. Some felt their legs trembling. This was because of the world draconic king laying on the stone platform. This was a king among the high-level heaven beasts. None of them would dare to fight this creature. They could already sense its power while standing outside the valley. However, due to the distance, they didn't feel a direct pressure. Now, its aura was breezing past their face since they were too close. Just one strand felt as if they were being cut by numerous blades. The pain was discomforting. What a terrifying creature. Some staggered backward in horror, unable to withstand its mere aura. "What should we do?" An ancestor trembled, lost. "Okay, I'll bring you all in." Li Qie waved his hand at the experts. "No rush. Tell the Draconic King to move first." Xueqi placed his hand on Li Qie's shoulder and demanded. "Didn't we agree that I only needed to bring you in?" Li Qie stared at him and said. "Young noble Li, be a good person all the way. Tell that beast to leave." Everyone stared at him. No one would be able to obtain the egg with that world Draconic King around. They would all lose their lives as a result. Li Qie was the only possible option since he could communicate with the creature. "It's better for you to tell that thing to leave. Who knows what'll happen if you don't." Xueqi's eyes flashed while his hand was still on Li Qie's shoulder. He would pay any price right now for that egg. Li Qie's life meant nothing to him in comparison. "Threatening me again?" Li Qie smiled. "No." Xueqi shook his head. "We will guarantee your safety, but who knows about your friends? Like that old servant and the little girl." The implication was rather obvious. "Young noble Li, if the egg is truly as evil as you say, it will not be good once it gets out. Even your friends and family might get hurt since they're the closest here. That's why you should help us get it." One ancestor added. The crowd's gaze on him became increasingly hostile. Just a while ago, they promised to protect Li Qie at all cost. Now they have forgotten it entirely after seeing the golden egg and agreed to conspire with the senior defender. Chapter 3591. He was nothing more than a lamb right now. They could do whatever they wanted to him. Even the ancestors that promised to keep him safe forgot about their words. The golden egg became the only thing on their mind. It was perfectly fine to torture Li Qie right now. Young noble Li, time waits for no one. One expert urged the quiet Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at them and saw the greed in their eyes. No exception. He smiled and repeated, "The egg is bloodthirsty and evil. You don't need to repeat this again and again, we know. Please go talk to that world draconic king." They had no patience to listen to his annoying warning again. However, he ignored them and continued, "The egg wishes to devour. If anything happens to you all, don't blame me for not saying it ahead of time. It's not too late to leave now if you want to live." "Leave? The egg is right there. There's no way we'll leave. Just shut up and stop annoying us." One expert loudly said, "Be obediently and get that creature away, or I won't guarantee what will happen next." Sir Shang's grip tightened on Li Qie's shoulder. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He would be the first to break Li Qie's shoulder and move on with crueler methods in order to obtain the egg. "Fine, whatever happens next has nothing to do with me then." Li Qie chuckled and walked towards the draconic king. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd readied their weapons for a sudden attack from the king. Fortunately, Li Qie chatted a bit with the king. It actually didn't attack and only glared at them. Nonetheless, the glare had an icy touch and made them feel as if blades were flying near their faces. It moved far away from the stone platform. Li Qie followed right behind. "Okay, my mission is complete. The egg is right there." Li Qie smiled at the experts. The threat was gone now and the group was ready to lunge forward. They only cared about the egg at this moment. Nothing else was on their mind. Rumble. The senior defender and the other top dogs channeled their energy. Chaos true energy billowed like the tides. Ancestors took out their best artifacts. Floating mirrors, pagodas, banners. These big shots immediately rushed forward and landed on the platform, inches away from the egg. The weaker combatants didn't push forward right away. Nonetheless, they also assumed their strongest state in preparation for battle. Battle spirit and bloodthirst surged across the valley. They looked around since anyone could become an enemy right now, even their current allies. The senior defender and the ancestors took it extremely seriously. They exercised the highest caution. Their eyes shifted continuously. They thought about who would be the first to attack them and who they should attack first. This stopped them from making the first move. The one to grab the egg first would immediately become the main target. Other members of their faction waited patiently behind for an order from the seniors. The atmosphere became extremely tense like a bowstring drawn to the limit, on the verge of tearing. The battle is starting. The spectators noticed the bloodlust in the air. Inside the valley, an elder said, "We're not kids anymore. Let's test our energy. Whoever lasts the longest will get the egg. How about it?" The others exchanged glances. Sir Shang nodded in agreement. "I agree." "Same." The other ancestors and high elders also nodded. This was a better idea than a battle royale. They then put their hands on the platform. Those waiting behind them watched nervously. Whoever pulled their hands back would lose the chance at grabbing the golden egg. "Start." They shouted in unison and channeled their vitality and energy into the platform. Rumble. The entire valley quaked as a result after loud detonations. These big shots were quite powerful, so this total release was quite frightening. However, the quakes only lasted for a moment and tranquility returned to the valley. The spectators saw the competitors firmly placing their hands on the stone platform. Their face became red. No one wanted to give up. Everyone was cheering for their own seniors. As time went on, their red complexion turned to white and their bodies started trembling. The competition was lasting a while, so their energy was depleting. "Let's help." One disciple shouted in support of their sect master. "Yes." His fellow disciples agreed. They lined up and placed their palm on the back of the person in front. The strongest disciple stood at the front and also placed his hand on the sect master. Boom! They channeled their energy and vitality through the line, eventually ending at the sect master. "Cheaters!" A member of the crowd protested. Chapter 3592. Let's help the sect master too. Another disciple shouted and rushed forward. His fellow members also did the same and channeled their energy and vitality into their sect master. This was a great display of solidarity and teamwork. The clan master needs our help. Others also did the same without holding back. It didn't take long before the various factions aided the seniors in the competition. Boom! Mighty shockwaves emanated across the valley, on the verge of sinking it. During this devastating process, a divine light flashed from the platform only for a split second. Strangely enough, though all experts were channeling their energy into the platform, it remained untouched outside of just shaking a bit. It seemed as if even the strongest infusion of power wouldn't affect the platform at all. It resembled an ocean capable of accepting the currents of all rivers. The juniors turned red as well as if they were receiving the backlashes from the other competitors. This was actually not the case. Something strange is happening. The teachers from Duality noticed a weird phenomenon. The scene in the valley seemed to be a still image. Everyone was red but couldn't let out any sound. No, stop this. One ancestor finally took a deep breath. He mustered everything he got and shouted, "It's sucking our dash." He couldn't finish because the devouring force continued to absorb his strength and vitality, even the soul. What's going on? The spectators outside were confused. Earlier, they thought that this was only a normal contest of power without needing to fight. The contestants couldn't speak because they were fully focused. Buzz! The platform gently vibrated. Next came numerous bright Dao runes intertwining together. The platform became mysterious and profound. It seemed to be performing a secret ceremony. So is this an altar? The oldest teacher in Duality narrowed his eyes. Buzz. More buzzes could be heard. Certain sections of the platform sank down and formed tiny grooves in a complicated and deliberate manner. They resembled a peerless chapter being carved into the rock. Blood flowed through the grooves and emitted a bright luster. The entire platform changed to a crimson color as a result. The blood was naturally from the competitors and even their juniors. Their vitality and energy are being sucked away. One expert outside the valley shouted. Yes, no exception. The teachers became alarmed as well. It was already too late when people figured it out because the platform had them fully trapped. The sucking power rendered them helpless regardless of their immense energy and vitality. It acted as a bottomless abyss and sucked in everything. They couldn't even open their mouth to speak as if they were completely under the platform's control. It seemed that this wouldn't stop until only dried corpses were left of them. They became horrified as various power sources left their body, but there was nothing they could do. Moving an inch was impossible, let alone escape. Why is this happening? The spectators outside didn't understand. Nothing happened when Li Chia got over there. An expert from the last generation murmured. They saw Li Chia walking and touching the platform earlier, but it didn't do anything to him. Now, these experts were completely stuck. Are they all going to die? This became the next question. Click, click, click. The golden egg in the middle of the platform actually moved a bit. People had the feeling that the thing inside was about to break out of the shell. No, it's not the platform. One teacher took a deep breath and said, "The egg is the thing sucking their energy and vitality." Li Chia was right. This egg is ominous and evil. It wants the blood of these experts, all of it. Those waiting outside shuddered after hearing this. One pale spectator wondered, "It's really the egg?" Li Chia had repeated this several times, but no one heeded his warning. They thought that he was only trying to scare them and were annoyed with him. Boom! The oldest ancestor from a big sect managed to move just a little bit. After a loud blast, he released 12 fate palaces and illuminated the area. Supreme totems appeared along with the palaces, seemingly trying to summon something. In a distant region, a bloody and massive figure emerged in a particular sect. This figure traveled through space and took over the ancestor. Elder Qiao is already a heavenly sovereign. One expert became surprised. Just one step into the realm. A teacher said, "But this sacred ancestor from blood is powerful indeed." The ancestor became gigantic after fusing with the bloody figure. His body trembled as he was about to unleash some power. His first action was severing both of his hands. Chapter 3593. He was able to escape the golden egg's absorption with the help of his ancestor. Bam! 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 The disciples behind him all fell to the ground, pale and unable to get up. The egg had taken too much of their energy and they couldn't recover in time. His escape created an instability in the balance created prior between the competitors and the sucking force. Thus, the other ancestors and high elders got the chance to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. They chose to sever their hands as well. Blood gushed out from the wounds of these crippled ancestors. Sir Shang was no exception. Their juniors also dropped to the ground, sapped of strength and unable to get up. Shit. The powerful ancestors and the imperious senior defender were still stricken with fear. They felt their souls and spirits leaving their body earlier because of that egg, not just their vitality and energy. Fortunately, that one cultivator managed to call the spirit of his sacred ancestor and saved everyone here. Crack. They saw a crack appearing on the egg. Is it about to hatch? One cultivator didn't realize the incoming danger and stared at the egg. In the next second, one powerful ancestor sensed a looming danger and shouted in horror. Run, run right now. He then started running without caring about the juniors behind him. Ah! His scream suddenly echoed because he didn't get far. Something golden flashed and pierced through his chest. It was as small as a needle but still easily took him down. Someone as powerful as him was defenseless against its penetration. Everyone inside the valley watched in astonishment. His body was still hanging in the air. Zzz. The string of energy began absorbing his blood and energy. No. He was still alive but couldn't move at all. He could feel his life passing away. The golden string even took his Grand Tao power and all of his essences. His hair turned white and his body withered. It didn't take long before he became a dried corpse falling onto the ground. Bam! The frightened cultivators finally regained their wits after hearing the thump. We have to run. They immediately tried to flee. Shit! All ran towards the entrance, wanting to be born with more than just 2 legs in order to escape faster. 100,000 experts or so no longer cared for anything else. The weaker cultivators were trampled while groaning. Buzz! The golden egg immediately unleashed countless golden rays that perfectly struck those trying to escape. Ah! Cries of agony filled the valley. All of them were pierced in the chest area. No exception. Even the strongest ancestors and high elders with their great artifacts couldn't do a thing. The golden rays were simply too fast. They could only watch themselves becoming victims. The rays seemed like tentacles as they lifted the victims up in the air. The scene of 100,000 experts all in this horrifying state was shocking. What is that thing? Even those outside the valley felt a sharp pain in their chest. Extremely vicious, Li Qie was completely right. One teacher from Duality shuddered with cold chills. It still hasn't hatched yet. Once it comes out, it might actually be a calamity for all of 8 Desolaces. The teachers exchanged glances and started to imagine the true form of this egg. They were talented and courageous but still became nervous. Their back became wet with sweat. As for the pale students, all of their legs were trembling from fear. It's all over. The supporters waiting outside didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, people were still screaming inside the valley. They were still alive and fully conscious, clearly sensing their life passing away in a helpless manner. Some pissed their pants as death approached while screaming. No, it can't end like this. I haven't made a name for myself, one expert bellowed. Young Noble Li. No, young Master Li, please save me. Hurry. Sir Shang was still lucid and saw the calm Li Qie standing in the distance. I'm afraid I can't. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Everyone else finally noticed that only Li Qie was untouched by the golden ray. Please save us, young Master Li. They started begging. Little ancestor, save me and you'll be the biggest benefactor of our court. We'll obey all of your orders in the future. An ancestor threw away his pride and begged. Just save us and Shifting Cloud will give you everything you want. The Yi clan will be your horses and oxen if you save us. They thought that since Li Qie was unaffected, he might actually be able to stop the egg and save them. I have repeatedly warned all of you about this disaster from this ominous egg, yet you didn't listen. This is nothing short of courting death. Li Qie shook his head. Chapter 3594. Ah! The agonizing screams of the victims continued. No, they weren't willing to die like this and continued to struggle as death drew closer. Unfortunately, the golden rays rendered them powerless. As the egg absorbed more blood and power, It became increasingly resplendent. The grooves on the platform have been filled with blood while the runes were busy rotating and refining the blood from the cultivators. The blood became purer as a result. The shell was changing as well, seemingly polished several times over with added moisture. If the egg was a living entity, it would look quite excited. Similar to someone who has just received great nutrients and was brimming with strength.
Li, I will haunt you.
Sir Shang shouted furiously at Li Qiye. He realized that he had fallen into Li Qiye's trap. The guy was tricking them and purposely led them into the valley. They thought that everything was under their control, but it turned out that since the very beginning, they were nothing more than fat pieces of meat in Li Qiye's eyes. He intended on using them to nourish the golden egg. Alas, it was too late to realize it now. They were already cooked and plated on the table. First, ghosts don't exist, and even if they do, you need to line up and wait for several 100 million years until it's your turn. Li Qiye chuckled. The other ancestors realized it now too. One of them bellowed. You're the true culprit, tricking us here as sacrifices for the egg. Can't blame me when you're blinded by greed and didn't heed my warnings. Li Qiye shrugged. Despair finally reared its head among the group. They never expected to die because of an insect like this woodchopper.
This can't be.
One ancestor cried out. In reality, virtually all the victims weren't willing to accept this. They have dominated throughout their life, especially the ancestors and Sir Shang who had killed millions on the battlefield. One stomp from them made the world tremble. They were the lord of their own domain. Today, they would meet their end because of a woodchopper who was only a violet marquis. They didn't give a damn about someone like him prior to this and thought that his life was within their grasp. Just a little force would be enough to kill him. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to accept this outcome and wait for death. The only thing they could do was scream. Eventually, one by one died with their eyes wide open due to unwillingness and despair. Bang! Bang! The golden ray disappeared after fully absorbing the corpse. The dried husks fell to the ground. The valley became a world of corpses in no time at all. The stronger experts such as the ancestors and Sir Shang took the longest time to die. They eventually joined the piles of corpses as well. This scene was enough to horrify anyone. The entire force was annihilated and became nutrition for the golden egg. Li Qiye was the only survivor. The spectators outside were scared out of their mind. They thought that they were lucky for not entering the valley. The students turned pale since they have never seen something so horrifying. Some female students couldn't help but vomit. In the beginning, they also wanted to go into the valley but were stopped by the teachers. This turned out to be the right decision. Moths to the flame. One teacher regained his wits and murmured. The egg was an irresistible flame. The victims forgot about caution and became food in the end. This is the consequence of not listening to the warnings. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the corpses. He then glanced over at the golden egg. It was brimming with vitality and bright light after absorbing plentiful essences. However, it trembled, clearly afraid of Li Qiye. This was akin to a child being excited after sneaking in some food. Now, it has been caught by a senior and immediately put on a good act. Maharaga egg. The world doesn't know of its danger and still came courting death. Li Qiye said. This was an unfamiliar name to most. Sir Shang's group assumed that it was a divine egg, unaware of the hidden danger. That's why they eventually became its food. Li Qiye then glanced over at the treasures and Buddhist scriptures along with the statues on the steps. He smiled and said, the defensive measures aren't meant to protect the egg, it's meant to stop people from coming in. The future generation didn't understand the old monk's intent. The origin of this Maharaga egg remained unknown. However, it was stored here by the high monks of this temple, wanting to change its evil nature with Buddhist arts. Later on, the creature inside would become a protector of Buddhism. Unfortunately, the temple declined and lost all successors. Only this sealed valley was left. Crack. More cracks appeared on the egg. It seemed to be on the verge of hatching. Almost. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing this. The Buddhist laws in this dilapidated temple have weakened. The egg would need a long period of time to hatch without outside help. The blood from the 100,000 experts naturally accelerated the incubation speed. This type of creature was extremely bloodthirsty. However, it was far tamer now due to the refinement of Buddhism. Nonetheless, it wouldn't decline when food came knocking on its door. Li Qie didn't linger around and left the valley after seeing the cracks. 1. Maharaga, a snake's-headed Indian deity or a protector deity of Buddhist law. Chapter 3595. After leaving the valley, he was met with gazes filled with hatred and anger. Their seniors and friends have all died in the valley. Though he didn't personally carry out the deed, they certainly died because of him. No one said a thing, but many powers began walking towards Li Qie. He stood there with a smile and didn't bother escaping. What do you want? He was neither flustered nor anxious. The brat is as devilish as can be. One teacher commented while watching. More people are courting death. Teacher Du wasn't worried about Li Qie at all. The punishment for murder is death. Xueqi furiously roared. He was designated as a supporter by his seniors. Now, thousands in his sect were dead in the valley, including his master. His hatred for Li Qie was bone deep, so he led the remaining members to surround Li Qie. It has nothing to do with me. Li Qie waved his hand and nonchalantly responded. I told all of them that the egg was dangerous, yet they insisted. Haha, I agree completely. They died because they were blinded by greed. It's not young noble Li's fault. Teacher Du in the distance laughed and clapped his hands. This was a logical answer, yet the crowd didn't care for it. The only thing on their mind was vengeance. You didn't personally kill them, but you watched them die without doing anything. That warrants death as well. You led them there and must be held responsible for their death. One expert said. Oh, how? Li Qie smiled. We'll flay your skin and drink your blood. One ancestor from a clan roared. Your head will be an offering for my dead clan members. Wow, amazing idea, but a little hard to carry out. Be smart and get out of Myriad Beast Mountains with your tail tucked between your legs, or I'll send you down there to see your clan members. Li Qie replied. Bastard, I'll kill you. Xueqi roared. Clank. He unsheathed his blade in a flashy manner and slashed forward. Unfortunately, the sword didn't make contact because a hairy hand appeared out of nowhere and gripped his arm. This massive figure stood behind Li Qie. Its shadow engulfed Xueqi. The frightened youth looked up and saw a gigantic chaos primal beast. Its hand had a firm grasp on him. Whoosh! It immediately tore his arm off. Blood gushed everywhere. Ah! He naturally bellowed in pain. Bean-sized sweat dripped down his forehead. Loud bangs occurred in the next second as numerous top beasts descended. Lion kings, eagles, gigantic serpents. Behind them were tens of thousands more of their kind. They completely surrounded the hostile cultivators. The latter turned pale. They thought that these beasts were far away now. How did they return so fast? Rah! One beast howled wildly and the rest of them did the same. Their howls had the intensity of a tsunami, causing everyone's knees to buckle. Run! Someone shouted and forgot all about getting revenge. He leaped backward in order to get away. The next thing he saw was a massive palm from a beast, reducing him to a meat paste. Another rushed out with lightning speed, darting back and forth through the beasts. Alas, another beast just happened to be faster than lightning. Its claw pierced through his chest. We have to kill and break out. One ancestor roared and rallied the cultivators nearby. Boom! He took out a blood hammer and aimed for the closest beast. Kill them! Other cultivators took out their best treasure and utilized their strongest merit laws in order to break the blockade. Rah! The wild beasts returned the gesture and launched their assault. Screams and blood filled the area in no time at all. Though there were many cultivators waiting outside, they were too weak compared to the chaos primal beasts. It became a one-sided massacre. Body parts and blood rained down. A thick stench of blood took over. Some were torn apart or stomped down to a pulp. Others became meals for the beasts. Get him! One high elder realized something and wanted to capture Li Qie. This guy was the one controlling the beast, so by capturing him, he would be able to escape. This was a good idea, but he didn't get far enough to even touch Li Qie's sleeve before being smashed to the ground, pulverized. He was an influential character at the sacred level, yet he couldn't block that attack. World Draconic King. Someone saw the majestic creature standing behind Li Qie. It easily killed the High Elder just now. No! Despair overwhelmed them. Just the high-level heaven beasts alone made the situation hopeless. Now, a king was here to push them off the cliff. That's the end. No one will be able to escape. One teacher shook his head and said, "The brat is really the king of myriad beast mountains." His peer became emotional and added, "He doesn't need a throne since he's a crownless king. No wonder why he wasn't afraid from start to finish." Others were nothing more than ants crawling in his domain. Yes, with that creature on his side. Provoking him is asking for it. Teacher Du replied. The students in the back had overflowing cold sweat because they looked down on Li Qie earlier. They especially disliked his cocky attitude. Some even thought about secretly teaching Li Qie a lesson later on. Now, they celebrated the fact that they didn't get the chance to do so yet. Otherwise, the scene ahead might be the result, being torn apart by the chaos primal beasts. The teachers were right. Not a single cultivator managed to escape. The world draconic king swept through like a storm and massacred the rest. A while ago, some powerful ancestors managed to struggle for a bit. This completely changed once this creature got involved. Blood gathered together to form red creeks to the horror of the spectators. Ugh! Some female students couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 3596. The stench of blood wouldn't disperse since severed limbs scattered all over the ground. There were other nauseating stenches as well mixed in the air. The cultivators who tried to avenge their fallen members died a terrible death. They wanted to tear Li Qie apart and drink his blood. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to touch even his sleeves. The remaining spectators shuddered as a result, their palms moistened with sweat and their legs trembling. They stared at the corpses on the ground and thought that it could have been them if they had provoked Li Qie earlier. It wasn't a good end to be food in a beast's stomach, a death without a grave. For example, South Peak Marquis praised the god of fortune because he didn't try to attack Li Qie. His clan didn't lose a single soldier. He had no intention of avenging the fallen senior defender. They were only officials for the same dynasty, nothing more. No need to be dragged down the mud by the idiotic guy. Furthermore, even if the Ministry of War were to pursue this, the responsibility wouldn't fall upon him either. Plus, he was a marquis and wasn't under the ministry's jurisdiction. Another side that was perfectly fine were the members of Duality. They only wanted to watch the show and learn more about the world. The teachers didn't care for the golden egg either. This is what happens when you don't listen to adults. Li Qie stared at the carnage and smiled. Should have been smart and run away. Alas, the dead couldn't hear his comment. Meanwhile, the fortunate ones were staying far away from Li Qie. He looked like a devil right now, commanding respect and fear. The chaos primal beasts standing next to him were truly intimidating. The strongest cultivators present still felt the same fear towards the untouchable world draconic king. This time, more than 100,000 experts gathered in the valley for the golden egg. They originated from powerful sects, many from the 5 divisions of Buddha Plateau. Less than 10% was alive at this point. Buzz! Lights from the valley suddenly illuminated the sky. They came from the golden egg through the new cracks. Rumble! A terrible force also emerged and spread across the mountain range. It had a disintegrating affinity, simply unstoppable. So it's a divine beast? Those standing outside still became horrified after feeling the shockwaves despite the valley's barrier stopping most of it. No one knew what was inside the golden egg, but this was definitely something monstrous. Waves of light continued to emanate from the golden egg, one stronger than the previous. The valley shook violently. The statues in the valley released runes and started chanting. They seemed to be coming back to life and placed their palms together. The characters and words gathered in the sky and issued loud explosions. The accumulation of sound waves descended to stop the golden egg. The latter had no fear at all. Its divine lights rushed towards the sky like swords in an attempt to take down the sound waves. The two sides began a fierce contest, ravaging the valley. Boulders and peaks exploded. Cracks emanated across the valley. Everything seemed to be collapsing. What evil thing is inside that egg? It can stop the Buddhist power too. The spectators realized that this egg was far beyond their station. The seal of the valley served to suppress the egg, not to protect it. One teacher from Duality murmured. In the beginning, everyone assumed that the seal was there to stop people from coming in and taking the egg. This was absolutely incorrect. Meanwhile, Li Qie watched with a smile and didn't help either side. Eventually, the egg finally cracked completely. The light emanating from it became blinding to all spectators. Boom! This seemed like the end of the world, at least for the valley. Mud and debris engulfed the area. Once people could see again, there was only a bottomless abyss where the valley used to be. The statues and the egg were nowhere to be found. The thing looked like the jaw of a terrible monster, ready to devour anything that got close. This development took the crowd by surprise. Virtually everyone here was ready to pay any price for that egg. Now no one got it. They wasted their trip and effort. All of this for nothing. One teacher laughed and shook his head. This is the best result anyway, no one won. Let's go. The oldest teacher ordered and took the students away. Young noble Li, visit our academy when you have time. Yang Ling waved towards Li Qie before leaving. Li Qie smiled back and didn't say anything. The students left along with the lucky survivors. South Peak Marquis also brought his clan members away. No one wanted to provoke Li Qie at the moment, not even those who had seniors and friends dead in the valley. Only Li Qie was left in this area, but this didn't last long. In the next second, a figure flashed into existence, standing next to him. Chapter 3597. This was none other than the old servant. He glanced at the sky. Just one glance alone chased away the clouds and winds. Young master, a few old men were smart enough to leave early. He respectfully said, "Would you like me to catch and feed them to the pets?" In reality, most didn't know anything about the real big shots hiding in the shadows. They didn't make a move even when their sect members died to the chaos primal beasts. When the egg appeared, they still kept their patience for some reason, continuing to observe. They then left in silence after the event was finished. Only very few knew about their appearance in this area. Forget it, I'm not merciless enough to do that. Li Qie shook his head. The old man's eyes said that he didn't believe this, not even a little bit. Don't look at me like that. Li Qie smiled. I only kill those who deserve death. The innocent has nothing to do with me. If they want to die, then I'll just send them on the path a little faster. You're enforcing justice on heaven's behalf? The old servant couldn't help but ask. Justice? What kind of existence do you think the old villainous heaven is? Li Qie chuckled and stared at the old man. More losses than gains. To which the old man responded. Ha ha ha, you're mistaken. Li Qie smiled in response. The unfair losses suffered by the heavenly Tao is only in people's imagination. You still have a long way to go on this path. The old villainous heaven has never suffered losses before. The same with the heavenly Tao. This also applies with the belief that the universe is inhumane and regards everyone as straw dogs. The old man took a deep breath and earnestly asked, Young master, what do you think the heavenly Tao is? In reality, it doesn't exist. The heavenly Tao is something that people hope exists. But if it actually does, then there's only one, the true self or anima. Li Qie replied. Anima? The old man murmured. The evilest devil king and the most benevolent savior won't do. In order to jump out, one must rely on anima. The old man carefully digested this information. The villainous heaven has never worried about the tragedies of living beings or the injustice of the world. There's only one thing it cares about. Li Qie elaborated. What is it? The old man couldn't help asking. You don't need to know right now. There is still a long way to go. Li Qie shook his head. The old man nodded slightly without being offended. He was a proud man, whether it be during his youth or the present. After all, those capable of fighting him evenly in Western King could be counted with one's fingers. However, Li Qie was at another height. He had fought the strongest character in West King before, but this was nothing compared to Li Qie. The guy resembled a boundless cosmo capable of encompassing everything. He once thought that he was already standing at the apex and that Tao Lords were the limit. Now, he realized that he was ludicrously incorrect. Tao Lord might only be the starting point on this journey. Experts like them thought that they were at the top. Perhaps the real masters viewed them as insects. Young master, what is your mission in this world? Or rather, what is your pursuit? The old man became curious. Supreme merit laws and treasures weren't enough. Li Qie considered them trivial. There's no mission, I am simply walking on my path. Li Qie shook his head and responded. However, as for a pursuit, I actually do have one. What is it?
The old man became tense, a very rare feeling for him due to his numerous battles and near-death experiences. Li Qie gazed towards the sky, seemingly reaching the end of the world. "Just an answer," he said softly. His words seemed to carry a mysterious and profound rhythm. "An answer." The old man didn't expect this response. He thought that he might not be at the right level to comprehend Li Qie's intent. "You've listened enough." Li Qie suddenly glanced at a peak and casually threw his hatchet. There was a black-robed man hidden among the boulders on top of that peak. He seemed to be one with the peak, virtually undetectable. However, blood was dripping down his forehead since the hatchet made direct contact. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His stealth technique was second to none. None in West King could detect him. Moreover, he was a famous big shot and a capable cultivator. Alas, Li Qie spotted him in no time at all, and just a casual hatchet toss managed to take his life. He didn't have the chance to dodge. He fell onto the piles of rock, not understanding how the hatchet got there in the first place. The hatchet then returned to Li Qie's hand in a silent fashion. The old man watched and didn't find this surprising. As for the abyss, a tiny creature was peeking its head out of the hole, looking all around as if afraid of being spotted. It looked ready to run right away. Li Qie whistled and got its attention. "Brat, I've been waiting long enough. Come over here." He waved and smiled at it. The little thing wanted to run but didn't have the courage. It eventually obeyed in an unwilling manner. Li Qie spread his palm and said, "Come up here, let me take a look." This little thing was also a crownless king. The moment it showed up, all the other chaos primal beasts backed off. Though it was young, the high-level heaven beasts were still afraid of it. Nonetheless, it obediently jumped up and landed on Li Qie's palm. It was around the size of a fist, looking like a dragon or another auspicious beast. It had 2 wings and a dragon-like tail. Its strange body was the main distinguishing factor. No one has seen something like it before. Its flat head looked tough and playful. Its green eyes looked like emeralds. It was covered in shiny black scales from top to bottom. Each seemed to have been polished meticulously. Upon careful inspection, the surface of the scales had complex Dao runes. They were shallow and hard to see. With more time, one would find that they made up complicated and ancient symbols of Buddhism. Li Qie squeezed it with some force. The young creature was hurt and struggled a bit, still not daring to do anything reckless. Buzz! The runes lit up with a Buddhist light, fully activating the symbols. It seemed to be containing a hidden kingdom. Its Buddhist power was boundless and beyond imagination, completely different from its tiny frame. Chapter 3598. Once Li Qie loosened his grip, the Buddhist light disappeared and the baby beast returned to its original form. It looked obedient while coiling in his palm. Who would have thought that this was a dangerous creature given its appearance? Nonetheless, few could actually grasp it due to its innate Buddhist power. This beast will be incredible once it reaches maturity. What is its type? The old servant was astonished. A Maharaga. Li Qie responded. The old servant has never heard this strange name before. This is my first time hearing it. He knew that this thing was dangerous even when it was just a golden egg. Once it matured, top masters like them wouldn't be able to fight it. It was definitely comparable to a Dao Lord. That's expected. Li Qie smiled. This ferocious thing is a Buddhist beast. It's too dangerous, so it only exists in the legends. He stopped and looked around for a bit before concluding. However, someone might have known about it. Otherwise, this valley wouldn't have remained untouched for so long. Numerous have entered myriad beast mountains across the years, but no one noticed the seal in the valley? Why was it currently exposed? This meant that someone had purposely destroyed part of the seal, allowing people to see it. Must be his idea. The old man said. Whatever. Li Qie didn't care for the schemes and strategies. The old man understood why Li Qie thought so. Strategies and schemes couldn't reach the apex before Li Qie, who could easily dismantle them with one wave. Let's go back. Li Qie picked up the firewood and left while the baby beast lay on his other shoulder. The old man followed along without saying anything. A long time later, after they were gone, another figure emerged next to the corpse of the black-robed man, staring at the fatal wound on the forehead. Humph. The old man scowled and stared quietly towards the direction of Xueqi. In reality, he has been staying near the mountain range for the last several days. He didn't dare to get close and hid his identity. He then disappeared from sight, not leaving a single trace behind. No one would know that he was even here. The next period consisted of the same thing. Xueqi spending his time at the temple. He cultivated and gathered firewood, but most importantly, chanting in front of the portrait. This happened every day without fail. The old man had no idea why Xueqi chanted every morning. What was so special about that wall and the portrait? He didn't ask since Xueqi didn't bring up this topic. Nonetheless, he knew that Xueqi had a reason for doing so. Perhaps this was his purpose in coming to Myriad Beast Mountains. His goal should be something in this temple, not the Maharaja. Xueqi's grand Tao was improving from the peaceful cultivation. Today, cracking noises could be heard. Xueqi has broken through the bottleneck of Violet Marquis to reach the Conqueror Vessel realm. His violet energy was transformed into a regal aura. He exuded an extraordinary presence as if he was sitting among the clouds. The old man was surprised once he saw Xueqi again. Congratulations, young master, for reaching Conqueror Vessel. He bowed to show respect. In reality, this realm was nothing, completely insignificant. Normally, he wouldn't bother to look at other conquerors. This wasn't the case for Xueqi. His regal aura was completely different from the rest. He looked like the Emperor of Kings, the tyrant of the gods. Just one strand from him would suppress all of his subjects. A regular conqueror was indeed a king, but only among mortals. Xueqi was a king among all beings. This was the biggest difference. Not too bad. Finally a new vessel. Looks like it's goodbye to the mortal physique. Xueqi smiled in response. In the cultivator world, the realm of Conqueror Vessel served as an important threshold. People beneath this realm were considered to have a mortal body. The true transformation came after. Of course, Xueqi was only entertaining the old man. These physiques didn't matter to him in the slightest. His cultivation was actually a polishing of the self while gaining more experiences. Cultivation realms didn't matter. Which merit law will you choose now? The old man became curious. Heaven split mantra. Xueqi responded. This was another of the 7 mantras. He had learned 5 so far and only needed 2 more. You wish to cultivate all 7? The old man didn't know the mysteries behind this style of cultivation. Can't put it like that. The 7 used to be 1, I'm just experiencing it for myself. Xueqi smiled. The 7 were 1? The old man has never heard about this before and gained a new perspective on the 7 mantras. This was a new type of cultivation. Xueqi chuckled and didn't answer the old man. As Xueqi started learning Heaven Split, he seemed to be splitting the sky up into a new world. His regal aura became boundless. It seemed capable of destroying the entire world after fully activated. This broadened the old man's horizon. Xueqi's aura was already this terrifying in the Conqueror realm. What about at the Tao Lord realm? Today, Xueqi still woke up early and chanted to the wall painting. As he was half done, a buzz could be heard. Strands of light emanated from the wall as if an ancient power was awakening. The woman in the wall also lit up. The strands of light seemed to be carving on the wall and recreating her outline. This sudden power fluctuation startled the old man and Fanbai, who was cultivating outside. She hurriedly ran in to take a look. The old man's body flashed and he appeared inside, shouting, "Young master!" Xueqi didn't pay attention to the two. His eyes were firmly fixated on the woman in the wall. The painting seemed to be moving just a bit, prompting Fanbai to cover her mouth to stop screaming. The old man realized that they shouldn't be here and pulled Fanbai outside. Fanbai also regained her wits and continued walking away. However, she couldn't help glancing back one more time because the painting was too beautiful. This woman might be the most gorgeous in the world. After they left, the wall became brighter and the woman became more animated. Pop! Finally, she seemingly came back to life. Spatial ripples emerged and she walked down from the wall that seemed to be a portal leading to another world. Everything lost its colors because she was unreasonably beautiful. All other women would feel inferior in her presence. Words wouldn't do justice when describing her. She seemed to be a fairy from an immortal world, blessed with unmatched looks and intelligence. Chapter 3599. Li Qia's eyes never diverted from the woman. A million years seemed to be passing in a second. What attracted him weren't her flawless features nor her intelligence, just how similar she was to the past. She sat down in the meditative pose in front of him. Her sweet fragrance wafted in the air in a mesmerizing manner. "You still woke me up." Her pleasant and unforgettable voice made the chirpings of oriole and skylark grating in comparison. "This is still you at your best." Li Qia smiled and said, "No, I've changed for the better." Kingdom toppling wasn't enough to describe her sublime smile. Nothing could make it better. Even spring returned with just one smile. "You haven't changed." Li Qia pondered for a bit before answering softly. "It's just a different form and path. Your original heart still remains, or you wouldn't have followed me back then. You're still the same, so I'm sure you'll permit whatever I do in the future." She spoke in a calm and profound manner. Others would get the urge to converse with her forever. "It's a shame that you couldn't do it. A mishap before even embarking on the journey." Li Qia revealed a bitter smile. "Not all things in life go as planned. I'm not you who plans across the ages. I just did whatever I wanted." She smiled and had accepted this. "Right, that's why you're you, following your heart and desire without caring for the consequences," he sentimentally said, feeling a bit disappointed and bitter. "You're not happy." She gently patted his cheek. He grabbed her hand and could feel the heat. "I know that you didn't agree with my choice, but you didn't force me either." She continued. "How could I have changed you? You wouldn't have changed for anyone, just like me." He smiled. "You could have done it, I'm sure, but chose to connive and indulge me instead." She said softly. "Right, I wanted you to stay the same. What's the point otherwise?" Li Qia eventually responded. "Oh, my merciless dark crow, that's not you at all." She chuckled and shook her head. "Others don't know this side of you, but I do. Perhaps I was wrong. If your action is considered a mistake, then mine would have been a catastrophic blunder. I shouldn't have kidnapped you." Li Qia said. "Tricking a little girl is illegal too." She joked, looking both beautiful and cute. The past suddenly resurfaced. The girl back then seemed to be standing before him. This made Li Qia stare in a daze. She spread her arms and embraced his waist, snuggling her head into his chest. He embraced her and lowered his head to enjoy her sweet hair. This moment would stay with them forever. Time seemed to be frozen. Nothing wanted nor dared to disturb this tranquility. After a while, she touched his eyebrows and said, "It's hard to see you truly happy across the eras, but I still want you to smile more." "I'm always smiling." He smiled and said, "I'm still a big player more or less, and can't be wearing a funeral face all the time." She placed her palms on his chest and leaned back in, whispering, "I wish that there will be someone who can be your companion for generations to come, that the two of you will be able to see the beautiful sunrise and experience the joys of life." He enjoyed the gentleness of her voice and remembered when they used to lean on each other and watch the sunrise. He suddenly hugged her tighter, aware that this was all in the past now. "Have you been there yet?" She eventually smiled and asked him. "I don't dare to go there because he wants to kill me and I can't just stand there and watch, right? But if I fight back, it'll be a bloody fight." He shrugged with a strange expression. "Who can actually kill you?" She audibly chuckled. He wouldn't mind listening to her pleasant laughter forever. "Stop the act. You can fool the rest of the world but not me. Though you have done a great job, I'm still the closest person to you both." She shook her head. He smiled and didn't respond. "It has been tough on several people who paid too much," he said. "The world has no idea of their burden and even reviled them. No one has done more than you, especially the infamy." She gently touched his face and said. He couldn't help grabbing her wrist and stared deeply into her eyes. This became a still image for a long time. "I know something has happened, otherwise you wouldn't be here right now. It must be dire," she said. He shuddered inside. He had reached the end of the world and fought in the battles above all. He competed against the eternal overlords without batting an eye. However, this split second affected him, so he tightened his embrace. "You don't want to tell me." Her eyes had nothing but tenderness and compassion. "You'll always be the happy and optimistic girl in my mind." Li Qia chuckled. She stared at him quietly before nodding. "This will be our last meeting." His hands trembled after hearing this, but he quickly calmed down. Trust me, you'll be fine. She held his face with both hands and earnestly said, I know. He took a deep breath and responded, I've grown numb to separation. Yet you still want to take it. She said with hesitation. Yes, that's my intention. Is that okay? He nodded and said softly, I want to refuse, but I can't say no to you. As I've said earlier, it's about whether you're willing to do it or not. She answered. She took out a steel box that didn't look too special. However, only Li Qie could open it, no one else. She solemnly placed it in his hand. He clenched the moment he touched the box. He wanted to say something, but she pressed her finger against his lips. No need to tell me, keep it in your heart. He swallowed his words and nodded. After a while she said with sincerity, Promise me this. Think about it carefully. Millions of years have passed. Just let them pass. If it's possible, I will. He said after a long pause. You can do it. She seemed to be the only one in this world who can change Li Qie's mind. He didn't answer this time. I see. She continued. Just remember, before you make the decision, at the very last second, think about it very carefully. Promise me. I promise, I'll truly think it over. He eventually relented. He was a man of his words and would do so. She nodded and trusted him since she understood him more than anyone else. Chapter 3600. Time came to a still during their embrace. The woman eventually wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed him. He hugged her tightly and they kissed passionately. None wanted to let go. After an indeterminate period, they finally let go, albeit reluctantly. If you want, his voice was filled with emotion and determination, seemingly making an important decision. No, this is perfect already. She pressed her finger on his lips while shaking her head. Li Qie sighed softly and didn't push the issue. Goodbye. This last word of his seemingly echoed across the world and inside his heart. I love you, goodbye. Maybe never meeting again is the best outcome, right? She stared deeply at him in response. Li Qie chose to stay silent. In the end, she couldn't help kissing him again. The light around her became increasingly dimmer. Pop. She scattered into particles falling to the ground. Li Qie stared at them in a daze without moving, seemingly turning into a statue. Bye. He eventually murmured. A drop of tear streamed down the corner of his eye. Nothing in the world was as resplendent, beautiful, and precious as this teardrop. Unfortunately, no one else saw it at this moment. The old servant and Fanbai were waiting patiently outside and didn't dare to disturb Li Qie. They didn't even dare to cough and disturb the duo inside. Fanbai was very curious about this supreme woman coming out of the wall. The whole thing was magical, and what was her relationship to the young master? That's why she kept glancing towards the main hall. On the other hand, the old man remained composed. He was also curious about the woman's background and origin. A while later, Li Qie walked out and the two of them came up to greet him. Fanbai glanced at the hall, but the woman didn't come out. Where is she? Fanbai wondered. The old man knew what happened and didn't dare to ask Li Qie. Come, we're leaving this place. Li Qie simply ordered. Fanbai was surprised because she thought that they would continue to stay here. She was more than willing to be in this remote region. This place was wonderful as long as Li Qie was around. The old man only nodded in response. I'll gather our stuff. Fanbai regained her wits and told Li Qie. No need. He shook his head and raised his hand. Buzz. Bright runes appeared around the temple, capable of spatial manipulation. The temple actually shrank in size until it became small enough to fit in Li Qie's hand. Fanbai watched in awe, not expecting this transformation. No wonder why the young master didn't need her to gather their stuff. This temple could be brought with them wherever. Where are we going, young master? The old servant asked afterward. Li Qie looked up towards the horizon and said softly, To Duality Academy. His eyes became slightly dazed after saying this. The old man didn't understand why he had this expression. However, he also gazed towards the distance after hearing the words Duality Academy. Certain feelings and thoughts rose inside. What, afraid of that place? Li Qie glanced at him. It's nothing like that. I'm just thinking about how fast time goes by, turning into an old man in the blink of an eye. The old man smiled and shook his head. That's why many people think about immortality.
That's all you need to be eternal. Li Qiye responded. Except those close to you will leave one by one. The old man sighed. Though he couldn't live forever, he certainly lived longer than his contemporaries and had experienced plenty of separations. Right. We can only say that time spares no one. Living long enough isn't necessarily a good thing. Li Qiye responded. The old man nodded in agreement. Let's go. Li Qiye rode the boar and ordered. I'll lead the way. The old man picked Fai Ban up before taking one step forward. This one step took him 1,000 miles. A truly astonishing speed. Gao. Lil Yellow didn't want to lose and also chased with lightning speed. We'll see who's faster. The old man's competitive blood churned after seeing this and increased his speed after laughing. The dog utilized all 4 legs to their limit and soared in the sky just like a true dragon. On the other hand, Lil Black and Li Qiye didn't seem to be in a rush. However, the boar groaned after 3 steps as if it was using all of its might. In reality, it was actually only a bit slower than the other 2. It crossed through mountains and peaks with each step. Just like that, the group headed for Duality Academy. This academy was located in the Metropolis Division of Buddha Emperor Plateau. This division could be considered the most prosperous location in the Holy Ground. The place was home to trillions of mortals as well. This great population served as a strong foundation for the Holy Ground. The most common thing in the Holy Ground had to be temples and shrines. Moreover, every household had a Buddha statue as well. The smoke of incense could be seen everywhere. Buddha Holy Ground was not only the largest Buddhist sect in the southern West King. It was definitely among the largest in all of 8 Desolaces. It was created by Buddha Tao Lord, one of the strongest Tao Lords in history. He possessed supreme Buddhist treasures and had entered a forbidden zone before. Rumor has it that during his youth, he was taught by a great Vajra from an ancient holy ground belonging to an old epoch. His title was Vedas. Vedas took in Buddha Tao Lord as a disciple and taught him Buddhism. Later on, Buddha Tao Lord entered the world and popularized this doctrine to save many living beings. He chose the Southern West King as his home and created Buddha Holy Ground. Across the years, this power continued to grow and had plenty of believers. A very long time later, a person eventually arrived and took a look at the incense-filled holy ground. His one chant echoed across the river of time. 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues and the gods up in the firmaments are mere floating duckweeds. He then waved his hand and created his base. The Buddhist statues within 10,000 miles instantly crumbled. The incense smoke extinguished and all the high monks retreated, not daring to stay close. Golden spring gushed from the ground beneath him. Architecture suddenly took form and just like that, Duality Academy was formed. He was none other than the renowned Duality Master. His arrogant phrase was heard by all the masters beneath the 9 heavens. However, the invincible existences and arrogant monsters didn't dare to respond. Buddha Holy Ground itself with its countless high monks also remained silent despite having their territory taken over by Duality Master. Chapter 3601. A powerful lineage like the Holy Ground was extremely influential. However, its foundation was affected by a new academy, yet it had no response. Future generations still found this unbelievable. However, Duality Master was indeed an unbelievable existence. Its first day was a magnificent and unprecedented occasion. All of 8 Desolaces were affected by this. Apricot Tao Lord personally came with peerless scriptures as gifts. Moreover, the strongest ancestors and existences in 8 Desolaces eventually arrived with gifts as well. True Immortal Sect, Primal Immortal Mountain, Sword School, Righteous Sect, Pure Yang Clan, Lion's Roar Country, Wild East 8 Kingdoms, Ancestral City. These behemoths that have dominated before came to celebrate. The gathering of these lords was unmatched in history. Even the coronations of Tao Lords lacked the same extravagance and impact. Furthermore, the gifts they brought were incredible. Paramount weapons and artifacts, enough to shock the world. In fact, even the strongest ancestor of Buddha Holy Ground personally led his favorite disciples to celebrate the opening of Duality. He brought gifts too, of course. Such a thing remained a mystery. Duality Master did nothing short of taking over the Holy Ground's territory for his academy. However, Buddha Holy Ground didn't retaliate in the slightest and actually brought gifts for the occasion. The legend didn't end there. Duality Master performed the first lesson for the opening ceremony. Who were the members of the audience? Apricot Tao Lord, ancient ancestors, sword gods. They were the strongest characters in the era, yet they still wanted to listen to the lecture. Some said that this was the most prestigious classroom ever. Only heavenly sovereigns were eligible to be there. This incredible history laid an unshakable foundation for Duality Academy. It wasn't the oldest academy in 8 Decelaces but was once the most illustrious. The present couldn't compare to the past when Duality Master was still around. Nonetheless, its influence still remained. Moreover, it had produced plenty of geniuses, including several Tao Lords. For example, the third Tao Lord of the Holy Ground, Diana. He studied at the academy first before entering Sacred Mountain. Three Truths Tao Lord also studied at the academy before branching out. Another famous student was Heaven Devourer Tao Lord, who revitalized Righteous later on as its second Tao Lord. Righteous and Buddha Holy Ground had an unceasing rivalry in history, and the academy had influence in both. As for heavenly sovereigns, there were too many to count. Let's not dwell on the ones from the older period. The most famous and strongest one recently was Mad Blade. He studied at the academy during his youth and created a unique saber art later on. He swept through 8 Decelaces and proved his supremacy. All in all, whether it be the past or the present, Duality Academy was still well respected by cultivators. The greatest geniuses didn't dare to be haughty while standing in front of its gates. They knew that they were nothing compared to Apricot Tao Lord and others who have listened to the lectures here before. Li Chia arrived while riding Lil Black. He smiled while looking at the landscape consisting of grand mountains and glorious rivers. Some peaks reached the sky with waterfalls streaming down. Pavilions and buildings scattered across the area. A peak might have a single one at the pinnacle. Another mountain might have buildings built around it. Bridges connected these mountains. The academy only had 10,000 miles of territory, so students were everywhere. They rode their mount or flying sword. The truth was that this prosperity and liveliness could also be found in the rest of Metropolis. That's why this was the golden region of Buddha Holy Ground. Duality. The old man said. Vivid images of the past resurfaced in his mind. This is the largest academy in 8 Decelaces? Fanbai stared intensely. Fanbai was certainly not the only one affected by the grand atmosphere here. Virtually all first-timers felt the same way. Pretty much. The old man smiled. It can't compare to the past but still has 100,000 students or so. The dynasties always send their princes and descendants to the academy too. Let's go in. Li Chia smiled and moved forward with Lil Black. 100,000 was a commonly quoted number when talking about duality. However, some thought that this was a low estimation. One didn't need to be from Buddha Holy Ground to join the academy. Anyone from 8 Decelaces could give it a shot without meeting prejudice. Moreover, it didn't forbid visitors either. Even a mortal could come here for a trip. This was one of its best aspects. Just think about it. Many mortals considered the big sects as something unreachable. Regular cultivators were treated like gods, so mortals weren't qualified to enter such places. The other academies had the same factor. This wasn't the case for duality. As long as one could make it here, they could come in freely. This added to the number of people currently present in the academy, adding to its liveliness. The mortals eventually built towns at the base of the mountains. Thousands of them lived here and added more excitement. It wasn't strange to see anyone from any race in duality. However, Li Chia's group attracted special attention. It wasn't because of Fan Bai or the old servant, just Li Chia. It had nothing to do with good looks either, just his unique mount. When the big shots came to visit duality, they rode flood dragons and heavenly stallions. These mounts weren't surprising at all. The problem was, Li Chia was riding a black boar. He looked exactly like a country bumpkin, especially with the hatchet hanging on his waist. Both students and pedestrians pointed their fingers and whispered. Li Chia had a natural expression, but Lil Black was raising its head and arching its chest, trying to look intimidating and cool. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect. Others found it hilarious. A few girls quietly smiled while looking at the boar. 1. May equals apricot/plum flower. I'm thinking that it could be Mei Su Yao, so Tao Lord Mei is correct too in that case. It's not common to have one's name in the title though, at least for Tao Lords. Either name works. 2. Better write all of these names down in my note. Chapter 3602. Virtually everyone pointed and smiled at Xueqi, thinking that he was too strange. People rode all types of mounts to the duality, but very few chose a boar. Maybe just Xueqi. Isn't that the woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountain? One student actually recognized Xueqi. What woodchopper? His peers haven't met Xueqi before. That's Xueqi, the guy who tricked numerous people to death. The first student answered. The majority didn't go to Myriad Beast Mountains, but they have heard of the events there. That's him? 100,000 experts died because of him? Another became surprised. They couldn't help staring at him more, thinking that he was just an ordinary youth. There's nothing particularly special about him. Plus, someone at the Conqueror realm didn't mean much either. They could be found anywhere in duality. Are you serious? Some remained skeptical, but the first-hand accounts should be trustworthy. In their opinion, someone capable of tricking 100,000 experts should resemble a demon or at least fierce-looking. However, Xueqi looked as common as can be. They doubted whether he could even kill one man or not. The brat dares to come out of Myriad Beast? One student murmured. Is he not afraid of enemies coming to get him? They'll cut him to pieces. He's here to study? Another student wondered because he had heard about the teachers wanting to recruit Xueqi. Of course, this wasn't Xueqi's intention in coming here. Duality spanned for 10,000 miles, but most people lingered around 9 particular mountains connected together in a circular formation. In the center was Main Peak, a location coveted by all students. Xueqi went behind this peak and found an empty spot on another peak. He took out his temple and it flashed, becoming larger. Boom! Just like that, his group took over the place. Really? Many students couldn't believe it. Though everyone could come and go, they still stay in existing architectures. No one had built their own place before, especially not next to Main Peak. He didn't ask for the Academy's permission. This seemed unreasonable to the student body. Ridiculous. Does he think this place belongs to him? One student commented. Remember, Duality Master did this to the Holy Ground back then in a domineering manner. Xueqi was repeating the same thing. The students found this as arrogant as can be. How dare he look down on us? Another became angry. One student who didn't like Xueqi back at the mountain range snorted. This isn't Myriad Beast Mountains. Humph. Just watch, a teacher will tell him to scram soon. Some students immediately reported this to the teachers after Xueqi put down his temple. The teachers became slightly lost because this was unprecedented in their history. For millions of years, dynasties came and went in Buddha Holy Ground. Only duality stood the test of time. No one dared to invade or offend duality, not even the Tao Lords. Now, a brat from Myriad Beast Mountains didn't even greet them and directly took over a peak. The Academy eventually sent a familiar face over to ask Xueqi. Teacher He became the first guest at their new abode. Young noble Li, as I said previously back in the mountain range, Duality Academy always welcomes you. Teacher Du laughed and said, Good. Xueqi nodded with a smile. Teacher Du didn't know what to say since Xueqi looked so nonchalant. If he didn't see the event with his own eyes, there was no way he would believe that this harmless youth was the cause of a massacre. May I call you virtuous nephew Li? Since you're a student here now, just let me know which peak you want and I'll arrange it. He said, implying that the Academy would arrange another place for him. His action thus far had a negative effect on the Academy's image. Moreover, he even let Xueqi pick another peak. This was as generous as can be. However, Xueqi seemed to miss the implication. He nodded and casually said, No need, this place is fine, I'll just stay here. Teacher Du had a pained expression. He wanted to ask, Little ancestor, just came here and took over someone else's peak. How can you act so nonchalantly as if nothing happened? Is this your place? You can build a house wherever you want? Virtuo's nephew, would you reconsider? Teacher Du was as polite as can be. Anyone else from another sect would have kicked Xueqi out. In fact, that would still be a light response. Some might even start a fight because what Xueqi did was nothing short of a direct provocation. I'm fine here. Xueqi answered without a second thought. Teacher Du opened his mouth but didn't know the right words. Must he break all formalities in order to make him understand? Okay, the young master is tired from the journey. Let him rest now. The old servant interrupted him and patted his shoulder, gently pushing him outside. Teacher Du lost control from the push and actually walked outside. This made him shudder because he was extremely powerful. He was a big shot not just in Metropolis but all of the holy ground. Remember, he didn't fear the senior defender who was in charge of a great army at all. He understood that only a few could do so in the south. This old servant was one of them. After they left the hall, the old man let go and Teacher Du regained his balance. During the first meeting, the old man left a deep impression on him. Later on, Li Qie became the focus and he stopped paying attention to the old man. Now, he realized that this old man was a hidden master. Please excuse this junior for not recognizing you, senior. May I ask who you are? He took a deep breath and bowed towards the old man. I'm just an old servant who toils for the young master, that's all. The old man shook his head. Teacher Du was at a loss for words again. Chapter 3603. He could tell that the old man's power far exceeded his. Unfathomable was the right word to describe him. How could such a master describe himself as an old servant? Don't pry into the young master's matters. Tell the academy to ignore us. The old man said. I'm afraid the academy has a few rules. Teacher Du smiled wryly. In fact, the rules here were as generous as can be compared to other powers. Nonetheless, some couldn't be broken or it would be quite chaotic at the academy. There's an exception to everything. This is one of them. The old man responded. Well, I don't think it's very reasonable for the young noble to take over a peak. Teacher Du was in a tough position. He bears no ill will or you wouldn't be standing here right now. It's best to keep this in mind. The old man said. Teacher Du found it hard to respond. Though the old man meant well, anyone else would consider this a threat. This place was Duality Academy. Its power and prestige were unquestionable in all of the Southern West King. Now, someone came and actually threatened a teacher on their territory. Others would find the old man to be insane. Senior, this place is Duality. Teacher Du took a deep breath and didn't become angry at the rampant arrogance and disdain. I know, but for our young master, no place in the world is an exception. The old man responded. Teacher Du became emotional. He realized that the old man wasn't personally threatening him. His absolute confidence was in Li Qie. In other words, Li Qie didn't give a damn about duality. It was one thing for someone as powerful as the old man to do so. But Li Qie? He was only in the Conqueror realm and this wasn't Myriad Beast Mountains. He had no home court in this place while they did. Could it be that Li Qie was also a hidden master like the old man? Teacher Du thought that this possibility was low. He had confirmed Li Qie's cultivation. What methods did he have here to not worry about Duality Academy? Moreover, why was this old man subservient to Li Qie? Go, don't bother the young master. I've only said so much since I have ties with duality. The rest is up to your group. The old man waved his hand to send the guest away. Teacher Du found himself out of the temple in the next second. When he first arrived, many students assumed that he would tell Li Qie's group to get the hell out. They waited outside to gloat. Unfortunately, Teacher Du simply left and nothing happened, so they left with disappointment. Teacher Du only regained his wits when he got back to a peak named White Deer. Why am I here? He became startled because he lost control again from just one hand wave. So strong. He was covered in cold sweats after realizing that he had still underestimated the old man. The guy was far, far stronger than his imagination. He couldn't even attempt to stop him from taking his life. Once again, this powerful existence was willing to be Li Qie's servant. I think he's stronger than the dean. Teacher Du trembled with fear. The current dean of duality was five-colored sacred sovereign, one of the 4 grandmasters of the holy ground. Now, he was sure that this old man was stronger than the dean. This shook him to the core. Who is he? The southern region had people stronger than the 4 grandmasters, but only a few. Moreover, he would have heard of them too. He started thinking about how he found the old man familiar after the first meeting. I have ties with duality. This comment echoed in his mind. Can it be? He shouted and became stunned. After a while, he murmured.
I must report this to the dean. He then headed up the peak. Meanwhile, a second guest came to see Li Qie, Yang Ling. She and her two close friends were the only students who liked Li Qie. The rest had no favorable impression of him. Young noble, wait. Young Master Li, you're really here. She was excited to see him. She wasn't particularly brilliant but had an open mind and a cheerful attitude, so others liked her. Are you glad to see me? Li Qie chuckled after seeing her smile. I thought you would stay at Myriad Beast Mountains forever. She happily responded. Though she was a regional princess and a noble, she had no prejudice against others. That's why she didn't mind calling Li Qie young master, since he seemed to enjoy this. It's good to go outside a bit. Li Qie smiled and didn't bother to correct her. She still thought that he was a woodchopper who grew up in the mountains. Young master, you're joining the academy? The teachers said that they would definitely accept you. She said. Do you want me to introduce you to one? I know which one is the nicest and not strict. You'll have an easy time learning from him. She was afraid that he wouldn't be used to the outside world, especially its constraints. It's okay, I'm only here to take a look. He replied. All right. She looked at him and smiled. Since this is your first time here, I'm sure you're not familiar with our academy. I'll take you on a tour. It's quite large and you might get lost without one. Having said that, she pulled him out without waiting to see his response. She also noticed that he had a peek to himself and whispered. The dean might punish you for taking up this entire place after finding out. I think Teacher Du likes you, so maybe he'll help you hide it. Li Qie chuckled and didn't say anything else. Chapter 3604. Despite the numerous mountains and rivers within a 10,000 miles radius, the central area of Duality consisted of 9 mountains. This was the core in charge of the rest. The largest among them was White Deer, tall enough to reach the heavens and looking like a pillar. It was covered with cultivation grottos and buildings, then a layer of mist and fog. Few had access to this area because it was reserved for teachers, the dean, and the retired high elders and ancestors. No one knew how many caves and grottos there were here. Nonetheless, it has been home to numerous top masters since the academy's founding. The other peaks were bustling with excitement as well. For example, both Main Peak and Initiate Peak were usually packed. Main Peak was the area where students and teachers came for learning and lectures. It was also quite large, with numerous more than 10,000 buildings and several hundred battle stages. The sheer number of architectures was a good indicator of its size. Initiate Peak served as a dormitory of sorts for the students. The majority of students were here or had stayed here before. Moreover, friends and families could visit and spend the night. That's why outsiders were a common sight. Yang Ling was a first-year student, but she had gotten familiar with the academy. Thus, she guided Li Qie through the major peaks first, Initiate then Main. Her social skills seemed more than adequate since students kept on greeting her. Of course, some also quietly talked about Li Qie. He's the guy who rode a boar here? One girl smiled after being introduced by Yang Ling. Yang Ling didn't know how to answer after hearing this. The student body might not know who Li Qie or the woodchopper of Myriad Beast Mountains was, but they have certainly heard of the boar rider. Did you bring your Lil Black and Lil Yellow too? Yang Ling herself became curious. She thought that they were only regular animals. I didn't bring them, they want to come along. Li Qie shrugged. You'll have to keep an eye on them then, don't let them run around. The seniors' mounts are ferocious and they like eating wild animals. It'll be problematic if Lil Black and Lil Yellow come to the wrong places and get eaten. Yang Ling said with good intention. Li Qie became amused after hearing this. He chuckled and said, what can I do in that case? They can only blame themselves for being blind and running amok. Gow! 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 Barks came from behind. Lil Yellow seemed to have snuck along. It was clearly unhappy with Li Qie's comment but was smart enough to glare at Yang Ling instead. It seemed to be disputing the fact regarding the mounts being able to eat them. Those mounts were nothing more than dinners in their eyes. Lil Yellow, you came too? She naturally didn't understand its glare and bent down to pat its neck. She warned. You and Lil Black shouldn't run around. I won't be able to help you because some of my seniors' mounts are even stronger than I am. Lil Yellow shook its body and got far away from Yang Ling, looking haughty and glaring at her again.
It thought that this girl was being ridiculous. They were emperors of myriad beast mountains. Provoking them meant being tired of living, let alone trying to eat them. If they were annoyed, they would eat every single mount in Duality Academy. Lil Yellow has a strong personality. Yongling didn't read the disdainful gaze correctly, but she knew that the dog didn't appreciate being touched. You heard her, don't run around. Lichia smiled and shook his head before telling Lil Yellow. He wasn't afraid of the two being eaten. Just the opposite. These two might become hungry and sneak out to eat the mounts in the academy. That's why he was warning them. This went double for Lil Black. The boar looked lazy normally, but in reality, it had more wicked thoughts compared to Lil Yellow. Lil Yellow naturally didn't dare to go against Lichia and had to nod its head. It can understand you? Yongling smiled after seeing this. It looks smarter than my mount. Lil Yellow became unhappy again, thinking that this dumb girl was wasting her breath. How could she compare a beast emperor to her crappy mount? It was playing nice because of Lichia. Otherwise, it would have eaten Yongling for touching its neck earlier. The group arrived on Main Peak. They could sense an atmosphere culminated from students training hard. There were numerous battle stages with students training and fighting. Teachers were around to guide them. Some focused on perfecting their merit laws and techniques. One sat alone on a boulder in the middle of a stream, absorbing worldly energies. The more powerful students were challenging their friends for actual combat experience. There were more than 100 stages there of varying levels. The fights were meant for improvement and training, rarely to the death. Only mortal enemies would actually do so. In front of the gate was a statue. It wasn't especially large, but everyone would feel insignificant when standing before it. This is a statue of Duality Master. Duality here stands for mud and cloud. Yongling introduced. Of course, this statue was created by future descendants, not Duality Master himself. At the base of the statue was a famous line. However, it wasn't the domineering one that shocked the world. 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues, and the gods up in the firmaments are mere floating duckweeds. The following characters were carved. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. That's right, this phrase is the one most often said by him instead of the line chanted during the creation of Duality Academy. No one knew the origin of this line, so it probably originated from him. Because of this, people started calling him Cloud Mud or Duality Master. Lichia stared at the statue and repeated the line. This moment lasted for a while, as if nothing was more interesting to him than the statue. Yongling noticed this and thought that Lichia had a strange expression. It was hard to pinpoint it on a particular emotion. Though many came and saw this statue, they usually had a look of reverence while recalling his tales. This wasn't the case here. There was no hint of admiration or remembrance. Chapter 3605. Nonetheless, she waited patiently for him. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and she teased. What do you think about Duality Master? Lichia chuckled without responding while wearing a natural expression. He seemed to have understood something. Duality Master has a big secret. Do you want to know? Yongling changed the topic. He's immortal. Lichia smiled. Yongling was surprised at this response. How do you know? It's clearly written right there. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. Lichia pointed at the phrase beneath the statue. The first time I read it, I thought there was a deeper meaning behind it. Yongling said. Just kidding. I already knew without seeing this line. Lichia chuckled. Really? She became surprised again. Read more and know more. I knew it from reading a book. Lichia replied. Yongling didn't expect this, since Lichia was a woodchopper living in a remote area. A child who grew up here shouldn't know much about the outside world. She thought that he hadn't heard of powerful Tao lords, mighty sects, and the legends. Now, it seemed that he might be more than that. A woodchopper with a penchant for reading. Of course, she never saw him touch a book during her time at the temple. Isn't it magical? Yongling elaborated on the topic. I didn't believe that Duality Master was immortal. After coming here, I asked the teachers about this and they confirmed it. Just think about it, how could a mortal reach that height? A mortal dared to look down on Buddhism and the gods? That's nothing short of blind arrogance. However, no one had questioned the authenticity of this line. It really came from him. To take it further, this mortal managed to crush thousands of temples and statues with one hand wave. The Buddhist affinity within a 10,000 miles radius dispersed. Only a Tao Lord should be able to do something like this, not a mortal. What came next were powerful cultivators coming to celebrate the founding of his academy. The entire world participated in this event. The same couldn't be said for a Tao Lord's coronation. Even Apricot Tao Lord came to listen to a lecture. Nothing could be stranger than this. Nonetheless, these extraordinary and unbelievable events felt so logical and natural when Duality Master was involved. Miracles weren't miracles anymore in his presence, reduced to just common occurrences. In history, Duality Master was the only mortal to achieve all of this. Yang Ling was astounded after confirming this part of history. How did he do it? She said, I heard he even entered the life forbidden zone and moved around freely. That's a place even Tao Lords avoided. Don't you see the second line? Li Qie smiled and pointed at the bottom of the statue. Just one thought to become cloud and mud. What do you mean? She asked. You haven't reached the right level. Li Qie elaborated. It's literal and simple. He's capable of changing into the clouds above or the mud below with a single thought. Changing to the cloud and mud? She mused, still feeling lost. Li Qie was in a great mood. This was extremely rare for him. He felt patient enough to go on. So what do they symbolize here? She couldn't come up with an answer right away. The clouds are the gods above the 9 firmaments, looking down on the world. The mud below are mortals, only capable of looking up. Li Qie said. So young master, you're saying that Duality Master might only be a mortal, but with a single thought, he can become a god? She became excited after understanding the phrase. It's not its true meaning but close enough. Li Qie chuckled. She had previously heard this line numerous times, maybe more than 1,000. She didn't feel much previously because it might just be his favorite line. Now with Li Qie's help, she found the line to be majestic and domineering. Duality Master might have thought of himself as being invincible. A mortal capable of turning into a god with just one thought? Maybe at that point, he no longer considered anyone in 8 Desolaces to be a real opponent. None was qualified to challenge him. Then she even thought about the first line again. Just a mortal I am. Duality Master was dominant enough even in his mortal form. There was no need to change to cloud or mud. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. She appreciated the line even more after repeating it. Her blood was boiling since she could feel his untouchable aura. She looked back at the statue and found it to be larger than before. People should bow and worship, she thought. How can he do it? Transforming at a whim. She calmed down and took a deep breath before asking Li Qie with curiosity. Because he has an uncompromising Tao heart. The more invincible it is, the more invincible he is. Li Qie responded. The Tao heart. She had heard of this logic before and thought that it was just a joke not based on logic. A few seniors kept on harping about the Tao heart, but juniors like her would rather cultivate a powerful merit law or obtain a strong weapon. This Tao heart thing was too ethereal and unreachable. It seemed to be theoretical instead of practical. This is actually a thing? She thought that if one could be invincible with a strong Tao heart, there would be no need for cultivation. You'll understand more once you reach the right level. The Tao heart doesn't just manifest out of your imagination. It requires polishing and accumulation. Li Qie shook his head. Polishing and accumulation. She nodded despite still being lost. She couldn't imagine how the Tao heart helped Duality Master. Nonetheless, she still memorized Li Qie's guidance along with the famous line. Both left a deep impression on her. Just a mortal. Right, I want to be a mortal too, so free and comfortable. Li Qie looked back at the statue and said emotionally before leaving. Chapter 3606. Comprehension was another one of the 9 peaks, a favorite among the students. Just like its name, this was a place for the students to learn and comprehend the Tao. It wasn't just a training ground. To be exact, it contained the scrolls and manuals of duality in various forms. Too many top experts have studied at the academy. Many of them would leave a technique or two after finishing their arts. Some brilliant teachers also chose to leave behind their knowledge too. Thus, Comprehension was a treasury of sorts. It contained hidden merit laws and techniques from the teachers, heavenly sovereigns, and Tao lords. Buildings were sparse here, unlike the boulders, towering trees, and hidden walls among the vegetation overgrowth. The wise sages didn't care too much and directly imprinted their merit laws onto the various objects on the peak, the boulders, old trees. Some hid their arts better so that the fateful descendants would have to put in more effort. That's why a few students were searching among the grass and stones. Merit laws might actually be hidden there. All the merit laws found on comprehension were available for the students regardless of their race and time at the academy. This particular openness and generosity had a big influence on 8 Decelaces. Alumni would come back after becoming powerful to repay the debt, leaving their new moves behind at comprehension. Normally, Tao lords and heavenly sovereigns wouldn't want to share their attainments with the rest of the world. This wasn't the case for the successful alumni from duality. This benefited the future generations and created a cycle of sharing and learning. More and more merit laws were accumulated at comprehension as a result. Li Jie and Yang Ling walked up the winding stone path around the peak. It helped them get through the perilous cliffs. However, this didn't stop students from crowding on top of the cliffs and trees. They sat in groups and tried to feel the grand Tao or derive the arts left behind. In spite of the overcrowded nature of this place, it was one of the quietest peaks. The students either meditated or spoke with a hushed tone among themselves. This was a stark contrast to Initiate Peak. The most popular among the techniques included Dhyana Tao Lord's Buddhist art, Sword Emperor's legacy, Three Truths Tao Lord's ultimate power. Yang Ling brought Li Jie to another statue. The area in front was filled with layers of students. This is a technique left behind by Sword Emperor. Just understanding it will make you a great swordsman. Yang Ling quietly introduced. Li Jie looked up and saw the coarse statue, seemingly carved into a humanoid shape from a single boulder. It was raising a sword. The face was done carelessly and not recognizable. However, one could feel sword energies emanating even when far away. It felt as if the tip of a sword was touching their chest. The lines were the minimum to make it resemble a sword wielder. There was nothing else depicted. If it wasn't for the rampaging sword energies, people would think that this was a fake to trick others. Of course, the sword energies that have been around for millions of years show just how much effort Sword Emperor had put into it. He was one of the most brilliant Tao lords. This technique was highly coveted, so a large number of students came each day to learn. Their eyes were hot while looking at this statue and fantasizing about the sword technique. In the history of 8 Decelaces, very few Tao lords used Emperor in their titles. The most accepted was Emperor Yi. After becoming a Tao lord, she referred to herself as Emperor. She might be the only one who did so among her peers. Nonetheless, she swept through the realms and even the forbidden zones. Thus, no one had an issue with this title. As for Sword Emperor, he himself didn't come up with this. Future descendants gave him this title out of respect. He thought that he wasn't at that height, so he actually chose the title Sword Saint. He wouldn't dare to compare himself to Emperor Yi, but in terms of just the sword Tao, his level could illuminate the myriad ages. Some believe that he was the greatest swordsman in the history of 8 Decelaces. He studied at Duality Academy during his youth, albeit only for a short period. He left West King afterward and traveled far before finishing his Tao. He then created a supreme Tao system. Nevertheless, he still returned to the academy and left a technique named Sword Point. Students later on came to learn this technique. Though they couldn't comprehend his sword Tao, they still greatly benefited. This was especially true for the future generation's sword gods. The peculiar thing about this statue was that it didn't matter where one was standing nor the angle relative to it. They would find that the sword was always pointing at their chest. Nothing they could do would change this. Shifting movement and changing stance didn't matter. Many were currently trying to do so because they didn't believe in this phenomenon. Some did it in order to understand the sword Tao. Why is it always pointing its sword at our chest? It's not alive. I've changed position more than 10 times already. One student said. The statue might not be alive, but it was still carved by Sword Emperor and has his sword energies within. It's not the stone sword pointing at your chest but rather the energy. A powerful student explained. A teacher told me that when this sword is no longer pointing at your chest, that's when you grasp its profundity. Another older student smiled and said, Has anyone learned it? An underclassman asked.
Of course, our academy has produced plenty of top cultivators, a lot of sword heroes and sword gods too. Many of them were guided by this technique. A knowledgeable student answered. I heard Mad Blade was also influenced by it. I thought Senior Mad Blade was a saber user. Why would he be affected by a sword technique? One student became curious. All Dao have the same source. The strong student prior responded. After reaching a certain level, the sword and saber are the same. It's not strange at all. A genius like Senior Mad Blade can definitely figure it out. Let's not talk about the seniors. What about our class? One friend asked. The group exchanged glances and no one answered. This wasn't their fault. They weren't inadequate. It's just that the technique was too profound. Anyone in history who managed to understand it eventually became a famous swordsman. I think first sister tried. One student said. Right, senior sister Dugu has come here before. An upperclassman agreed. They were referring to the genius Dugalan. So did she figure it out? This became the next topic. 1. I'm not sure who this is here. Chapter 3607. Most students have heard of Dugalan trying to learn swordpoint, but they didn't know anything concrete. Junior sister Lan immediately went to train after looking at it. I'm sure she figured something out. A very powerful student from the same class as Dugalan answered. Seems like there's still a possibility. This motivated the crowd. They took a deep breath and carefully observed the statue. Li Qie only glanced at it and chuckled. Let's go. He then turned and left. Yang Ling was also observing, but unfortunately, due to her limited talents, she didn't learn anything. She regained her wits and followed Li Qie. Sword point is too amazing. I can't stop that sword from pointing at me no matter the angle. That's why Sword Emperor is the greatest swordsman. Yang Ling praised. That thing is all right. It doesn't represent his sword Dao though. Li Qie smiled. All right. Young master, that's a technique from the invincible Sword Emperor. So many great swordsmen learn from this technique. Yang Ling stared weirdly at Li Qie. His sword Dao originated from a heavenly scripture. Li Qie chuckled and said, if you saw the real thing, you would know how average this technique is. You've seen it? Yang Ling became confused. No. Li Qie answered. But I've seen it in a book where people described it in detail. In a book? Yang Ling thought Li Qie was too devilish. The guy appeared to know everything. Nothing could surprise him or trick his eyes. Of course, it was good that no one else heard Li Qie speak lightly of the sword technique, or they would definitely scold him. Yang Ling calmed down and brought Li Qie to other places with merit laws. Unfortunately, the guy only glanced briefly at them or said that they were just okay. Some of these merit laws came from heavenly sovereigns and Dao lords. A few were praised as unbeatable. That's why she found Li Qie's comments astonishing. However, she gradually became used to his indifferent attitude. She thought about how he used to live in myriad beast mountains and how he ate immortal items like the fish and grass. He treated them just like ordinary meals. Ahead is a saber technique left behind by Senior Mad Blade. He's one of the few masters who left techniques here and is still alive. Yang Ling became excited after they walked up another stone path. She didn't ask for permission before grabbing Li Qie's hand and pulling him forward. They made it a bit more before seeing a large boulder next to a cliff. It contained Mad Blade's saber technique. One could also feel the same discomforting cuts before getting close. Because of this, the students here had a hard time persevering and would leave early. The saber gales are too strong. Staying here long will harm our cultivation. One student shook his head and left. Senior Mad Blade is from this era, so the remnant energy is still too much. This technique is better left for future descendants. Another clicked his tongue after experiencing the gales. Young master, do you know Senior Mad Blade? He might be the strongest living student from the academy. Unfortunately, I can't withstand the gale or I would try to learn his technique. Yang Ling excitedly said. You're a fan of his? Li Qie smiled. Young master, rumor has it that the senior used to be very arrogant during his time here. He looked down on Vajra dynasty and even bullied some princes of that generation. Yang Ling said with admiration. My grandpa said that this technique was left when he was still a student. He told the princes that if any of them could understand this, he would work as an official for Vajra. Unfortunately, the princes couldn't even withstand the gales for long, let alone comprehending the technique. Yongling went on and on.
She memorized all the little details. You don't like Vajra? Li Qie smiled after seeing the girl's expression. No, of course not. Yongling hurriedly changed her expression and shook her head. She naturally didn't dare to talk negatively about Vajra. She was a regional princess. Her clan was bestowed the title by Vajra. My grandpa studied here too. He didn't get along with the princes. Yongling looked around before whispering. Li Qie chuckled. No wonder why the girl was a fan of Mad Blade since he taught the princes a lesson. It's not what you think, young master. Yongling denied right away. Do you know that the South has 3 supremes? Mad Blade is the youngest among them. The 2 supremes were stronger than the 4 grandmasters. They weren't limited to the holy ground either. One was Buddha Supreme and the other was Righteous Supreme. Buddha Supreme rarely showed up in public and was naturally from the holy ground. On the other hand, Righteous Supreme was from Righteous Sect, an enemy of the holy ground. He had lived for many eras. Completely unfathomable. 2 supremes. Li Qie corrected her. There are 3 now. Everyone is considering Senior Mad Blade as one because he's above the 4 grandmasters. No one in the South disputes this right now. Yongling argued. Mad Blade was a true genius. Though his Dao debut was later, he just needed his saber to sweep through the world. His name was Guan Batian. The man was arrogant enough to challenge the 2 supremes during his youth. He managed to defeat most experts in both the Holy Ground and Righteous Sect, successfully backing up his words. Later on, he traveled to the Wild 8 Kingdoms and news about him stopped coming. Nonetheless, most still listed him as the 3rd supreme. This was especially true for the students of duality since he was an alumnus. As they got closer to the boulder, they saw someone already standing there to look at the technique. Your attendant is here too. Yongling became surprised. The old servant stopped and smiled at Yongling. I'm bored in the temple, so just taking a break. Young master, Miss Yong, you're here for a look too? I brought your young master to see Senior Mad Blade's ultimate saber technique. Yongling said enthusiastically. I was just telling him about how the senior is the 3rd supreme, the pride of our academy. Is that so? I haven't heard of this since I was staying in the mountains. The old man shook his head. Well, now you know. Senior Mad Blade is incredible. He's definitely strong enough to challenge the other 2 supremes. Yongling went on. The old man only smiled in response. Unfortunately, Yongling couldn't linger for long since her cultivation wasn't strong enough to resist the sharp gales. The gales here are too much, I need to leave. She felt as if blades were cutting her skin. However, she became surprised and asked, Young master, you're fine? I'm fine. I grew up in the mountains so my skin is tough after falling so much. Li Qie smiled. I'll be going then. Keep on looking. Maybe you'll figure something out. Yongling said while running away. Li Qie chuckled and focused on the boulder. The old man did the same. Chapter 3608. Only a few moves were carved on the boulder. Nonetheless, these cuts depicted a great master unleashing his supreme technique. The gales emanating from them were incredible, as if Mad Blade was here in person. One cut to split the sky and all momentums. He could look down on the world with his saber attainment. During a careful observation, one would find themselves being engulfed by the saber momentum. Their legs would start trembling. A weaker cultivator wouldn't be able to finish looking at one variation. Mad Blade was true to his title. During his youth, he was insanely arrogant, especially during his time at the academy. His saber style was the same, unbridled and wild, brimming with arrogance. Because of this, people had different opinions regarding him. Both Li Qie and the old servant were looking at the saber technique. A load of crap. The old man smiled and said, so arrogant after learning a few mediocre slashes, thinking about invincibility already. Foolishness. It's okay. Li Qie responded. There are flaws, but calling it a supreme saber art isn't an exaggeration. Just need to fix it and it'll be immaculate. You have any good ideas, young master? The old man said. I'm sure you have better ones brewing in your mind since you have been looking at them for so long. Your ideas are more fleshed out. Li Qie chuckled.
The saber always has flaws, so the same with this Tao. The old man sentimentally said. Even if I were to change these techniques, they won't be better in the slightest. A few things are done and over with. There are no perfect merit laws. To not have any is the real perfection. One can only try to improve infinitely. Each technique and move need flaws to have power. Xueqi continued. Plus, the users matter too. A perfect merit law used by a weak cultivator would be full of openings. But a worthless move employed by a top master? It'll be inches from perfection. Just focus on the user instead of the techniques. In a sense, merit laws shouldn't be classified as weak or strong. All originated from the source of the Grand Tao. Only external factors distinguish them. How insightful, young master. The old man clapped and said. So you're unhappy with the current classification for merit laws? Not to that extent, it's just that people have different perspectives depending on their height. Xueqi said. He paused for a bit and continued. When taking the mysteries of the Grand Tao into account, it's not wise to classify merit laws. However, it is useful for beginners to start with the right ones. This does limit their learning though, won't be able to go farther and see the real profundity. You're right, young master. The old man agreed. Even yellow-level merit laws have a Tao that can be comparable to the heaven level or even reach the limit of the Tao. Unfortunately, the classification limited it to the yellow level. But those with mediocre talents and a weak Tao heart would find them easier to learn. Moreover, suitable merit laws at the right level will be more effective than higher-level ones. Xueqi defended the other side. True, power isn't reliant on the level but rather suitability. The old man nodded. Xueqi then turned towards the boulder and touched the cuts. The slashes are too violent and direct. Lowering the momentum by 30% will actually make it stronger and more flexible. It only needs 3 forms possessing both offense and defense. Such a technique will allow one to have unlimited murderous potential and the might to face all foes in a decisive manner. His touch penetrated the current saber technique. He then gradually moved his palms together and the cuts suddenly started moving as well. They changed and were united together into 3 slashes. This was the result of numerous refinements and simplification, culminating in a domineering and violent saber technique capable of splitting the heaven. Incredible, this is absolutely unstoppable. The old man's eyes lit up after seeing the technique's final form. He was able to see the countless variations and transformations of the 3 slashes. Just like that, 3 supreme saber Tao came into being. Invincibility. The old man became immersed by the new Tao, reaching sublimation. The 3 slashes opened a new door for him, allowing him to see the apex. Xueqi pulled his hands back and the light dispersed. The saber technique remained the same as before. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. This supreme saber technique deserves a name. The old man regained his wits and requested. Call it Tao Slay Trinery. Xueqi casually named it. Tao Slay Trinery, I like it. The old man thought that the name was suitable and wonderful. He clapped and sighed, still indulging in the great technique. Xueqi chuckled and left the old man to himself. Young master, it's been long enough that I thought that the gales have knocked you unconscious. I was about to go look for you. How are you doing? Yongling heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him from top to bottom. I'm fine, my body is tough. That wasn't enough to injure me. Xueqi chuckled. Then let's keep going up. The next place is the lecture location of Duality Master. Yongling grabbed Xueqi's hand again. This area was referred to as the Enlightenment Platform. It hasn't changed much after millions of years due to its significance for both duality and the world. It was located at the pinnacle of comprehension. The place was flat and open with a single boulder next to the precipice. Duality Boulder sat on top of this boulder to preach to the top masters from all over the world previously. Apricot Tao Lord, top heavenly sovereigns such as Sword God, old men that have been reclusive for millions of years. On the boulder was a stone chair, quite large and simple. Nonetheless, it looked like a throne for an existence capable of grasping the universe. The two saw many students gathered here. Some wanted to take a look at the famous Tao platform. Others meditated in order to learn the Tao, hoping to take advantage of the special atmosphere. Our duality master gave lectures in this place. It used to be lively beyond imagination due to the participants including reclusive masters. Yongling spoke as if she was here in person back then. This was understandable. All students took pride in this spot.
It symbolized the prestige of the academy. Remember, Duality Master was only a mortal, yet the apex cultivators still came to listen. A powerful Tao Lord and people who have lived millions of years. This was so unbelievable and illogical. However, it all made sense because the main character was Duality Master. Chapter 3609. Many diagrams were carved on the front of the boulder. Each was a simple movement, clearly depicting a merit law. Yang Ling hurriedly pulled Li Chia through the crowd so that they could look at the diagrams. Today, the boulder served as a spiritual totem of the academy, not to mention the merit law left behind by Duality Master. This is the only merit law Duality Master left to the academy. Yang Ling enthusiastically told Li Chia. This was also quite unbelievable. The founder of the academy only left one merit law to his legacy? This was another hot topic when it came to the academy. Nonetheless, the academy's library of merit laws was definitely second to none in 8 decilaises. They were all-inclusive from the myriad sects in the world. During the first day, numerous sects came to give the academy their scriptures. Even the Holy Ground gave the academy its strongest art, Buddha's 6 Tao created by Buddha Tao Lord. This was Sacred Mountain's ultimate art, but they weren't stingy with it. Apricot Tao Lord also gave her own creation to the academy. Then there were masters from True Immortal, Pure Yang Clan, Lion's Roar Country, and Righteous Sect. They also gave the academy equivalent merit laws. Later on, the alumni added more to the list. 3 Truths Tao Lord, Dhyana Tao Lord, Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. All of these arts made the academy unique in 8 decilaises. This made its founder seem rather stingy in comparison. Of course, no one knew if it was only one merit law on this boulder. There could be more hidden here. Because the diagrams were left behind by Duality, virtually all students would come here at least once to take a look. The majority also wanted to comprehend it. According to the rumors, this merit law was nothing short of being unmatched and unbelievably mighty. Numerous students were copying the movements and actions of the diagrams, waving their hands and such. Unfortunately, this yielded 0 results. Their effort didn't matter. They eventually thought that these were simple and meaningless movements. Some considered the little details of the diagram. There must be certain things hidden there. Alas, they didn't find anything worthwhile. Did Duality Master really leave behind an unbeatable merit law? One student who failed eventually became skeptical. Hard to say. Another answered. In reality, he wasn't the only one. If these diagrams weren't left behind by Duality Master, they would have thought that these were ugly drawings. The carver was just trying to be mysterious. Alas, since it was indeed created by Duality Master, who would dare to call it a pretentious and ugly art piece? Maybe we're approaching this from the wrong angle. One student spent half a day here and eventually gave up. Don't forget, Duality Master is immortal. His perspective on cultivation might be completely different than ours. That makes sense. Maybe the movements are meant as exercises. Another student thought that this wasn't a merit law but didn't dare to be too blunt. It's not an exercise. This is absolutely a profound merit law. A Tao Lord once said that someone who understands the diagrams already has a firm grasp on the real meanings of the Grand Tao. An older student shook his head. The crowd exchanged glances. No one would doubt the words of a Tao Lord. They weren't qualified to do so regardless of their talents. Has anyone done so in history? A student asked curiously while looking at the diagrams. No. The older student pondered before answering. However, I've heard from teacher Xiaoho that after becoming a Tao Lord, Dhyana Tao Lord returned and stood before this boulder for a long time. Dhyana Tao Lord? The crowd became silent after hearing this title. Buddha Holy Ground was a lineage with 4 Tao Lords. Dhyana was the third, but some actually considered him the strongest, even surpassing Buddha Tao Lord. There was a phrase in the Holy Ground. Ask Buddha Tao Lord regarding Buddhism. Vajra Tao Lord for military questions. Dhyana Tao Lord for cultivation. In fact, some listed Dhyana among the top 10 Tao Lords with regard to strictly cultivation. Rumor has it that Dhyana Tao Lord has finished the Buddhamization chapter, so his grand Tao attainment is incredible. I think he might have figured it out. One student said with admiration. One of the Tetra Zen, Buddhamization. Another student added. The Tao Lord used to be a prince who studied at the academy. He eventually came across a fortune containing a legendary scripture, Buddhization chapter of the Terra Zen. This allowed him to become a Buddhist Tao Lord. You're right. He should have been able to do it. One more student said. All eyes were on the older student, eagerly awaiting an answer. I mean, a Tao Lord, the great Diana, should be able to figure it out, right? Another murmured. The older student smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't know. Teacher Xiaoho said that he was here for 3 days and 3 nights. When he was about to leave, he only said excellent and nothing else. The students exchanged glances, unaware of the actual result. Excellent. One student pondered and said, this is either a praise or an expression of admiration. It means that the Tao Lord has understood its profundity or the meanings of the diagrams. Duality Master must be trying to convey something with them. The Tao Lord might have understood, but he didn't tell anyone else about the true nature of the diagrams. The mystery remained. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at the diagrams. It grew wider as if he was enjoying the work of art. On the other hand, Yang Ling was imitating the movements in an earnest manner. Of course, she wasn't the only one who did this. Unfortunately, this method didn't yield any fruit. Sigh, I've copied them down and memorized them long ago. It's useless. I have no idea what they are. Yang Ling had a helpless expression. 1. Buddhist phrase that is translated as excellent/wonderful. Similar to Amitabha. Chapter 36:10. You can wave and guess another billion times and you still won't be able to learn the mysteries of the diagrams. Li Qie smiled and shook his head while looking at Yang Ling's bitter expression. Why not? Her bright eyes brimmed with curiosity. Because the diagrams weren't created for your eyes, only a certain few. Li Qie revealed. For who? Who can understand them? She asked. Someone who has understood the mysteries of the Tao. Li Qie stared at the diagram and had a strange smile full of implications. Young master, can you understand them? Or at least notice some clues? Yang Ling was drawn in by the mysterious smile and asked. Yes, I understand them. Li Qie's smile became brighter. This comment instantly attracted everyone's attention. The conversation earlier didn't garner any because there were more than 1,000 students here. They grouped up and talked among themselves with a focus on the diagrams. No one paid attention to Li Qie and Yang Ling. However, when Li Qie said that he understood them, the entire crowd was struck. Eyes were on him, wide open. Even Yang Ling stared at him, the word disbelief clearly written on her face. Who is he? Many had no idea who Li Qie was. That's the guy who rode the boar. This entry of his had left a deep impression on the spectators. Not many actually came to Myriad Beast Mountains and saw him, so the entry period was a bigger focus. So that's him. The students have definitely heard of this event. Where is he from? Why is he shameless enough to make this claim? Another student asked. Skepticism was warranted in this case due to historical precedents. How could a junior like Li Qie, a guy who rode a boar to the academy, dare to disrespect the wise sages before him? He's from Myriad Beast Mountains. One student had a guarded expression when talking about Li Qie. He summoned thousands of chaos primal beasts and massacred armies. He's no slouch. The bloody massacre was still haunting him recently. Yes, a teacher called him the son of the mountains, the favorite of the beasts. Another student added. This isn't Myriad Beast Mountains. Moreover, how can a wild child understand the mysteries left behind by Duality Master? He probably hasn't even learned that many merit laws and they're probably below average. Someone who was there disagreed. The two sides started talking about this matter. Young master, which diagram and movement do you understand? Yang Ling asked, not wanting to be presumptuous. She didn't think that he understood the entire thing. Just understanding one diagram or seeing one clue was amazing enough. The entire thing. Li Qie nonchalantly responded. The entire thing? Yang Ling accidentally raised her voice due to the shock. No genius or master in history has been able to understand the diagrams. Diana Tao Lord might be the only exception. Now, a nameless junior said that he understood the whole thing. Impossible. A student retorted with haste. He snorted and said, just understanding 1 or 2 diagrams means that you can go down in history. What a joke. Do you think you're Diana Dao Lord? According to the records, Sword God didn't understand when Duality Master was carving down the diagrams.
He asked and the master only answered with a smile. Do you know who Sword God is and what he represented during that era?
Another student voiced his disbelief. In fact, no one here took him seriously because it was impossible. Some looked at him with disdain. Others didn't bother commenting because there was no need to pay attention to a braggart. Young Master Li, please mind your words because this is Duality Academy, not Myriad Beast Mountains. You can say whatever you want back there due to a lack of listeners.
Here, there are too many ears. It'll bring needless trouble to you.
A kind soul reminded Li Qia. One needed to be able to back up outrageous claims here or trouble would come. Yes, only the fish and birds listen to your crap back at the mountain range. Now, you have to be responsible for your words. It's better to stop bragging from now on. Another murmured. Young Master, even Sword God didn't understand it. Yang Ling quietly told Li Qia. She thought that he would be able to understand one or two diagrams but certainly not the whole thing. That's why she reminded him with good intention. It's not difficult at all. Duality Master's intent is very short and simple. Li Qia smiled without bothering to look at the crowd. How audacious, to call an eternal mystery short and simple. One unhappy student immediately blurted out. It's true, you're being too arrogant. Even the neutral crowd started shaking their head, thinking that Li Qia was being disrespectful to Duality Master. I heard someone was being ridiculous here. So it's the brat from Myriad Beast Mountains. A sneer came about. People looked over and saw a group of friends approaching. The one in front was none other than Zhang Chongyu. Brat, you don't know who Duality Master is? He's the founder of our academy, the most peerless and brilliant existence in history. Your careless comments disparage both his prestige and the academy's. Zhang Chongyu got close to Li Qia and coldly uttered. 1. This used to be Zhang Yu. Zhang Chongyu is correct. Chapter 36:11. Zhang Chongyu immediately accused Li Qia of a serious crime so that he would have the advantage. Zhang Chongyu, what rubbish are you spewing? Yang Ling wasn't an idiot and could see that this would look quite bad for Li Qia. Yang Ling's harsh comment in public embarrassed him. His expression turned to an unsightly shade of red. He had a crush on her for a very long time now, but she always picked Li Qia's side over him. This was too much to take. Regional Princess, I'm merely telling the truth. This guy is disrespecting our founder. Students like us have the responsibility to uphold the academy's prestige. Why do you keep on protecting him? He's not a student here. He retorted. A few students exchanged glances and started whispering. They obviously knew that Zhang Chongyu had a hidden agenda. Li Qia might have been haughty and ridiculous. Disrespectful might be taking it too far. They smiled since Zhang Chongyu was being too obvious at assigning a crime to Li Qia. Of course, they wouldn't bother standing up for the guy. They had no relationship with Li Qia. Moreover, he wasn't from Duality Academy while Zhang Chongyu was a noble. The audacity! Yang Ling's expression soured as she shouted back. If you wish to push the issue, then I'll teach you a lesson. Let's see if you have improved recently. She took out her weapon. Zhang Chongyu staggered backward, not expecting the sudden eruption. His face turned redder since the situation became more awkward. Many friends knew about his crush. Now, she even wanted to fight him in order to protect this savage. It made it difficult for him to look others in the eye. He trembled with rage and glared at Li Qia. All of his anger was directed towards him. Junior sister, why are you angry? Chongyu isn't wrong. A firm voice interrupted them. People looked back and saw an older youth with many students following behind him. He was handsome and had an innate air of nobility. His robe was outlined in gold, accentuating his aura. He was clearly born a noble. The young duke is here. Others came forward to greet him. He clearly had a good social network at the academy. Senior brother Yan. Chongyu also came over. Yan Jingxian. Yang Ling snorted, not giving him any face. This newcomer was older and stronger than both Yang Ling and Yang Chongyu. Most importantly, he was from the Yan. His father contributed enough to the dynasty to earn the duke title. He was quite mighty as well. Furthermore,
Their clan was on the side of the Grand Chancellor. Thus, their backing was quite influential. Jingxian came over and took a look at Li Qie. This must be young Master Li from Myriad Beast Mountains. Since you're from the mountain range, you might not be familiar with certain rules. Just keep in mind that you do need to follow them while staying at Duality. Please show self-control. I am the rules. Li Qie chuckled and said without a care. The students thought that they were hearing things. Though Jingxian was threatening Li Qie and backing Changyu up, he kept it polite. On the other hand, Li Qie showed zero civility and retaliated with a verbal slap. Jingshuan's eyes turned cold as a result. He was powerful and came from a prestigious clan. Few students from Duality dared to talk to him in this manner, let alone a woodchopper. This guy is insane. Duality isn't a place for him to rampage. One student shook his head. He is from the wilderness and doesn't understand the complicated political scene at Vajra. Being drawn in will end with death. An older student added. Both the Zhang and the Yen were under the faction of the Grand Chancellor. That's why they supported each other. Who the hell do you think you are? Keep running your mouth shamelessly and you'll see death. Zhang Chongyu shouted. Boom! Unfortunately, the sky suddenly turned dark and he couldn't finish his words. Ah! He couldn't dodge in time and was smashed by something. Numerous bones were broken. People calmed down and saw the weapon employed by Li Qie, the stone chair on top of the boulder. It belonged to Duality Master, so it had a special significance at the academy. Now, it was used earlier to smash Changyu in a merciless manner. Most students had no idea how Li Qie even did it. They didn't see anything. What are you doing? Yan Jingxian shouted and rushed forward. Slow down now. Li Qie moved his foot on top of Changyu's head. Jingxian stopped right away, afraid that Li Qie might stomp down and crush the guy's head. The crowd became restless. Li Qie attacked without any warning and his weapon of choice was the most surprising thing. No one in the academy would dare to touch that stone chair. Li Qie was an exception. Isn't this brat too cruel? He needs to at least say something first before attacking. It's despicable. One student quietly said. It's because you don't understand him. Another said, his cultivation is weak but he's definitely brutal. I saw him schemed an army to death without batting an eye. 100,000 men died and their blood flowed like rivers. Killing one Zhang Chongyu is nothing in comparison. You're right, he's a monster. A different student smiled wryly. But this isn't Myriad Beast. I don't think an escalation will end well for him. What do you think you're doing? Changyu was both afraid and furious since Li Qie's foot was on top of his head. This is only a warning. Run your mouth in front of me again and it'll be death. Li Qie looked down at him. Zhang Changyu wanted to speak but couldn't since Li Qie pressed his foot down on the guy's mouth. Changyu couldn't handle this public humiliation and was as livid as can be. Enough. Your action is over the top, too arrogant. This is Duality Academy. Jingxian furiously roared. So what? The location doesn't matter to me. Li Qie replied. Jingxian wasn't used to this type of treatment before, leaving him at a loss for words. Li Qie stopped caring and walked away. Yang Ling regained her wits and hurriedly followed him. Jingxian watched the two of them leave. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. That brat's movement earlier. It looks like one of the diagrams. An extremely talented student among the crowd murmured. The way Li Qie lifted up that chair seemed familiar. Impossible, he didn't even practice. How could he perform one? Another shook his head. It's just a coincidence. There's no way a woodchopper like him can understand the diagrams. No one accepted that Li Qie's move originated from the diagram. Chapter 36:12. Yang Ling took Li Qie to Myriad Cauldron Peak after they left Comprehension Peak. Myriad Cauldron was the shortest and thickest among the 9, looking like a giant cauldron and a volcano from the distance. It spanned for 1,000 miles. The pinnacle was the mouth of the volcano. One could hear metallic clankings before arriving. It could mistake them for being in the wrong location. Why would there be blacksmithing at Duality Academy? But this was indeed a main peak of Duality. It was also a favorite among the students. They could forge and refine their weapons here. The heat emanating from this peak was obvious. Though the temperature didn't seem particularly high,
Staying here for a long period would make people feel as if their body has been lit on fire. This magical fire somehow had penetrated them and wanted to burn everything from within. This naturally resulted in an uncomfortable experience. Nonetheless, the students still went for the sake of improving their arsenal. A coiling stone path started at the base with a considerable gap between each step. One could see the mouth of a cauldron sticking out of the peak. The cauldrons themselves were embedded into the peak. The color of the smoke varied as well: normal, yellow, colorless. This formation extended all the way to the pinnacle. Perhaps there were more than 10,000 cauldrons. This might be the origin of the peak's name. We're at Myriad Cauldron Peak, a very famous place with an incredible background. Yang Ling explained. Rumor has it that after starting Duality, our founder dragged a peak from a broken area of the past. He then ignited the divine flames within and added the cauldrons. This allowed future generations access to augmentation. While standing at the base and sensing the heat, Li Qie didn't need to use his eyes and still knew everything about it. It's a great cauldron. He smiled. Of course. A teacher told me that everyone wants to borrow this place for blacksmithing. Only a few are lucky enough, such as Ancient Zen Tao Lord and Three Truth Tao Lord. They used the peak to create their Tao Lord weapons. Some stronger heavenly sovereigns had this privilege too. In history, all the top masters sang praises about this peak after visiting. Virtually everyone desired to craft their artifacts here. In fact, even the invincible apricot Tao Lord took advantage of this for her weapon during Duality Master's era. It's understandable why everyone wants to use it. Li Qie had sensed the peak and understood its magical properties. The Great Cauldron was truly tempting, but the top masters didn't dare to rob Duality Academy. They had no choice but to ask the Academy for permission. So back then, when Apricot Tao Lord used the peak to create her weapon, incredible visual phenomena emerged. Gods and immortal images manifested. Even the legendary land of the immortal Tao took form. This shocked all the big shots in 8 Desolaces. Yang Ling turned red with excitement while recalling the glory days of the cauldron as if she was there in person. He smiled and eventually said, "Unfortunately, the glory days are long gone." This was akin to pouring cold water on her head. Her expression wilted like an eggplant struck by frost and winter. "Can't you let me have a little fun?" She pouted. "I'm just telling the truth." He waved his hand. The teacher said that the peak has been borrowed by too many Tao Lords. The divine flame inside has been depleted and extinguished. She revealed. The creation of Tao Lord weapons required immense fuel and energy from divine flames, especially those capable of invoking visual phenomena. Thus, each attempt severely weakened the divine flame. The main one was no longer around. Only the remnant sparks from the minor cauldrons remained. Alas, 10,000 cauldrons weren't comparable to the divine flame of the main cauldron. The latter was the thing capable of creating invincible weapons. Because of this, the Academy stopped letting others borrow the peak. Only the students had access from then on. Poof! One cauldron sent out a wave of flame with a golden wheel visual phenomenon. "Looks like an upperclassman has finished crafting," Yang Ling enthusiastically said. "Young master, let's go take a look." She then grabbed his hand again and ran up the steps. Li Qie smiled and played along. During the ascension, they saw that the cauldrons had varying affinities. One cauldron was of the wood element, another was frost, then the next was draconic flame. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one could create a weapon of any desired affinity. This was something only possible in Myriad Cauldron Peak. The two heard metallic clankings. The students were diligently working. One tried to craft something new completely with fresh materials. The more experienced ones were refining their old weapons. They utilized the various affinities from the cauldrons to remove impurities and increase power. If one could add the right affinity to their previous weapon, this would truly increase its potential. That's why the students loved Myriad Cauldron Peak. Whenever they had idle time, they would come running for further improvements. Yang Ling occasionally stopped to watch the senior brothers and sisters at work. Though what they did was quite simple, she still enjoyed watching, unlike Li Qie, who had zero interest. He was more focused on the makeup of the peak. Suddenly, they heard groups clamoring and rushing towards the ridge. "We gotta hurry. Sampan Decapitator's weapon is about to come out. I heard it's amazing," someone shouted while running up the steps. "What? We can't miss it then." The other students couldn't help running towards the ridge. That axe has been inside the cauldron by the ridge for half a month now. It's about to finish soon. Groups talked about it along the way. Senior brother's weapon is coming out? Yongling's eyes lit up after hearing this. Young master, let's go take a look. Senior brother's blacksmithing skill is top-notch. Everyone is jealous of his special flame. We can go. Lichia smiled since this was on the way anyway. She grabbed his hand and the two of them rushed towards the ride. Senior brother also has an inborn fate palace. His cauldron of life possesses a special flame. Yongling elaborated along the way. Chapter 36:13. One cauldron by the ridge looked like a well extending all the way into the core. Yellow smoke oozed from it with golden rays, looking like the crown of a fire prince. Next to the cauldron was an anvil with a weapon being hammered. Each thunk echoed across the ridge. The blacksmith was a tall and sturdy youth. His skin was coarse, seemingly from traveling too much and exposed to the elements. Thus, he looked older than his actual age. His shirt was wrapped around his waist. His bulging muscles seemed to be brimming with strength, ready to erupt at any moment. He had a broad axe hanging by his waist, crafted with precious metals. The rays reflected from the sun were frightening and gave off an immense feeling. One could easily imagine a mountain being split into two halves with one wave. The youth currently held a hammer made of an unknown material, looking like iron. Each time he swung down, silvery sparks would scatter. He was refining another great axe, albeit different from the one hanging by his waist. The new creation was larger and more exquisite. The blade was still purple despite being refined, seemingly originating from an immortal realm. Clank, clank, clank. The youth followed a very particular rhythm while adding the utmost strength to each smash. Fire of life would ooze out from both hands each time, eventually turning the axe red. The waves of light also intensified and spread 3 more inches after each smash. Senior brother Lin is incredible. This weapon should be 1 level higher. Many students sighed with admiration. Yongling and Lichia have also arrived. She watched the youth going all out with the refinement while introducing. Young master, this is one of the 5 heroes of our academy, Sambin Furious Axe or Senior brother Lin Hao. He's one of the strongest students here. Lichia only smiled before glancing at the great axe on the anvil. Lin Hao was in a state of absolute focus. The process was near completion, so he didn't dare to be careless. After all, it took 3 years to gather firewood for 1 hour of burning. Failing meant wasting all of his time prior. He had already refined this axe twice. The spectators watched him with bated breath. Lin Hao was a famous character in Duality, a member of the Duality 5 heroes. It consisted of the most brilliant students, not limited to any class or age as long as they were still part of the academy. Moreover, Lin Hao was considered a great role model because he was the only one with a mediocre upbringing. Countless cultivators have excelled in history. However, the number of true masters who had a bad upbringing might be limited. For example, a genius might have a lowly background relative to the rest. However, they might still be from a small sect or a declining clan. On the other hand, Lin Hao actually came from a village in the Holy Ground. Not just his parents but even his ancestors were mere farmers. He rose in a meteoric manner despite his background. His cultivation soared after joining Duality Academy and surpassed the senior brothers and sisters. He eventually became one of the 5 heroes. I think this refinement will take that axe's power to the next level. One student praised. He spent a lot of effort on it. This golden flame cauldron is used year-round. The waiting list is several years long. He used a lot of connections to skip the line for the sake of crafting this Tao Source true treasure. Another revealed. More than that, he borrowed a highest-grade hammer from a teacher. Its name is Violet Thunder. A famous treasure here. Everyone wants to borrow it. This is his 3rd time refining it. Right, this weapon didn't come easily. When he came up with the materials back then, even the teachers helped him gather some of them. It's really valuable. One female student added. A Tao Source true treasure was a big deal. Normally, at the Samadhi level, a cultivator would be able to create a treasure to pair with their Tao Source. They would only have one because this treasure would grow with their cultivation. The Fate Palaces carried it, the true Fate embraced it, and the Tao Source encompassed it. This could be considered a defensive weapon since it was tasked with protecting a cultivator's true fate and grand Tao. Having it destroyed meant either being crippled or death. Cultivators had numerous ways to gather other weapons, including those at the Tao Lord level. However, it was impossible to take someone else's weapon and turn it into their Tao Source true treasure. Thus, many chose to cultivate one after reaching the Samadhi realm so that they could grow together. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued smashing the treasure with the special hammer. The materials didn't come easy, especially given his abilities and background back then. The teachers protected and supported him in his effort to gather them. Thus, he truly valued this great axe. The refinement process was difficult, but he persevered. This was the third time. Clank! Eventually, the wave of light emanating from the blade had reached its limit. Good! Lin Hao roared, and after a loud explosion, the flames of life oozed out from his body. They seemed animated and brimming with life. The flames wrapped around the axe and carried it into the cauldron. Now, the cauldron was being activated by the flames. Boom! Flames erupted like a magnificent volcano. Return! Lin Hao roared, and the flames that went out returned back to the cauldron to refine his axe. This process was repeated numerous times. The powerful flames were under his control, unable to leave the cauldron. Its power served to refine the great axe, imprinting the fire element into the blade. Amazing! These are the advantages of having an inborn fate palace and a special cauldron of life. So strong. Everyone watched in awe. There was a reason why a mortal like Lin Hao was able to join duality. He had an inborn fate palace with a special symbol, his cauldron of life. His fire of life was different from everyone else's. Thus, this made him a perfect blacksmith, among the top 2 at the very least when counting just the students. Nonetheless, just relying on the fire of life wasn't enough. This was common knowledge. Thus, using the cauldrons here meant adding wings to a tiger. That's why they all came to Myriad Cauldron Peak to refine their weapons. This place allowed everyone to become a blacksmith. 1. Samban means 3 planks/boards, a type of wooden boat. Chapter 36:14. The cauldron refined Furious Axe's weapon continuously. The lights accumulated each time looked like visual phenomena to the astonishment of the spectators. Boom! Finally, the scorching flames from the cauldron soared upward and struck the sky. Everyone took a deep breath in response. Those innate advantages are something else. Some students had to admit. They were impressed by his blacksmithing skill and felt envious. No one else in the crowd had a special cauldron of life like him. After the flames dispersed, the Tao Source true treasure landed on his hand. It was filled with auspicious purple energy, especially the blade. This made it hard to see its actual appearance. This energy also felt attuned with the Grand Tao, as if the two could fuse and release the strongest explosion. Moreover, there were faint crimson rays capable of piercing through space. They possessed extreme heat. Thus, the axe had incomparable sharpness and a fire affinity capable of melting its foes. That's a great weapon. Even the older students became impressed. Activate! He shouted with the axe in his grip. Boom! A vast, crimson continent descended along with loud explosions. The students looked up and felt as if space itself was being crushed. A few shuddered with fear. So this is a myriad form sanctity weapon. That's one of the 5 heroes for you. Everyone was impressed. Right, Senior Lin Hao might not be the strongest, but his blacksmithing is second to none. Others nodded in agreement. Congratulations. Senior brother Li has heard of this and wants to come in person to congratulate you. One student walked closer and cupped his fist. He wore full armor, looking gallant and fierce, always ready to fight. Just one glance was enough to know that he came from a military family. I appreciate his goodwill. Lin Hao nodded in response. He wishes to prepare a banquet for you to celebrate your new weapon. I'm here to invite you. The armored student's name was Lu Jinsong. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Looks like Li Xiangquan wants to recruit Lin Hao. An older student murmured. It's understandable. Li Xiangquan is ambitious and wants to move up the court and inherit his father's position of Grand Commander, under one man but above all. Li Xiangquan was also a member of the 5 heroes. His title was Cold-Eyed Lightning Sword. His father was one of the most influential men in Vajra. It's all right. No need to go to so much trouble. Lin Hao declined. Lu Jinsong became awkward and dropped the issue, quietly retreating. His father was a general under the Grand Commander. He was naturally under the banner of Li Xiangquan. Congratulations, senior brother. How about a drink tonight? A different student came forward with a smile. Lin Hao was the only hero with a humble background and enjoyed the least wealth and power. Thus, he was a great target. Everyone could see that his future was bright. Befriending him now meant gaining incredible benefits later on. Senior brother, your Dao Source True Treasure has returned to the original state. Once you reach the sacred level, it should completely dominate same-level treasures. Another student praised while looking at the great axe. Your blacksmithing is already number 1 at our academy. If you refine this weapon again after reaching the sacred level, it'll improve considerably. One more said. Right, that's my plan. Lin Hao nodded. I'll use a stronger flame next time. If I can reach the refinement limit, it might be able to contend against heavenly sovereign weapons while I'm at the grand sacred stage. You're the only one among the 5 heroes who harbor such bold thoughts. An older student praised him. That's suicidal. While the crowd and Lin Hao thought that this was a good idea, a nonchalant voice interrupted them. This was a time for celebration, but the comment immediately ruined the mood. The speaker seemed to be purposely antagonizing Lin Hao. No one would appreciate the untimely interruption. People looked over and saw an ordinary youth, Li Qia. He has been watching the refinement process as well. Yang Ling became startled because it sounded like Li Qia was cursing the guy. Who is this brat running his mouth? One student said seriously. That's Li Qia, a fierce guy who doesn't hold back versus anyone. Another recognized him. Humph, he can't compare to the 5 heroes. A different peer snorted. Fellow classmate, what did you mean by that? Lin Hao's brows furrowed. Clearly unhappy. He spent untold effort to craft his treasure and was ecstatic after succeeding. He was planning the next steps in order to maximize its potential. Anyone with less self-restraint would have been furious at Li Qia by now. Yang Ling became worried because of all the unfriendly stares from Lin Hao's fans. She tugged on Li Qia's sleeve, telling him not to speak. Your Dao Source True Treasure has reached its limit in power and toughness. Using a stronger flame for another refinement will break it. Li Qia glanced at him and replied. Do you not know that senior brother Lin is the best blacksmith in our academy? A wild child like you knows nothing about blacksmithing. Stop spewing bullshit. One fan immediately retorted. Lin Hao grimaced and said, I don't think this is a problem. On what basis do you claim this? How could anyone know his treasure more than him? He personally created and was too familiar. He didn't notice anything wrong with it, so he remained skeptical. Senior brother Lin, don't listen to him. Lu Jinsong shook his head and laughed. He's just a woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountains. How can he know anything about blacksmithing? A genius like you shouldn't pay attention to a nameless junior. Jinsong tried to curry favor, so he put down Li Qia. The young master is knowledgeable and experienced in all domains. There's a reason why he said it. Yang Ling backed Li Qia up with haste. Really? So I guess he probably read a few books and thinks that he's a master now. Jinsong snorted. Chapter 36:15. You. Yang Ling was livid but had no response. On the other hand, Li Qia was calm from start to finish. He smiled. I'm a master indeed, there's no other on my level. The crowd exchanged glances since they didn't expect a haughty response. They thought that he was being ridiculous. Lin Hao frowned again. He always chose humility even though others praised him as the top student blacksmith in duality. He never claimed to be number 1. Now, Li Qia showed no hesitation in declaring his supremacy. It sounded baseless and overly egotistical. Some students started sneering and jeering at Li Qia. The academy had plenty of blacksmiths. Though they might not be as talented as Lin Hao, they were brilliant in their own right. Another student aware of this subject scowled. Ignorant brat, there's no other on your level? You probably haven't even seen enough blacksmithing methods and processes. Remember where you're standing. This is Duality Academy, a place with countless geniuses. A country bumpkin like you still knows nothing after reading a few books. Lu Jinsong had a look of disdain. Li Qia ignored all of them and told Lin Hao with an insipid tone. Feel your Tao source true treasure. Another refinement will destroy it.
Enough!
One fan shouted. They construed Li Qia's comments as bad luck. It's not too late to apologize to senior brother Lin or I'll teach you a lesson. Another loudly threatened. That's right. Lu Jinsong took advantage of this in order to please Lin Hao. He went on, Brat, you better have some evidence or this is just cursing senior brother Li Humph. He might be too nice to stoop down to your level but I won't let this go. Li Qia paid them no mind and started leaving.
Humph. Running away after knowing you're wrong.
One student sneered. You're better off going back to be a woodchopper, don't come out and embarrass yourself. At least he knows his place. One more said with contempt. However, Lu Jinsong didn't want to let Li Qia off so easily. He roared, Brat, stop right there. You think you can leave after insulting senior brother Lin? Not that easy. Li Qia still turned a deaf ear towards them and walked up the stone steps, heading for the pinnacle. That's it, you're the one asking for it. Jinsong's eyes flashed with chilling aggression. He walked forward, ready to attack. Lin Hao raised his hand and stopped him. He said seriously, this young noble is only expressing his opinion. There's no ulterior motive and I'm not harmed, drop it. Jinsong stopped and smiled at Lin Hao. You're too merciful and benevolent. I have nothing but admiration for you. Senior brother, the brat clearly insulted and tried to give you bad luck. Maybe he's jealous of your skill. Another student said with indignation. Lin Hao didn't respond and started pondering. Senior brother, don't worry about his bullshit. A different student saw his expression and hurriedly consoled. That ignorant brat has no grounds to talk on this matter. Lin Hao remained silent. He found the whole thing strange. After all, there was no feud between them. They didn't even know each other. Why would Li Qia need to do this? Meanwhile, Yang Ling was vexed while walking behind Li Qia. They don't appreciate your good intentions and even laughed at you, so out of line. Li Qia chuckled and didn't really give a damn, unlike the angry girl. Eventually, Li Qia stopped and started touching the wall of the peak. Do you notice anything different? He asked. Yang Ling found this question unexpected. She looked around before shaking her head. No, it's still the same as always. She has been here numerous times. Myriad Cauldron Peak didn't change at all. No, look carefully at the cauldron itself. Li Qia shook his head. Yang Ling focused up and tried to observe meticulously before answering. I see, there's no embedded cauldron here. Wait, no cauldrons from the ridge to the top. All of them are at the bottom half. Anything else? For example, the rock right here. Li Qia rubbed the wall. Yang Ling stared at the wall and saw weed, dirt, and vines. Nothing too peculiar. I don't know. She eventually gave up. Li Qia then wiped the wall clean, revealing its true appearance. Take a look. He smiled. Yang Ling came closer and found that there was something strange. There were numerous layers stacking on each other. It seemed chaotic yet still adhering to an unknown order. She just couldn't grasp it. She knocked on the wall and found it awfully tough. She took out a weapon and tried to dig. This proved futile. Remember, her weapon was sharp enough to cut down steel like mud, but this wall remained undamaged. Why is it so hard? Is this still rock? She stared at Li Qia, surprised. That's the difference. Li Qia smiled. Now tell me where this new composition starts. Above the midway point. Why? She murmured. Because a master has refined a weapon here before. Li Qia commented while looking upward. A Tao Lord. She also looked up. I heard a story from a teacher before. When Apricot Tao Lord refined her weapon, stars were dragged down from above. They were refined and forced into the cauldron. Since the heat wasn't enough, the Tao Lord even pulled down several suns and extracted sun fire from them. She became lost in another legendary tale. This Tao Lord was incredible, capable of using the celestials for the refinement process. That scene must have been magnificent. Witnessing it in person required the blessings of 3 lifetimes. Alas, she was born in the wrong era and couldn't see Duality Master's peerless style or Apricot Tao Lord's invincibility. Chapter 36:16. As Yang Ling was fantasizing about the resplendent past, a poof could be heard as flames appeared around Li Qia's hand. I'm about to refine a weapon.
He glanced at the flames with a smile.
Really? Yongling said. Which cauldron are you picking?
I'm afraid there are students waiting every day. You'll have to line up.
No, the one at the peak will do, he said. The master cauldron?
Young master, it has been extinguished for who knows how many years. Not even a little spark or any trace of heat are left.
I'm here now, it'll be there. Li Qie nonchalantly responded.
Yongling was at a loss for words from hearing this domineering response stated in such a casual manner. She felt that this was actually a possibility, as if his words would definitely come true.
The flames of the master cauldron would return. She didn't need any reason to trust him.
Zzz.
Vapor formed the moment he touched the wall. His Dao True Fire melted the rocks as if they were snow and ice. His hand started sinking deeper into the peak while she watched curiously. Poof! Yongling also activated her own flames and copied his action. Unfortunately, there was no melting sound. The rocks had no reaction to her flames, let alone melting. She didn't give up and roared, adding more power to her flames. This still didn't leave a single mark. Zzz, as Li Qie delved deeper without any resistance, white fog oozed out. Yongling found this astonishing after her own experiment. Her cultivation was higher than Li Qie, but her flames couldn't do a thing to the rocky wall.
Young master, why can't my Dao True Fire do anything?
She asked, perplexed. Do you know what these rocks are? Li Qie chuckled. Just regular rocks, no? She shook her head.
No, they're the waste products from the refinement processes of the Dao Lords and Heavenly Sovereigns. She was startled at first and started thinking. Eventually she realized something. Young master, you're saying that the walls starting at the ridge aren't actually part of the peak. They're just layers added by the historical refinements?
That's right. Li Qie smiled. She thought that this was quite plausible.
The refinement processes of the great masters were certainly magnificent. It wasn't easy creating an invincible weapon. It required beating all the challenges while needing immense materials. Thus, the melted materials have accumulated on top of the peak.
I see, I get it now, she murmured.
Though the rocks and stones forming the upper portion were nothing more than dregs, they were still extremely tough.
After all, they used to be priceless materials. That's why her weapon and Dao True Fire couldn't melt the rocks.
The great masters must have utilized a terrible temperature in order to do so. Of course, she had no explanation as to why Li Qie was able to do so despite being weaker than her. Zzz, by this point, it was as if Li Qie's hand could reach the deepest part of the peak, able to touch the core of the cauldron. Yongling suddenly felt a heat wave rushing past her face. The most intense flames of the peak seemed to be oozing out.
Rumble! The entire peak started quaking.
What?
She stared at Li Qie, slack-jawed. She absolutely knew that this had something to do with him.
What's going on?
The other students were alarmed too. Perhaps that this was an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. They looked around and noticed that the other peaks were just fine. Only Myriad Cauldron Peak was shaking. This seems like a volcanic eruption. Can this peak erupt? One student shouted.
No way.
The others didn't agree. Poof.
Amidst the speculations, the master cauldron that has been dormant for eras suddenly released a fiery strand. This was noticed by the students sightseeing on the pinnacle. The master cauldron is on fire.
There are flames there now. This news spread extremely fast. What did you say? Some couldn't react after hearing this.
The master cauldron has fire again.
Those who saw this in person repeated. How can this be?
It has been extinguished for millions and millions of years.
Other classmates didn't believe it.
It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes along with others.
The person swore to the crowd. This might be right. The peak quaked earlier. Maybe something changed. Another student said.
I guess it's possible. This might be an accumulation after so many years.
One more friend speculated.
Come, let's take a look up there.
Students started flying up the peak instead of walking.
The news spread across the entire academy.
Many students lost their patience right away. We need to hurry and be in front of the line.
This is the master cauldron. Using its fire for refinement might boost our weapons by several levels. One guy ran with all of his might towards the pinnacle.
This could be seen all over the academy. The teachers also caught wind of this. One ancestor-level teacher frowned and said, "What a strange development, the Master Cauldron had no reason to wake up." The other high elder teachers began talking about this matter with a serious expression. "Right, we should investigate it," another teacher said. "Others might be salivating now too." One was worried. "In the holy ground, no one desires our legacies more than Vajra." An older teacher smiled and said, "I actually want to see if their grandmaster dares to come here. It'll be a good opportunity." Chapter 36:17. While others rushed towards the pinnacle, Lichia pulled his hand back from the peak. He had a handful of dirt, or rather, dregs from the peak. The dregs have turned into the toughest rocks after millions of years, unafraid of Tao true fire. However, Lichia's fire managed to melt them. Zzz. What's left started disintegrating in no time at all. What resembled a large rock became the size of a pinky. The rest turned into smoke instead of a molten form. Yongling naturally found this impressive since her fire couldn't damage the rocks at all, let alone disintegrating them completely. Eventually, what's left was only slightly thicker than a strand of hair. It rolled and coiled within his fiery hand, looking like a tiny dragon. The fire didn't seem to affect it anymore. Yongling took note of this and realized that this tiny piece might be extremely precious and tough. "What is it, young master?" She became curious. Lichia actually dropped the little thing into her hand. She instinctively caught it before thinking about the implication. Lichia's fire has already burned it red. It would definitely burn her hand. Surprisingly enough, it didn't have a hint of heat at all. On the contrary, it felt rather cool and soft, just like a tiny snake playing on her palm. She was surprised to see the dregs refined into something so magical. There's a saying, 100 refinements to make fine steel. What about 10,000 refinements? Lichia smiled. 10,000 refinements? Yongling had heard of this popular phrase before. This place is perfect for creating an excellent weapon. Lichia stared at the top and continued. Duality Master had his reason for bringing this peak here, the same with letting Tao Lords and Heavenly Sovereigns borrow it. What is the reason? Yongling became curious. Lichia answered with a smile and continued moving up the steps. Young Master, you want to refine the weapon right now? Yongling followed right along. No rush, the time isn't right yet. Let's just go take a look. Lichia chuckled. Yongling stared at Lichia and thought that he was more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Previously, she assumed that he was just a woodchopper. This was no longer the case. A woodchopper living in the wilderness wouldn't be so knowledgeable. The question became, who the hell is he? Meanwhile, the pinnacle was filled with people. All the students came to see the show. Of course, some wanted to grab the best spots to start early for potential refinement. It wasn't as flat as expected and had the concave shape of a pot. As for viewing from a distance, it would resemble an inactive volcano. For millions of years, the sovereigns and Tao Lords refined their weapons in this place. The dregs and impurities were left behind around the Master Cauldron, stacking up into piles. These piles and layers gave the appearance of an iron pot at the top. They have turned into tough dirt and rocks by this point, acting as part of the peak. The students had no idea what these layers were made of and assumed that this was the normal shape of the peak. Some might have known about this history after listening to the teachers, but they wouldn't care either. These dregs were useless at this point. The center looked like the bottom of a pot with an opening serving at the cauldron's mouth. Next to it was a large stone anvil, extremely old with weeds growing on it. It was entirely black and didn't look special. An iron hammer was placed on top. It had rust spots all over. The handle was made from some type of wood, as dirty as can be. All eyes were staring at the mouth of the cauldron since there was a fire, only a little brighter than a candle. It's true, the Master Cauldron has fire again. The spectators were astonished. This little fire was far from enough to start refining. However, it carried special significance. Seems like the Master Cauldron is awakening. An older student said, I wonder how much time is required for a full awakening. We can start refining our weapons when it's strong enough. Another student became eager. We need to line up. I'm the first here, so I'm up first. One more said loudly. Everyone followed the voice and saw that it was Lu Jin's song. The rules of the peak required people to sign up in an orderly fashion, first come first serve.
You're not the first here. One unhappy student said. He wasn't afraid of anyone and retorted, I'm the first to sign up, plus, this spot is reserved for senior brother Lee. If anyone disagrees, then you can compete with him for it. I'll gladly hand it over when you win. Then when and how long? So that we can register. A different student asked. We'll start once the fire is strong enough and after we gather our materials. Jinsong said. So you just want to keep it for yourself? The response wasn't well received. Who knows when this fire would be truly ready? That's not my intention. I'm just following the rules since I'm the first to start the list. Jinsong said. The others had nothing to say since this did make sense. It's useless to be hasty. That much fire is far from enough. Another friend glanced at the candle-like fire. Everyone agreed. The fire was weak enough and might actually go out at any moment. They didn't need to compete with Jinsong for now. What about the hammer? Can we take it? The attention turned towards the iron hammer on top of the anvil. It's the hammer used by the Tao Lords back then. I'm afraid we can't pick it up. One upperclassman answered. Chapter 36:18. Rumor has it that this hammer has always been on top of the anvil after being used by the peerless masters. The loss of the fire meant that no one else came to refine weapons, so the hammer was abandoned and forgotten. Have to at least give it a shot. One student said. Maybe it's different now. The master cauldron is ablaze again, so perhaps someone else can raise the hammer again. We don't lose anything from trying. A decisive soul said before coming forward and grabbing the hilt. Up! Unfortunately, the hammer didn't even move an inch regardless of how much strength he mustered. Boom! He released his vitality and chaos true energy. This was everything he got, but the hammer still didn't move. Can't. Its weight is immeasurable. Plus, it seemed to have taken roots and became one with the entire peak. He smiled wryly while shaking his head. Let me try. Another didn't buy it and came forward. He grabbed the hilt and let out a roar resembling a bull. He became shrouded in a golden light and transformed into a massive bull brimming with energy. Senior Brother Chen's divine bull bloodline is impressive indeed. Other students nodded approvingly. He was a demon with a divine bull bloodline. Because of this, he was known for his physical prowess and had the nickname of Behemoth. Up! He thunderously cried out, but all of his strength wasn't enough. His bulging muscles couldn't move the hammer at all. This hammer is so weird. It's probably heavier than this peak. He eventually gave up and dispiritedly said. He was capable of lifting a dozen mountains. Just not this hammer. Other powerful students came to give it a shot. All naturally failed. Senior Brother Lin, your turn? One student standing next to Lin Hao asked with a smile. Lin Hao also rushed to this place after hearing about the news. However, he was disappointed after seeing the weak flame. It would have been a great chance for him to take advantage of his blacksmithing skill and refine his weapon using the divine flame. Forget it, I can't. He shook his head after seeing so many failures. Maybe only Tao Lords can lift it. Just try, you won't lose anything. A senior sister revealed a pretty smile and urged. Yes, what if you can actually lift it? You'll be the main topic of the academy. Others persuaded. Fine, I'll try. Lin Hao couldn't refuse so many and begrudgingly walked forward. He grabbed the hilt with both hands and took a deep breath before shouting. Up! His vitality was as vast as an ocean, brimming with chaos true energy. His muscles bulged while he became resplendent just like a bottle containing the Grand Tao. This naturally impressed the spectators. One senior sister commented, the body becomes the vessel of the Grand Tao while the Grand Tao becomes the treasury of the body. This phrase is exemplified by Junior Brother Lin. His foundation is among the best in the academy. The students were envious of his current state. This was a testament to his indomitable Tao foundation. As a regular mortal, he didn't have the best mantras and merit laws to start with. Nonetheless, his body and Grand Tao have been refined numerous times through training. His average cultivation laws didn't hold him back. The same scene happened. He tried his best to pull up, but this was only an ant struggling to pull up a tree. Let's go! He roared and released his 10 fate palaces. Boom! The palaces hovered above, looking intimidating with loud explosions. They lined up and formed their own firmament. 10 palaces forming a grand avatar.
One student shouted. It was impressive for such a young student to be in the myriad form sanctity realm. That's why he was deserving of his spot among the 5 heroes. Poof! The palaces poured down an endless amount of life fire, looking like an ocean amassing in the firmament. Boom! The flames then came together to form a visual phenomenon. A fire god pulsing with flames capable of incinerating everything. Lin Hao was no longer there. It seemed that he and fire god were one now. Many became startled to see this new development. This fire god phenomenon was clearly the manifestation of his special cauldron of life. Rumble! The fire god used all of its power to lift up the hammer. The entire peak quaked once as a result. Everyone felt that even the earth could be pulled up, not just the hammer. Alas, this wasn't the case. Lin Hao's mighty technique was proven ineffective. He had no choice but to give up. Looks like I don't have the ability to lift it. He recalled his technique and assumed his original form, albeit covered in sweat from top to bottom. No one can move it. The classmates present wanted to give up. As one of the 5 heroes, Lin Hao was one of the strongest students in Duality Academy. The rest didn't have a chance. Maybe call first sister? She might be interested. Someone thought about their best student, Dugalan, one of the 4 greatest geniuses in the Holy Ground. It's useless, she actually tried several years ago. An older student shook his head. Then only Tao Lords and top heavenly sovereigns can lift it. The first speaker concluded. Not necessarily. Another joined the conversation. Teacher. People followed the voice and saw Teacher Du standing there since who knows when. Teacher Du heard about the awakening and came to take a look. Teacher, who else can lift it? One student asked. The hammer was brought back by Duality Progenitor. It's special. Top masters are capable but also the fateful ones. Teacher Du smiled. Fateful ones? Who? The students exchanged glances, thinking that this response was too vague. What were the criteria? Power? Talents? Or something else? Chapter 36:19. Fate was an intangible concept for the students. This didn't explain who would be able to grasp the hammer. Teacher Du only smiled and instead focused on one person who just got here. Young Master Li, you're here too. He smiled. Li Jie and Yang Ling finally arrived and saw the massive crowd. Yang Ling had to pull him through them to make it to the cauldron's mouth. Other students naturally glanced at Li Jie since a teacher took the initiative to greet him. Moreover, Li Jie had some fame right now in duality. Of course, this was strictly limited to his strange style with the boar. The majority hasn't met him before and merely became curious. Some also disliked him and showed it on their face, such as Lin Hao's fans. Young master, will you give it a shot? Teacher Du waved at him and said, This hammer is a treasure of our academy. Only the Tao Lords and a few sovereigns can pick it up. This request surprised the students right away. Teacher, you're playing with us, right? One student regained his wits and laughed. Senior brother Lin Hao is one thing. Even first sister couldn't do it, let alone a woodchopper. Others started laughing as well. Another said, Teacher Du is trying to be partial and letting everyone have a shot regardless of who they are. Such shallow opinions. The usually hot-headed teacher was in a good mood today. He smiled and shook his head, not annoyed in the slightest. The students became bolder after seeing this and didn't hold back. Teacher, the geniuses of our academy can't do it, let alone someone at the conqueror level. Another student stated his skepticism. That's right, a person who can wield this hammer can't be at the conqueror level and definitely not an ignorant woodchopper. Those who didn't like Li Jie took advantage of this opportunity to insult him. If he can lift the hammer, then I'll swallow all the dregs here. One more took it to the next level. Not all of them actually looked down on Li Jie since the hammer was only used by the top masters. Putting aside the past, Dugulan in recent times couldn't pick it up. However, Teacher Du ignored them and smiled at Li Jie. Young master, feel free to try. Do it, young master. Teach those dog eyes a lesson. Stop them from looking down on others. Yang Ling felt indignation for Li Jie and urged him. Junior sister Yang, don't be so naive. An older female classmate shook her head and said, How could someone at his cultivation lift this hammer? Trying will only invite embarrassment. Our young master's methods and ace cards are beyond your imagination. Yang Ling retorted. That's useless, Only absolute power matters here. Princess, you don't understand. To be frank, one needs to be at the myriad Dao heavenly physique to even try. This is the starting point. One student disagreed. Just let him do it so that we all can watch. I guess some are better at inviting humiliation and embarrassment than others. Someone who didn't like Li Qie snorted. Teacher Du didn't bother correcting these students and waited for Li Qie's choice. The latter's eyes were fixated on the cauldron fire. It was weak enough to go out from a gust of wind. He frowned and walked closer. Stop right there, you can't come closer. Lu Jinsong immediately shouted at Li Qie. What, there's an order? Li Qie glanced at him. Yes, and I'm first in line. No one should think about cutting before I finish. Jinsong coldly stared at Li Qie. Others became annoyed but didn't bother contesting him. After all, the fire was still too small right now. They would be wasting their effort. Oh. So are you refining one now? Li Qie chuckled. Jinsong considered this disrespectful. His expression soured as he uttered. A junior like you shouldn't worry about what I do. Scram to the side while I still have some patience, or don't blame me for being impolite. Teacher Du furrowed his brows after seeing Jinsong's attitude but continued to observe. He wasn't worried about Li Qie's safety. That's my line. Be smart and run away or I'll make mincemeat out of you. Li Qie's smile turned into a smirk. The audience was stunned to hear this. They didn't expect Li Qie to be so haughty. Jinsong's father was a general in Vajra, but he didn't need a strong backer. He wasn't a piece of trash needing his clan to back him up. In duality, he was considered an excellent student, maybe not comparable to the 5 heroes but far stronger than most. Make mincemeat out of me? Jinsong wildly laughed from being too angry. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest thing I've heard recently. He then glared at Li Qie and sneered. You're only at the conqueror level yet you dare to run your mouth before me? I can kill you within 3 moves and offer your dog head to the cauldron. I see. Li Qie casually responded. I just need one swing to get rid of you. Ha ha ha. Jinsong's anger reached its limit. How could he let a conqueror-level junior speak to him in this manner? Let's see what you got then. Jinsong waved his hand to challenge. We'll do it right here. Just know that when we start, I'll definitely kill you. It's not too late to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. No need. Li Qie smiled. Senior brother, don't kill him so fast. Teach him a lesson first. Show him how vast this world is. One student shouted. Yes, this is what he gets for looking down on duality. Beat him into submission, knock his teeth out and make him roll around in pain, asking for mercy. Another shouted. Many started clamoring and jeering. In their eyes, Li Qie stood no chance against Jinsong. Chapter 36-20. The majority urged Lu Jinsong to teach Li Qie a lesson. His power should be more than enough to crush someone like Li Qie, perhaps within 2 or 3 moves. Some even thought that just killing Li Qie would be doing the guy a favor. He was too haughty and even insulted duality. Ultimately, he was still an outsider who wasn't welcome here. His arrogant attitude was considered a direct provocation to the academy. That's why even the neutral crowd couldn't help wanting to see him taken down a notch. Li, make your move. I just need 2 moves to crush you. Lu Jinsong stood forward and stared at Li Qie with murderous intent. I advise you to utilize your best merit laws and treasures. Prepare the best defense too. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to even resist one swing. Li Qie smiled. Ha ha ha, your mouth is the most impressive part about you. Jinsong was livid. He had met people stronger than him but none ever looked down on him like this. His chest was about to explode from anger. I can't wait to see how he'll smash senior brother Lu when he has to rely on his own skills. Another student didn't believe it. Humph, he can't beat senior brother Lu without some sorcery or trickery. Not even senior brother Li can do it. Another student shook his head. Just let him brag all he wants. We'll see the results soon enough and it won't be pretty. If it were me, I would take my time while stomping on him. No rush in killing him. One more sneered. Boom! Lu Jinsong roared and gathered his power. His vitality and chaos true energy rushed out like a tsunami. Many students staggered backward after feeling his momentum. Poof!
Samadhi flames oozed out and surrounded him. He turned into a fire domain that could burn everything. Buzz! He activated his fate palaces as well, a total of 8 floating above his head. The true fate was located in the center, assuming complete control. It had 3 Tao rings rotating around it, looking holy and mystical. 8 palaces. He's at the grand level of Samadhi. One student commented. Each realm allowed the formation of 1 fate palace. However, this process was only truly completed at the grand level when the particular fate palace became available for use. A full opening. The realms were divided into the grand, intermediate, and minor level. The minor levels focused on using energy to strengthen the body, resulting in an external radiance. On the other hand, the true fate utilized chaos true energy and the body to power up. As the true fate grew larger and stronger, it would be able to open the fate palace and enter the grand level. The new palace also absorbed the previous affinities and powers along with the mysteries of the grand Tao. Thus, the body, true fate, and fate palaces all supported and matured in harmony. Since Jinsong had 8 palaces, it meant that he had reached the grand level of Samadhi, not far away from breaking through to the yin-yang realm. As for the 3 rings around his true fate, this showed that he cultivated 3 mantras at the yellow, black, and earth level. Clank! 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 Crimson armor plates latched onto him with fiery symbols on them. This was obviously a powerful defensive treasure refined from a powerful true fire. The Crimson Marquis Fiery Aegis. Everyone was surprised to see this. Isn't he taking this brat too seriously to put on the general's armor? Another added. This treasure was given to him by his father. It could easily stop an attack from other treasures at the same level. Humph. That Li guy has no chance of injuring junior brother Lu when he has that armor on. A senior sister snorted. Remember, the general wore that to numerous battlefields. It's extremely tough. Jinsong also took out a sword and a shield and clanked them together. Fiery sparks and sonic waves emanated. The latter was rather unbearable. Kingslayer sword and unsurpassable shield, his favorite treasures. Another student commented. Junior brother Lu is using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. One senior brother laughed after seeing this. He can easily decapitate that guy now. Isn't he being too careful? Does a conqueror brat require all of this effort? What a waste. The other friends snorted. Most thought that just the sword alone was enough. No need for the shield and armor. This was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Right, just one slash and that guy's head would be rolling on the ground. No need to bother putting up a defense. A different student agreed. Brat, I'm waiting. How are you going to turn me into mincemeat? Jinsong prepared well enough and said. Of course, he didn't think Li Chia was actually a threat. He merely wanted to make fun of Li Chia while showing off his treasures. Senior brother Lu, I don't think he can even tickle you right now. A student joked and the crowd laughed with him. The disparity in power was too obvious. Jinsong was in the Samadhi realm while Li Chia was in the Conqueror realm, a gap of 2 full realms. This was before taking Jinsong's treasures into account. Li Chia could try everything and it would still be meaningless. Brat, take out your weapon, show everyone what incredible artifact you got. Jinsong haughtily looked down on Li Chia. A brat from the mountains can't have anything impressive. Just a high-level black one would be too much for him. Truly shocking. A student laughed. Hey now, he might have one but he can't use it anyway. Probably can't even lift it up. Another shook his head. Though this was an unpleasant insult, it did have a shade of truth to it. Young master, do you want to borrow my weapon? Yang Ling wanted to help Li Chia after seeing the crowd against him. Chapter 36-21. No need, I have something better. Li Chia smiled and quietly told her. He walked forward and glanced at the crowd before stopping on Lu Jinsong. Ahem, he coughed and waved his hand. All of you are right, I don't have anything good to take out. Then I'll lend you some, I got a few earth-level weapons. See if it's suitable. One guy offered. Ha ha ha, he can't pick it up or actually use it. It'll be no different than scrap metals. The crowd laughed right away. True. The first person laughed as well. Let me ask our friends here then and see if they have lower-level weapons, like a black one, how about it? I don't know, I've never used a black-level weapon before, it might not be suitable.
Li Qie had a half-smile. You're making it difficult for us. The guy responded, we have a lot of weapons but a yellow level one might not be available. It's too weak. I'll go down to a store by the base and buy him one. Another snorted. The unfriendly group continued laughing and taunting Li Qie. If you can't even use a black level weapon, it's best to accept your defeat and lower your head to junior brother Lu. I'm sure he'll spare you. Otherwise, your head will be rolling on the ground. A senior brother actually had good intentions, unlike the rest. That would be too boring. Don't you remember how he bragged earlier? We want to see his amazing abilities and incredible weapons to make mincemeat out of senior brother Lu. Another student shook his head. Brat, pick a weapon already. Your life is mine. Lu Jinsong coldly uttered. There were mixed emotions among the entire student body. Disdain, contempt, pity. He's finished. One student said while staring at Li Qie. He asked for it since he was dumb enough to provoke senior brother Lu. A friend commented. Teacher Du didn't say anything. The one courting death here was actually Lu Jinsong. However, this was a fight between students. A teacher like him wouldn't interfere. Jinsong can only blame himself for being weak. This was a rule at the academy as long as both sides agreed. Fine, I guess I'll have to try this iron hammer. Li Qie started walking towards the anvil. What did he just say? People thought that they misheard him until they saw him moving. Is this a joke? Using that hammer as his weapon? One person immediately said. Brat, you don't know what this hammer is. Another said. He wasn't here when the students tried to pick up the hammer. Because of this, they thought that this was due to ignorance. It's not an ordinary hammer. Only Dao lords and sovereigns used it for weapon refinement. You can't lift it. The student went on. Just let him experience it for himself. That's how he'll learn about the immensity of heaven and earth. One more sneered. You're dreaming, no students in duality can do it, let alone a woodchopper like you. An upperclassman snorted. Then this shows how useless the students of duality are. Li Qie suddenly changed his tone. He offended virtually everyone present. Their expression became ugly. After all, the students here were considered exceptional versus others at the same age. Being called useless wasn't appreciated. I've had enough. Even if senior brother Lu decides to spare you, I'll still kill you. Another student lost his cool. That's right, insulting Duality Academy is unforgivable. Another shouted. Teacher Du smiled wryly and shook his head. He still chose to watch on the sideline. I can't spare you now after your ridiculous comment. This has nothing to do with my personal wish. It is about the reputation of duality now. Death to those who insult duality. Lu Jinsong threatened and earned himself a favorable impression. Remember, don't kill him so fast. Teach him a lesson about the fate of those who insult duality. One student shouted. Li Qie smiled and grabbed the wooden hilt of the hammer. The student saw this but didn't take him seriously. You can do it, young master. Only Yang Ling cheered for him while clenching her fists. It is really heavy. Looks like this won't be easy. Li Qie smiled. It's whatever, I still won't show mercy whether you have a weapon or not. First, I will cut off your hands. Go ahead and make your move. Lu Jinsong pointed his Kingslayer at Li Qie. You better prepare your defense or you'll be finished soon. Li Qie glanced at him. You. Jinsong trembled with rage. Still won't accept his mistake. Senior brother, cut off his hands and break his legs. Another student said loudly. All right, let's see how long you can keep this up. Jinsong shouted and activated his merit law. Rumble. He became resplendent. A wall of runes formed before him, separating the realms. People couldn't help but look up, feeling immense pressure. 30,000-mile blockade. They were surprised to see him use a powerful merit law right away. The brat has zero chance. Well, at least he got to see a top merit law before death. Another commented. Brat, I will make mincemeat of you today in order to quell my anger, Lu Jinsong said with hatred. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Li Qie smiled and raised his hand. Clank. The hammer that has been stuck was actually lifted from the anvil. This came without warning because Li Qie didn't channel his energy nor use a merit law. In fact, it seemed as if he didn't need to use any strength. It was just a casual raise of the hand. All the students became slack-jawed. Some of them have tried everything to no avail. Even Lin Hao failed. Their most talented and strongest, Du Galan, couldn't do it either. But now, Li Qie made it look like a regular hammer, not heavy in the slightest. Chapter 36-22. Minds were empty from the sheer shock. No words could describe the scene before them. Even Li Qie's supporter, Yang Ling, found this unbelievable. She thought that if he were lucky enough to be somehow connected by fate with the hammer, he would still need to use all of his strength to lift. She imagined that his muscles would be bulging. His face would be red with sweat dripping down. This wasn't the case since the hammer felt so light in his hand. The disparity between reality and her imagination left her speechless. The one best prepared was Teacher Du. He thought that this was expected. Nonetheless, Li Qie just made it look too effortless. This exceeded his expectation. The mysterious hammer was brought back from above by Duality Master. Even the Dao Lords back then didn't lift it with such ease. I'm about to start. Li Qie smiled and glanced at the hammer in his hand. He even tossed it up once and caught it as if it was a stone. Oh! Jin Song regained his wits and staggered one step backward. Go! Li Qie roared and threw the hammer towards Jin Song. Activate! Jin Song released his energy to strengthen the wall. Samadhi flames erupted around him. He seemed to be entering a state of frenzy. The wall became ablaze. Boom! Whatever wall, Kingslayer sword, unsurpassable shield, and fiery aegis were useless. Everything crumbled after clear cracking sounds. The hammer instantly struck Lu Jinsong next, sending him flying. He vomited blood while his bones shattered. Boom! He eventually smashed a nearby peak, resulting in a huge hole. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The proud youth and his treasures stood no chance against the hammer toss. This defeat rendered the crowd speechless. Just a while ago, they made fun of Li Qie due to his cultivation and thought that Lu Jinsong could easily defeat him. They certainly didn't expect the opposite. They deemed his comments to be arrogant and ignorant. It turned out that he was just telling the truth. Their face became hot and red. This was no different from being slapped. Whoosh! Li Qie raised his hand and the hammer immediately flew back into his grasp. This is fate, Teacher Du sentimentally said. Of course, he knew that this might not have anything to do with fate. The only thing that mattered right now was Li Qie's presence at the academy. The latter was the lucky one. It's not bad. Li Qie playfully tossed it up again and said. The students had nothing to say. They couldn't even lift the hammer while Li Qie had complete freedom. Teacher was right about fate? One student wondered. They became annoyed because Li Qie was the weakest one here. Alas, this person who they had disdain for turned out to be the chosen one. This wasn't a good feeling. Oh well, nothing we can do then if it's fate. One guy consoled himself. See, young master, I told you to give it a shot at the start. Yang Ling nearly jumped up from excitement. Li Qie chuckled. There was no need to try. He knew full well whether he could do it or not. So I'm about to refine some stuff here. Any objection? Li Qie smiled at the students. They exchanged glances before looking at the hammer in Li Qie's hand. Keeping their mouth shut was the right choice. Good, then I'll add myself to the list for this master cauldron. Li Qie spoke as if he was a reasonable person following the rule. Young master, which weapon are you refining? Teacher Du became interested. Haven't put too much thought into it, I'll just get the materials here. Li Qie looked down at the ground before glancing at the students. He said, Are you guys leaving or waiting for the boom? The students stared at him in confusion. Boom! He suddenly swung the hammer down, smashing the ground. The entire peak suffered the full brunt. Even the academy itself violently quaked. Some students fell and rolled on the ground. Others actually got blown off the peak. Crack! Crack! Cracks emanated on the top half of Myriad Cauldron Peak. This was a shocking development. One of the 9 main peaks of duality was being destroyed by Li Qie. Young master, may I ask what you're doing? Teacher Du himself became lost. Nothing, just gathering some materials. The Dao Lords and Sovereigns left remnant materials and wastes behind. I don't have anything right now, so I'll be using them. Li Qie smiled. Using wastes to refine a weapon? Those who were still up on the pinnacle found this astonishing. All blacksmiths chose the best possible materials for crafting regardless of the price. That's why Li Qia's decision once again shocked everyone. Okay, put the scraps here in order. I'll come back and refine when I have time. Li Qia casually tossed the hammer back onto the anvil. The old servant appeared next to Li Qia just like a phantom. No one knew how or when he came. I will take care of it. He bowed. Li Qia smiled and left, leaving behind the astounded spectators. So this is an actual thing? One student couldn't believe it. One of them eventually came over and tried to pick up the hammer. It didn't move at all. Others followed suit and the same thing happened. Yeah, it has to be fate. The last attempter concluded. Chapter 36-23. The news of Li Qia's achievement traveled across duality. Numerous speculations arose along with indignation and jealousy. The majority assumed that it had to do with fate. Otherwise, someone with Li Qia's power couldn't lift the hammer. Fate was the only plausible explanation. Humph, a flower stuck in a pile of manure. A student said with indignation. It's one thing for first sister or senior brother Lin to have this fateful connection, but a woodchopper with no cultivation to speak of? It's so unfair for him to have this type of luck. Fate is indefinite. It wouldn't be called fate if there were guidelines about it. Another smiled wryly. So what? He can only pick up the hammer. Not like he'll create an invincible weapon. One bitter soul stated. Right. Many friends agreed with this. This doesn't mean that he'll be able to craft an ultimate weapon. There are the material requirement and flame control. A powerful cultivation too. Power is more important than anything else. An upperclassman said with a serious expression. The best materials and tools with the master cauldron still aren't enough if the blacksmith is weak. Blacksmithing is a profound art. Fate can't make up for the other deficiencies. I think Li Qia doesn't know anything about blacksmithing. An expert blacksmith shook his head. He wanted to use the remnant materials, it just doesn't make any sense. They were left behind by the top masters, meaning that they were nothing more than useless impurities. He paused for a bit before continuing. Plus, it's not just one session either. Therefore, the materials are mixed and random. Not to mention that the master's flames were different too. It's impossible to harmonize the leftovers. This is just a fool's daydream. The ones nearby nodded and agreed with this persuasive logic. His reasoning was sound and carefully thought out in accordance with the rules of blacksmithing. Haha, just wait and see then. One student looked eager to gloat as if he could see the day of Li Qia's failure already. The majority of students agreed that using the dregs to create a weapon was impossible. Li Qia paid zero attention to the clamors outside. The old servant also only did his duty without asking, gathering the waste materials on top of the peak. He thought that it was strange indeed but assumed that this wasn't a whimsical idea. Li Qia must have had a plan. At his age, he knew when to speak and when to not worry about unimportant matters. A few days later, a guest came to the temple to see Li Qia. Fanbai immediately reported this to Li Qia. The guest was an old man wearing a simple robe without any decoration. It was exceptionally clean. Of course, a meticulous observer would find that the seams and lines of this robe were sewn perfectly. His complexion was gray but still looked quite spirited and brimming with life, akin to an 18-year-old. He hid his aura yet still had the aura and style of a master, always in control. The first impression people would get was that he was missing something, perhaps a special deer to ride on. He simply looked like an immortal. When he walked in the temple and saw the old servant, he bowed his head deeply as a greeting. The old servant shook his head, not bothering to respond. The old man stopped and looked over at Li Qia who was sitting on his chair, looking drowsy and lazy. He didn't bother to look at the old man. The old man has heard the teachers talk about Li Qia, but to see the guy in person was a different story. After all, he was just too ordinary. This word actually failed to describe how common he looked. The guy could be found on any street in the holy ground. Of course, the old man knew better than to be arrogant right now. Why would the old servant be respectful and follow an average man? He noticed the bronze ring worn by Li Qia and started thinking. Numerous possibilities popped up in his head. He just didn't know which one was correct. All of this shouldn't have occurred on this guy, at least when taking his appearance into account. He knew that there were more than meets the eyes and that he didn't have all the answers. Nonetheless, he was experienced and decisive. He took a deep breath and prostrated to show the utmost reverence. "How should I properly address you, sir?" he asked. A third party would be shocked to see this prestigious old man kneeling before Li Qie. He was feeling very nervous. The bronze ring alone had immense significance, but he knew that there were other more important factors. "Young master is fine," Li Qie casually said. "I was ignorant and didn't know about your arrival, hence the lack of reception." The old man stood up and said, "It's best not to bother with those boring customs. If I wanted a treatment like that, I wouldn't have come to duality." Li Qie waved his hand. "I understand." The old man nodded respectfully. During the nod, he couldn't help staring at the ring. "Want this ring?" Li Qie chuckled. "Of course not. I'm only curious, young master." "This ring." He had an awkward expression, not knowing what to say next. Others wouldn't give the ring a second glance. However, those in the know took it very seriously. It was strange that he didn't receive any information on how Li Qie got it. He didn't think that Li Qie was unworthy either. Maybe this was how it should be. Nonetheless, curiosity still got the best of him because the ring could affect many things. "I bought it from a broken-down shop, just playing around since it was cheap," Li Qie said. The old man smiled wryly. This cheap ring could give orders to the world. Li Qie made it sound as if it wasn't worth a single coin. In reality, Li Qie actually did think so. He only wanted to mess around with people. "Regardless of how you obtained it, young master, your words are my orders and I shall obey, doing everything I can," the old man said. Chapter 36-24. "You're far smarter than that idiot who tried to test me." Li Qie smiled at the old man. The old man had a forced smile, not knowing who this idiot was. Nonetheless, he realized that this idiot would have some bad luck soon enough. He had zero doubt about this. Not to mention other factors, just the old servant alone guaranteed it. "Young master, do you require my service during your stay at Duality?" He took a deep breath and asked. A character like Li Qie wouldn't come to their academy for no reason. That's why he was quite nervous, afraid of a large-scale plan. Duality might not be able to handle it. "Just taking a look since Duality Master is a legendary figure worthy of my time." Li Qie chuckled. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, Li Qie didn't harbor any malice or it would be a big headache. "I heard that you plan to refine a weapon here? May I be of use?" The old man sincerely said. "Since you asked, I do need a few things. Crafting is a long process. I'll need some items for the later stages." Li Qie smiled. "The academy will do everything we can. What do you need, young master?" The old man enthusiastically said. "Just one Dao bone, fully intact, at least at the high heaven god level or higher. It needs to be perfect too. Something better than the god level is preferred." Li Qie casually answered. "A god-level Dao bone," the old man blurted out in shock. For Duality, a king-level Dao bone was still obtainable, albeit with relative difficulties. As for an emperor one, a complete one could be quite challenging. A god-level Dao bone? This wouldn't be simple at all. At the very least, the academy didn't have one right now in its treasury. Even if they had enough resources to buy one, no one in the south had one right now. Money couldn't buy it. Plus, someone in possession of one wouldn't want to sell it in the first place. As for something higher than the god level? He didn't dare to think about it. Who knows if one even existed in all of 8 Desolaces. If it did, it would be in the possession of a supreme overlord. Well, this is not easy. The old man didn't expect Li Qie to want something so ridiculous. He was being too confident earlier. He has seen plenty of treasures before in his life, but not a Dao bone above the god level. It's rare indeed. Then find me some true blood first. Li Qie chuckled. What kind of true blood are you looking for, young master? The old man inquired. Li Qie stroked his chin and said, the Dao Lord level at the minimum. I'm also okay with ancient emperor's blood. Just 1 jar should do. The old man became speechless at this request. The true blood of both Dao Lord and ancient emperors were priceless. It was enough to change the future of a sect for generations. Worst of all, Li Qie made it sound as if he was being reserved already, asking for just one jar. Normally, no Dao Lord or Emperor would leave so much blood behind. Cultivators considered their true blood extremely vital. A full jar was akin to taking all of their true blood. No one would do this.
I don't think I can fulfill this request.
The old man had no choice but to give up. He realized that he had overestimated himself along with the academy. If that's the case, I don't think your academy can even produce a few metals for me. Li Qie laughed after hearing this.
The old man hesitated, not daring to be so bold after hearing the first two requests.
We do have metals and ores in our treasury, but I don't know what you're looking for, young master. I can make a list and you can read it over to see if we have what you need. The old man replied, not wanting to lose more face. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you.
Li Qie said. I can find it myself so that you won't be muttering under your breath about how I'm extorting your academy.
I would never dare to do such a thing. Absolutely not. The old man suddenly got cold sweat. Southern West King is large, it should have some items. Li Qie said. Right, young master. As for Dao Bone, I know the best one is in Heavenly Dragon Temple, at least as far as outsiders know. It is a complete Dao Bone of the Emperor level. Very well hidden though. The old monk treasures it and won't give it away. No one knows where it is. The old servant joined in. Yes, senior. The old man nodded. That's the best Dao Bone I'm aware of, the most complete one too. This particular Dao Bone had a frightening background, but few have seen it, including the monks at Heavenly Dragon Temple. Just an Emperor-level Dao Bone, that seems excessive. Li Qie shook his head. The old man didn't know what to say. Virtually everyone would consider it a paramount artifact. I actually know a little about this. The old servant added. This Dao Bone is only a ruse. In reality, the temple is hiding a god-level Dao Bone. Very few are aware of this secret. He then glanced at the old man and said, You probably didn't want to divulge this. I just didn't know about it really. The old man had an awkward expression. He actually did, but given his position, it was improper for him to tell Li Qie. This was a great secret of Heavenly Dragon Temple. Nonetheless, he brought up the Emperor Level 1 to start the conversation.
He knew that the old servant would know about it and tell Li Qie.
Of course, Li Qie and the old servant didn't bother to call out the old man's little scheme.
He heaved a sigh of relief afterward.
A god-level Dao Bone, I see. Now that's more interesting. Li Qie said. The old man smiled wryly. The old monk would be livid at him after finding this out. Any idea on the true blood? Li Qie smirked at the old man. He felt his scalp tingling, feeling like Li Qie was using him like a sword.
Those old men would come for him with everything they got later on.
True blood, he smiled wryly and had to tell the truth. There's a jar in Myriad Blood Sect. I don't know if they have used it before, but in theory, it should still be there. 1. Above the regular heaven level for beasts are Beast King, Beast Emperor, and Beast God. Chapter 36-25. Oh? What kind of true blood? Li Qie became interested.
I'm not so sure.
The old man mused. From several accounts, this true blood is too old to be traced, definitely from the age of the emperors. I believe it consists of the blood from several blood ancestors. Myriad Blood was the largest sect in the Divine Ghost Division. It was extremely powerful and consisted of ghosts and blood members. Only a few were humans, demons, and other races.
Not good enough.
Li Qie shook his head. Finding a better jar than that one in West King might be difficult. The old servant added, only Myriad Blood, or maybe Righteous Sect. They had some before but have used virtually all of it. As for Wild East, I'm not sure. Wild East. There's a possibility. Li Qie smiled. Wild East 8 kingdoms are definitely the oldest locations. The old man added, there are no lineages in West King, no, all of 8 desolaces, that are older than those found in Wild East. However, they don't deal with outsiders, so we have limited knowledge about them. The most unfathomable one is Ancient Kingdom of Immortals. Its resources should be wondrous. That's where I would look, young master.
Ancient kingdom of immortals, the old man became startled. I don't think that's a good choice, definitely not. A big shot like him still became alarmed after hearing about this kingdom. Wild East was located to the south of West King. Some said it consisted of 8 kingdoms but others disagreed. The latter stated that it was only a general title. There weren't actually 8 kingdoms. The only thing for certain was that this region was extremely old. It has been around since the epoch of the great emperors. Alas, outsiders had limited knowledge about them, only that they were notoriously powerful. For example, worldly immortal from the ancient kingdom of immortals was a dreadful existence. In history, even Tao lords chose to stay away. He had never seen the legendary worldly immortal before, but this didn't matter. All things Tao Lord and righteous Tao Lord still gave way before this great being. All things was the most decorated Tao Lord of true immortal sect. As for righteous, he was obviously the founder of righteous sect. That's why he thought that even Li Qie shouldn't provoke that kingdom. The old servant only smiled since he had more information at his disposal. There should be a better place. Li Qie chuckled. May I ask where you're thinking of? The old man couldn't come up with a different place. A forbidden zone. Li Qie stared towards the horizon. Life forbidden zone. Both the old men didn't expect this answer. Yes, that one. Li Qie had a look of rumination. I don't think that's possible because even Tao lords have failed there. The old man regained his wits and said. His astonishment was understandable. Anyone else in 8 Desolaces would have reacted the same way. Some Tao lords have died in the Forbidden Zone before. It was a suicidal endeavor outside of very few masters. Tao lords are Tao lords, I am me. Li Qie simply answered. The old man was shaken. He carefully thought about this phrase and realized his mistake of underestimating Li Qie. My apology for the needless words. He bowed deeply towards Li Qie. It's fine. Li Qie waved his hand and said, I will think about this since there's no rush. I'll use the cauldron when the time is right. I understand. The old man replied. I will bring the list of metals in duality to see if you can use any. That's fine. Li Qie said. The old man had something else on his mind and stared at Li Qie, albeit with hesitation. Anything else? Li Qie asked. Young master, do you want to go to Buddha Emperor Division? To Vajra Dynasty? The old man eventually said. Why? You have a suggestion? Li Qie said. It's not something we can interfere or influence. It's just that according to the rules, you should still take a trip there. It's the will of the people. The old man added. I haven't thought about this, it's just a game, nothing more. Li Qie didn't think much of it. The old man thought that this was of pivotal importance for any sect in the Holy Ground, the opposite of Li Qie. Alas, the guy was just playing around. This was a little frustrating. I will take my leave then. He didn't dare to speak on this topic and bowed towards Li Qie. He also bowed towards the old servant and had to ask. Senior, you have been missing in these recent years. I went to the border. The old servant responded. Senior, did you? The old man knew the servant's personality. This answer confirmed a few rumors. He can't mess with the girl to the south. Li Qie answered instead. These words detonated thunderously in the old man's mind. His mind was shaken. Girl to the south. He immediately thought about the mysteries and connected the dots. He certainly still had questions about the whole thing. However, Li Qie's comment carried unimaginable weight. His complexion became pale. He took a deep breath and bowed one last time before being escorted out by the old servant. I have embarrassed you. The old man bowed again, looking quite awkward after losing his cool earlier. The significance of the things behind this was too much for him to take. His legs were trembling and couldn't move earlier. It was a good thing that the old servant helped him out. It's not embarrassing. The height of the heaven is beyond your imagination. Being able to kneel before the young master is an honor unavailable to most. The old servant said. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The old man said. Even someone like the old servant still wanted to follow Li Qie, let alone someone like him. In fact, this meeting alone might be the luckiest event of his life. Others didn't have this privilege. Duality will be fine at least. The old servant said, You're smart, unlike some others. They want to plan and scheme, unaware of the giant they're facing.
What do you mean, senior? The old man wasn't too sure. Don't worry about it, just watch the fun, you have done enough. The fools will be eradicated soon enough. The old servant waved his hand. I see, changes will be coming. The old man understood the implication right away. 1. I can't tell if this just means forbidden for life to enter, or it's actually the name of a forbidden zone, meaning that there are more. Need more context for this one. I'm leaning that there are multiple, otherwise they wouldn't add the life part since it's redundant. We'll see. Chapter 36-26. After the old man left, Lichia stared at the old servant and smiled. Looks like you're quite caring. This is the fate you've mentioned, young master. The old servant smiled, knowing that Lichia wouldn't blame him for his action earlier. The playful tone made it obvious. He indeed put in a bit of effort, or he could have ignored the whole thing. Alas, at his level, he had understood many things and became different from the past. This had more to it than just fate. Lichia chuckled and stared towards the horizon. A god-level Dao bone is actually usable. If I don't have anything else, I'll pick it. Precious it might be, but if you want it, obtaining it won't be difficult. Just say the words. The old servant replied. We're men of culture and not hard to reason with. Just fighting and killing, how trite. It'll ruin the atmosphere too. Let's just go ask them to see if we can borrow it. Lichia said. The old servant smiled. No one would ever lend out a god-level Dao bone, a priceless treasure. Plus, there was no getting it back either, akin to throwing a meat bun at a dog. Nonetheless, if Heavenly Dragon Temple was smart, it would know better than to refuse Lichia. The result would be the same regardless of its choice. Young master, do you remember that little monk? He suggested. He's clever with a sharp tongue, more articulate and smooth than anyone. He's the best messenger to deal with the old monks. The gluttonous one? Sounds like we need to prepare a good barbecue. Lichia chuckled. It's not a bad deal. The old man became amused. The two of them weren't in a rush and didn't bother to go gather the meat. However, a divine bull still appeared in the courtyard not long after. It was killed by a fatal bite located on its neck. What a coincidence, right when we want to roast some meat. The old servant noticed the corpse. It was obvious that this was a mount. It was muscular and looked quite cool. It still had a bright glow after death. This was indeed a good choice of meat for a barbecue. Nonetheless, it seemed a little extravagant to use a divine bull. Who did this? Lichia glanced at Lil Yellow and Lil Black. One of them must have snuck out during the two's conversation and killed someone's mount. Lil Yellow, resting by the entrance, lifted its head to stare at Lil Black, enjoying the shade. Lil Black snored loudly as if it had no idea what was going on. Lil Yellow copied the boar and also played dead, ignoring Lichia. Lichia was amused. He naturally knew which one did it after seeing their reaction. The dog and the boar certainly didn't like each other. Alas, they had to get along when being around Lichia. The former was outwardly aggressive, but the latter didn't always play nice either and was actually the most dangerous one. It looked lazy and harmless. This made others think that it only knew how to eat and sleep. The truth was that it had more devious thoughts than anyone else. Just one wrong move and one would be devoured by it right away. To elaborate, Lil Yellow always showed its teeth when it didn't like someone or was on the verge of attacking. This wasn't the case for Lil Black. It might secretly sneak behind its enemy and deliver the fatal blow. When the guy could react, he would find himself already being food inside its stomach. As for the corpse of the bull, the intent was obvious. It's just that both the dog and boar didn't want to admit it. What do you think, young master? The old servant smiled wryly. It was a good thing that Lichia was stronger than these two monsters. Otherwise, they would cause a huge mess or even destroy duality. What else can we do? We're going to roast it. Lichia smiled. Unfortunately, this type of beef isn't worthy of even being the appetizer. I'll take care of it. The old servant took the bull to the kitchen. Lichia's response was quite beneficial for the two, so they immediately growled and barked. He was right. The two monsters have dominated myriad beast mountains and did whatever they wanted. Their food used to be mighty beasts. As for this bull, they wouldn't even look at it twice back in the mountain range, unfitting to be served as an appetizer. Unfortunately, They needed to play nice at duality and worked with what was available. This was akin to someone used to delicacies needing to eat coarse grains alone. Not playing dead anymore? He glanced at them. The two immediately had a guilty conscience and lowered their head. Sure enough, the victims came knocking before the old man could finish cooking the beef. Li Qie, come out here. A dozen students or so entered the temple, looking furious. Got business with me? Li Qie calmly asked the aggressive crowd. The leaders were both men and women. They brought their friends here with aggression on their mind. This commotion alerted the other students. You killed my mount. One male student gritted his teeth. He just now saw the bull being roasted on a rack by the old servant. His eyes spewed fire of anger. That bull over there? Li Qie didn't bother defending himself. I've been craving beef recently, that's why. Do you want compensation? Name the price. I want your dog life. The male student was livid. He spent a lot of effort and several months taming this mount. Alas, he was blinded by rage and didn't know that he had lost a heaven-sent opportunity. That's a tough request. Li Qie waved his hand. Humph, your life is still not enough. A student in the back said. My cloud chaser freckle is missing too. It has to be you. One female student pointed at Li Qie. My cloud rider stallion is also gone. I know it's you. Another male student shouted. Surrender, thief, or I, Huang Qibing, will force you to submit. The first student roared. The crowd heard them and started talking. This brat is ridiculous. He actually ate the classmates' mounts. One of them murmured. He's just an uneducated brat from the mountains. He thinks this is still Myriad Beast Mountains and that he can just grab whatever beasts he wants. A barbarian like him shouldn't stay here, humph. Another snorted. A total of 4 mounts were missing. The divine bull was being roasted right now, but the other 3 were nowhere to be found. Li Qie naturally knew where they were. He glanced at the dog and bore again. Lil Black turned away and played dumb. Lil Yellow looked to the left and right, acting as if it didn't understand. There's nothing I can do about them being missing. Li Qie said. But I am a reasonable person. Tell me about your missing mounts and I'll tell someone else to get you another. Humph, you can't handle it. My cloud chaser freckle is a special species. My clan bought it at a sky-high price. The female student coldly said. Chapter 36-27. My Cloud Rider stallion has a noble bloodline. It's priceless, you can't repay this. My divine bull is an ultimate beast. Your life is not worth 1 hair from it. Huang Qibing roared. They got the urge to kill Li Qie in order to avenge their lost mounts. Wow, excuse me then, I didn't know they were so precious. Looks like this will be difficult. Li Qie smiled. Difficult? You have no chance of making up for this loss. The female student said, Speak, what did you do to my freckle? Tell the truth and we might give you a swift death. Only the divine bull was accounted for. They didn't know if Li Qie had eaten their mounts yet. Just thinking about this possibility made them tremble with rage. On the other hand, Li Qie knew that these mounts were food inside the dog and boar's stomach. I don't know where they are. As I said, I will compensate. Li Qie waved his hand. With what? Just hand our mounts over or pay with your life. Huang Qibing's eyes flashed coldly. Really now? Li Qie smiled. Just your life alone is a great deal for you. One student said, Our mounts are expensive. Your life is only worth a few coins. The brat provoked so many noble students. They're from Vajra. Their seniors are all generals with numerous soldiers. One spectator said, This lesson will be good for him. He needs to take it down a notch at the academy. He's too lawless. It's time for him to abide by the academy's rules. Another has been unhappy with Li Qie's attitude. Huang Qibing's group walked closer to Li Qie, wearing aggression on their sleeves. Li, will you do it or do we have to force you? One student threatened. What should I do? Li Qie still had a calm expression. It's simple, kneel and admit your crimes, then cripple your hands and legs. Hand over everything you have. We might spare you then. Huang Qibing said. We're being merciful here instead of just cutting off your head and hanging it at the base of the mountain. The owner of the stallion added. They fully surrounded Li Qie, who didn't seem to mind.
However, Lil Yellow slowly got up and growled, ready to lunge forward. Stop! A resounding roar interrupted this key moment, instilling both dread and shock into the crowd. They immediately turned around and saw an approaching youth. He wore a robe made from expensive silver brocade. Agility seemed to be his essence. Just one flash and he was already standing before the main parties. He was handsome with fair skin. His fingers were long and slender, looking scholarly like an intellectual instead of a cultivator. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that there were lightning bolts flashing deeper in his eyes. They felt murderous and cold. This youth would show zero hesitation when it was time to kill. Cold-eyed lighting sword. One spectator roared. Li Xiangquan is here. I wonder if he's aiming at Li Qie. An upperclassman wondered. Many students were in awe, especially the females. One of them said, Senior brother Li is becoming more and more handsome. In terms of style and temperament alone, he's definitely number one among the 5 heroes. Contrary to his appearance, Li Xiangquan was born in a military clan. His father was the current Grand Commander of Vajra, in charge of millions and millions of troops. The majority of legions in the dynasty were under his command. Moreover, more than half of the current generals in Vajra used to be under his banner and had worked for him. Thus, the clan was influential in the court. Some said that they had half of the authority and could determine the fate of Vajra and the direction of the holy ground. The Li was a great ancient clan before joining Vajra. It had plenty of heavenly sovereigns. It aided Vajra and played a great role in the founding of this dynasty. Thus, it was richly rewarded with resources and land. Like father, like son, Li Xiangquan was quite impressive as well. He might not be as brilliant as Dugalan but still became listed among the 5 heroes. He had no lack of fans and admirers in duality. Moreover, because of his clan's influence, he had no lack of henchmen as well. For those seeing him the first time, they wouldn't believe that he had followed his father on the battlefield since youth and had meritorious contributions at the frontier. Senior brother Li. Huang Qibing's group stopped and cupped their fists to greet him. They were close to Li Xiangquan. Their seniors were working for the Grand Commander as well. What is going on? He asked. Senior brother Li, this Li Qie stole our mounts. Stealing is a serious offense at the academy, so we want to carry out the punishment. One friend hurriedly answered. This might be a misunderstanding. Xiangquan frowned. It's definitely not. Look over there. Junior brother Huang's divine bull is being roasted right now. The female student pointed at the old servant who was still turning the rack. The bull has been covered in oil and roasted to a golden color. People couldn't help salivating. There might be more to this. Li Xiangquan pondered. The senior brother is being too nice. One listener said, why is he standing up for Li Qie? Anyone else wouldn't be so benevolent. I'm surprised he's not here to cause trouble. An upperclassman smirked. What do you mean? He got something against Li Qie? A new student standing nearby became curious. You've only joined recently. Lu Jinsong is Li Xiangquan's hound. Understand now? Another student answered. The new student understood right away. Lu Jinsong was crushed to a pulp by Li Qie. It was surprising to see the master, Xiangquan, not doing anything about it. Regardless of what happened, I will pay for the damage. Xiangquan said. But one victim didn't want to accept this. Go to my house and pick any mount you want. Xiangquan repeated with a firm tone. I got it. What else could this student do? He accepted the deal, then glared at Li Qie. Brat, looks like it's your lucky day with senior brother Li helping you. You can keep your lowly life now. Huang Qibing coldly said. Li Qie still wore a lazy smile, not caring about the insult. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow sat back down. Huang Qibing's group had no idea that Li Xiangquan had inadvertently saved them just now. Otherwise, they would be inside Lil Yellow's stomach. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.